As the world's top grandmasters file in for more exciting games, we gather and wait for more intense action. Will we get more insane Armageddon battles? It's day 2 of the 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, and it starts right now.
Norway, land of breathtaking natural beauty, rich cultural heritage, and home to the greatest chess player ever, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has played host to one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world, and this year is no exception. Magnus has claimed the top prize in 4 of the last 5 years, failing last year after a disappointing showing that saw him go winless in the classical portion of the tournament for the first time in 16 years. He had to watch as Hikaru Nakamura defeated Fabiano Caruana in an epic battle on the last day to take the title. Both Hikaru and Fabi return this year to take on Magnus and the rest of this elite field. Joining them will be the reigning world champion Ding Liren and young phenoms Alireza Firouzja and Praggnanandhaa, who will look to continue the form that led to their recent candidates' births. This year will also be notable as Norway Chess will be the first ever classical super tournament to have the same prize fund for the open and women's sections. The 2 tournaments will play out side by side, and Norway Chess Women looks to be just as intriguing as the open section. Current women's world champion Zhu Wenjun will face off against the formidable field of Kuneru Humpi, Lei Ting-jae, Anna Muzichuk, Vaishali Ramesh-Babu, and the legendary Pia Kramling. Who will emerge victorious in the land of the Vikings? This is Norway Chess.
Mis amigos, are we bringing it back? Maybe we're bringing it back. We're going to find out. Welcome in, friends. My friends, come in. It is the beautiful Stavanger, Norway. The scenic shots. The weather has been great. It's been a little cloudy, a little rainy. Maybe that was recorded a couple days ago, but we love it. It's 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. It's round 2. And if it's anything like yesterday, in terms of what went down in that playing hall, we are in for yet another thrilling affair. All 6 games went to Armageddon. Those boards are getting plenty of action. No players yet, though. Yesterday, Magnus was in his chair for about a half an hour before the first move was made. But we have been here for more than a half an hour in studio. Mis amigos, welcome. My friends are here. International Master Anna Rudolph, Grandmaster David Howell, International Master Danny Wrench here with you and the call. All right, day 1's in the books. We've got round 2. We're not going to talk about yesterday. We're just going to say, how you feeling day 2?
Buzzing. Some huge games, huge names. What more could I ask for? Back with you 2 as well.
Always throwing these questions back. I can't stand
How do you
it.
feel? That's not a tough question. How do you feel?
It's such a tough question. I can tell everyone that for the first time today, I did visit the playing hall because yesterday I didn't even know where it is. We are in the same building. There's 3 studios. The playing hall is also in the same building, but it's a massive bank headquarters. And honestly, if it wasn't for David, I wouldn't have found it. So thank you, David.
That's my pleasure. Happy to be a tour guide. That's what I'm here for.
He really is a tour guide. He took me downstairs. I don't know why. I was also nervous. It was like I needed a guide. I could have asked somebody where the playing hall was, but David has brought us into the playing hall. Now we're ready. Now we really have the lay of the land. We're getting settled in by day 2. And as you get settled in at home, before we dive in and preview the specific matchups ahead, let's remind you of the amazing format and all the things you need to know about Norway Chess.
Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women will both feature a 6-player double round robin for a total of 10 rounds. The time control will be 120 minutes with a 10-second increment starting from move 41. No draw offers will be allowed until after Black's 30th move. All drawn games in the classical time control will be immediately followed by an Armageddon game with the same colours. White will receive 10 minutes on the clock, while Black will begin with 7 minutes. A 1-second increment will begin from move 41 for both players. In the event of a draw, Black wins. Players receive 3 points for a win in the classical game and 0 points for a loss. In the event of an Armageddon game, the winner will receive 1.5 points, while the loser will receive 1 point. For the first time in a classical super tournament, the prize fund for the open and women's sections will be identical. If 2 players tie for first place at the end of the 10 rounds, a 2-game blitz playoff will decide the winner. 3 or more players are tied for first, those players will play a double round robin instead, with additional tiebreaks if needed. The winners will be crowned this year's Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women's champions.
There you have it. That's an accent that's better than my own, breaking it down. Thank you, Grandmaster David Howell. I'm going to do my best to remind you in writing what you are reading before you. It's a double round robin. Again, 2 hours per side with 10 seconds being added bonus time. That's increment, speaking chess, after move 40, starting with move 41. And remember, the big thing that really defines Norway Chess is nobody leaves this building. I think they actually keep the doors locked. I think everything is just on shutdown until somebody wins their match. If we have a draw, we move to Armageddon. A classical win is worth 3, though, and that's a big deal. So it doesn't mean the players are just waiting for Armageddon. They'd like to get that dub. An Armageddon victory, as we said, is worth 1.5 points. A loss in Armageddon worth 1. And if you lose in classical, you get nothing. But all right, let's review the results from yesterday. We just remind everybody the format. We've explained the scoring system and how it works. So let's bring up our results and just show what that means for where we sit. Magnus Carlsen took down Liren in Armageddon. Well, I don't even need to tell you what happened because every match was in Armageddon. You can see it right there, Anna. We got a very, very close start here in both the men and the women's section.
Yeah, and in Magnus Carlsen's game, the main action was him eating noodles in the back room, as we learned it from Hikaru Nakamura. Thank goodness we have a journalist on site who goes into the confessional booth during his game. He tells us about what's going on the board, and he also tells us what Magnus is up to. Salad, noodles, and pepperoni pizza was a 13-minute break for him during the game. And
today, David, Hikaru will be able to tell us more than just what Magnus is eating off, but maybe what Magnus is thinking about on the board because he's paired off against him.
Exactly. That's always one of the highlights of the show. Hikaru is after our jobs, that's for sure. He wants to commentate, he wants to play, he wants to eat, he wants to do everything, Hikaru. But he's got a big challenge, maybe the toughest game for him on paper today, and that's going to be the marquee match of the day. Yeah. I was going to say Ivanka Huska. I saw it on the camera suddenly. Magnus Carlsen even against Hikaru Nakamura.
Well, you just threw to it, and it's a good reminder to everybody. Obviously, day one, you got to know the crew here, but we've got an amazing crew working super hard, not just the production and the tech, but Ivanka Huska is here. She is bringing us hits, the band, live Bon Jovi. Jovi, take it away.
Thank you, guys. After yesterday's exciting day with 6 Armageddons, we are still on the lookout for a win in Classical. Now, first up in Norway Chess is going to be an epic match between Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen. These old rivals have faced each other hundreds and hundreds of times, but are still able to uncork a few surprises here and there. In last year's Norway Chess, it went down to Armageddon. I'm expecting more of the same. Next up, it is Alireza Firouzja against Fabiano Caruana. Now, these two lost their games yesterday in Armageddon, but don't forget that they are sitting on some awesome opening preparation that they hatched for the candidates. Anything can happen. Then finally, we have world champion Ding Liren, who has the white pieces once more, this time against the young Praggnanandhaa. Now, Praggnanandhaa might still be a teenager, but he has the better score against Ding, having won their last 2 encounters. Now, moving on to Norway Chess Women, it is a clash of styles between Vaishali and her countrymate, Humpy Canaru. Now, here it's going to be dependent on opening preparation and who enjoys the resulting positions. Lei Ting-jae yesterday finished on a happy mood as she won her Armageddon. But now she faces the experienced Pia Kramlin, who came within a whisker of beating Humpy Canaru. It's going to be all about mood and whether Pia can recover from that setback. And then finally, we have Women's World Champion Ju Wen-jun, who's enjoying her second white, this time against her old rival Anna Muzichuk. Now, both of them have very similar styles, so I suspect it might come down to the clock. Well, regardless, it's going to be a great day here in Stavanger. So back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Jovi, and honestly, amazing breakdown, game by game. I was enthralled and dialed in with every point she was making because she managed to set the table for every one of the matchups we're about to see. So we'll just go back to the top. You see that they have played hundreds and hundreds of times, but in Classical, especially during the early years of their rivalry, it was one person who dominated, and that's why of the 15 decisive games, it's 14-1 in favor of Magnus Carlsen. But I don't really think that's in Hikaru's head anymore, Anna.
I don't think so. In fact, I think Hikaru has been feeling quite confident, even against Magnus recently. Yep. Their speed chess battles, among other brilliant online encounters, are some of the events where they have faced each other very many times. And as you said, the result that we see in the head-to-head, most of those games were way before something happened with the pandemic in Hikaru, that everything switched in terms of also how he faces Magnus. Perhaps it started thanks to he's doing well online, but now he also does better against Magnus over the board, I think.
Well, let me ask you then, and put it the other way, David, is that in Magnus's head at times when they play? Because it has been a different rivalry since the pandemic, not just in their epic online matches that everyone loves and fast time controls, but they've drawn several of their last Classical games. I think their last decisive result was in Magnus's favor, but in 2019. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. Magnus, I think his levels of respect for Hikaru have just shot through the roof in recent years for what Hikaru's done during the pandemic and continues to do in all time formats. And Magnus, I do think there's a bit of a fear factor in terms of him not wanting to lose to Hikaru anymore. That's why we've seen so many draws between them in recent years. It feels like Magnus doesn't want to take too much risk, and Hikaru's style has evolved to kind of mirror Magnus's strengths. So really interesting that both of them great in the endgame, both of them technical, both have kind of these opening repertoires where they can jump around, hit in so many different angles. So it's going to be a close match. I have a feeling it might go to Armageddon, but that just means more entertainment for us.
Yeah, it just means more entertainment for us. I love that you say that. Again, Armageddon is always waiting for us. I'm like a little kid about this. I'm just so excited that we are never robbed of a decisive result, of a great moment, because of this amazing format. So, all right, I don't want to rob the fans any shots of the players entering the playing hall. It's kind of a fun thing to do as we all sit and watch, and from afar right now, we try to peer who's there. I think we see Anna Muzichuk. There's Magnus coming in, taking his coat off quite briskly. Here we go. Lei Ting-Jie and Pia Cromling. So many other matchups we're obviously going to be covering throughout the day. We spent most of our last few minutes here in the pregame, everyone talking about Hikaru versus Magnus versus Hikaru, I should say, given that the Norwegian is playing white. But so many other games to talk about here. How does Pia respond from yesterday's game, David?
It's not going to be easy. I think the main lesson is to just play in the same way she played yesterday, just quicker.
Yep.
But as soon as you get that in your mind, you lose a bit of rhythm, and it might take her some time to find her feet. Pia was so impressive, one of the players of the day. But
speaking of quicker, Anna, how does Alireza Firouzja think about that? When he lost on time, for those of you who missed it, it was amazing. How does he play quicker?
That was crazy. If anyone missed that game, I would recommend you watch it, but with the broadcast, with the video on, because Praggnanandhaa versus Alireza in Armageddon, neither of them realized that they are not getting any increment yet. They didn't know on what move they are, and they were both fully believing that none of them will flag, when in fact either of them could have lost on time. So that will definitely be interesting to see. In case either of them will go into an Armageddon, do they have a different strategy of how they will keep track of the moves? We heard that the players can look up and see their own games on the screen, so you would be able to tell on what move you are. But if you have 2 seconds remaining on the clock, can you actually do it?
No, it's a good point. And for anyone who missed that interview, again, we'll mention it one last time. A crazy and thrilling finish between Praggnanandhaa and Alireza Firouzja, where, yes, one of the top grandmasters in the world was just flagged ruthlessly when his opponent had 1 second. Yes, Pragg was also winning, but showing both of those two guys, we're going to probably be talking a little bit more about how the players will track their time and the move number more efficiently later on. But all right, Magnus Carlsen sits down, getting his score sheet filled out efficiently. Kind of funny that we still do that at this day and age, but I compare it to golf, and that no matter how good the players get or how good technology gets in tracking the data, it's still an important part of the process that the players have to notate their own moves for making claims, for obviously, especially in big moments where they need to prove something like a threefold repetition. What are your thoughts on that, David?
Yeah, I love it. It's part of tradition. I think the players, they grew up with it. It's just second nature. It's muscle memory to them these days. But then again, Magnus, he's a fan of golf, so maybe that's...
But no, I ask it because, one, we saw Magnus right now, but it's kind of a funny conversation because there are things that are tradition and carried over, but there are a lot of online fans now watching this, like quite literally thousands of fans who've never played over the board and maybe never will. And they might look at them writing the moves down and ask the question, why do they write their moves down? So anyway, a random conversation to get into for another time. Right now, we've got all 6 games getting underway, and it's going to be another fun day, Anna.
It's going to be an incredible day. Obviously, we already highlighted that the main clash of the day is Magnus Carlsen against Hikaru Nakamura, but all the other 5 games we will keep a very close eye on because we saw yesterday that actually it's very hard to predict which game will be the most exciting. Pia Kramling's game against Humpy Coroner was the most exciting in classical chess yesterday, and she was really close to winning in classical games. She was the only one close to it.
That's true. And if it goes anything like it did yesterday, remember we spent a lot of time talking about which matchup. The current world champion, Liren, facing off against the former world champion, Magnus Carlsen, what was going through both of their heads, what we were going to see with Ding with the white pieces, and I think that game was over in like 16 minutes.
And that included 12 minutes of eating noodles in the back room.
12 minutes of Magnus eating noodles in the back room. So we preview games. Will we have another short draw between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura? I don't think anyone wants that. And we're seeing a Spanish on the board, a mainline Ruy Lopez. Now the Archangel variation. Shout out to Fabiano Caruana, his chessable course there. If you ever want to know anything about that Bishop C5 development, Fabi's an expert. Take that, Anish. Fabiano knows more about that system than you do. Take that, Anish.
Is this a
David.
Preparation for your match against Anish? That
Anish
you're just going to throw
is
shade
not,
at him?
Anish Giri is not high on my list right now. All right, David, you get to look at the candy store. Which flavor and color would you like to take us to?
Yeah, I was going to say Fabi's forgotten more about the Archangel than I'll ever know about it. But yeah, interesting. Nakamura launching the first small surprise. The Berlin tends to be his go-to weapon, especially against the top guys within E4, E5. In the middle board on the top there, Firouzja against Caruana. London system. Grown, maybe. But okay, we'll see how that shapes up. Both sides flexible. English opening between Liren and Praggnanandhaa. Then if we go to Norway women's, we see an E4, E5 opening. I guess a branch of the Italian game between Vaishali and Canaru. Open Sicilian, Leiting-J, Kramling, and early days between Zhu Wenjun and Anna Mozichuk, a bishop's opening there. I am going to say we stick with the open for now. But because I'm Mr. Indecisive, Anna, London system, English opening, Ruy Lopez, any favorites?
It's hard to pick, but I guess we're going to have to go with Magnus versus Hikaru and then move on to the other boards. We will keep a close eye on all games, as we mentioned. I just wanted to also point out, actually, by the way, until we are seeing all the colorful boards, that because it's a round robin, some players start with 2 white games, other players start with 2 black games. This will even out, of course, during the tournament, but it does matter if you have today and yesterday the same color being white or black. At least as of, it might be a little bit harder if you start with 2 black games usually. But then I started thinking, what if you prefer the black pieces in Armageddon? So all you need is a draw.
If you're Humpy Canero, she managed to defend and get the job done in Armageddon against Pia Kramling, so she maybe doesn't like or doesn't mind taking black for the second time.
And the other player to repeat the color, so starts with 2 black pieces games, is Hikaru Nakamura. So in round 1 he faced the world champion Ding Liren, Hikaru with the black pieces, and today he's got the black pieces again against Magnus Carlsen. So in that sense, I guess for Hikaru it is a difficult start in terms of the pairings. But if he manages to do well in these 2 games, and so yesterday he did great, the remaining 8 games he's got 5 games with the white pieces.
It's a great point. And sometimes getting yourself in that mindset might help later on, too, not just for having white, but having taken care of 2 tough pairings, right? Black against Fabi, black against Magnus. That's in my rear view. I don't have to think about it. So, all right, I'm going to be... You guys waffled, so maybe now we've had further developments. I would actually prefer checking out the Firouzja Caruana game or Leiting-J versus Pia Kramling. Big Pia fan here. It's gonna be all a couple of weeks, but I think that Sveshnikov Sicilian is going to be really interesting. Provide some instruction, and the London system, as much as it pains me to admit that I want to go to that board, it's an interesting line with the early Queen B3 variation. There are some traps there, David. So you have to choose one of the 2 in the middle.
Okay, Firouzja Caruana.
Let's do
go.
it. Okay.
Let's go. And not just because London is close to my heart, but the London system, like you said, it is full of traps, full of tricks. These days it's been analysed extremely deeply. We'll go from the start, just briefly here to recap the moves for everyone at home. We saw this game begin with d4. White starts with bishop f4. Often White starts with bringing the knight out to f3 first. It's a matter of taste. Some small move order nuances there. Black challenges the center. White develops, and after some very natural developing moves, White is the first to create a proper threat. White hits the b7 pawn. That's the downside of Black's light squared bishop coming out to g4 so early. And queen to c8. I just want to point out this position can actually be reached from the Caro-Kann. If Black had earlier inserted a pawn trade, obviously here White could have taken on b7, but this is a main line of the Caro-Kann, so there's lots of different, for those who play different openings, there's lots of kind of nuances to figure out. Instead, Black keeps the tension, keeps the pawns in the center. White therefore kicks away the bishop, and this is the live position. Danny, you mentioned kind of these traps, tricks. What do you think both sides should be aiming for here?
Well, it's interesting, right? Because in the London, you're focused on the dark squares in the center. At some point, often looking to put a piece on e5, and if that can accelerate things to the king side. Again, right now it would allow Black to trade on e2, but it means that there are things aggressive as even g4 in these positions, followed by knight e5 in some lines. And White can be flexible. We talked about yesterday the Botvinnik English structure being flexible for both sides of the board. The London is similar in that we could do a number of different things, and it may depend on how Black wants to approach it. I kind of like these lines for White more than I do some of the other Londons where Black has a little more of a fight over the e5 square. I think these positions are more fun to play when I do put a knight on e5 and get things going. So we'll see. But one thing we should point out is just the obvious. The bishop had to go. Okay, and here comes g4, as I was saying, but we're here, so let's analyze. Let's back up a couple moves. I just want to quickly point out an important... Oh, okay, they're getting
they
aggressive.
Don't want you to analyze.
I wanted to point
Danny.
out that the bishop could not go to d3 because of c4, because I think a lot of London players who maybe at the more beginner level might have said, why did White put the bishop there? Just show very simply one of Black's goals in this move order that Fabiano's playing is literally to prevent the ideal setup of the London. That bishop would love that diagonal, not so fast here. But as we said, getting to the live spot, once you commit the bishop to e2, that doesn't mean you're playing passively. Here comes g4, here comes knight h4. This is going to be a fun game. I think you chose wisely. I think you chose wisely, David, for our first game. This is going to be a fun one to have set the tone on, and we'll see where it goes.
Mm-hmm. Anna, who would you pick at this early stage, or who do you think this position is going to suit more?
I think Firouzja for this game. For some reason, I have a feeling that yesterday, even though he only lost in the Armageddon, but I think it was disappointing because in the classical game, he was putting some pressure on Praggnanandhaa. Firouzja had the black pieces, and it was Praggnanandhaa who had to bail out. He himself said it in the post-game interview that he realized that he needs to be now looking for a way to bail out because things could get very tricky for him if he didn't do so. So the fact that Firouzja managed to put pressure on his opponent yesterday with the black pieces, but then lost in Armageddon by not realizing there's no increment and he flagged, I feel like he is back here with some more of that determination that I'm gonna score today.
Well, I wouldn't disagree. I think that, and again, it's very early on, right? We have many rounds ahead, but I agree that Firouzja's form was better than the result, right? He was the one pushing with the black pieces, or played very, very well, and ultimately lost by a second, literally got flagged, which was crazy. So, okay, Fabiano Caruana is, they say, form is temporary, class is permanent, right? Fabiano's class speaks for itself, and he's going to find it, at some point. I don't think he played badly yesterday either, but didn't get it done against Hikaru with the white pieces. So anyway, we'll see. It's a 50-50 game for a reason. This marks the very beginning of what's going to be an unclear and wild battle. Kind of why the engine is not even I'm sure what's going on here yet. So we're all just going to see what the players have in store for us. I say we back up in the meantime, take a look at what's going on the 5 other boards. The bishop e4, an aggressive move. This is going to be a fun one. We'll keep coming back to it. And if you're just tuning in, remember you can go to chess.com/events, pull up all the tabs if you want. Maybe even make it look like your own candy store. Do whatever you want. Choose your own adventure. But it's our get out of jail free comment as commentators that if we're ever analyzing a game you don't want to see, you can go there and find whatever game you want. So, all right. We see kind of the very fashionable approach in the Sveshnikov and Lei Ting-Jie Cromling with this early knight d5 line that and the a4 maneuver. So we can talk about that if we want. But David, I'm gonna shut up and let the Grandmaster drive. What would you like?
I'm keen to go to that at some point, but it's still heavy theory, so we'll see how quickly the players continue to rattle out their moves. One game that, as far as I know, isn't mainline theory anymore is that clash between Carlsen and Nakamura, where, again, it's that theme, that storyline we talked about yesterday, Anna, where Hikaru, he's just trying to surprise his opponents as early as possible, and he's caught Magnus here. Magnus has already spent 9 minutes almost, and this time he is at the board, so we know he's definitely deep in thought.
He probably managed to eat this time before the game. I don't know, I guess 5 p.m. start time in Norway, that would be dinner time, so maybe yesterday that what caused a bit of a trouble for him. But today, he seems ready. What Hikaru pointed out in the confessional booth is that many of the players in actually both fields played in the candidates, and they have this backlog of preparation ready from the candidates, meaning that what we saw yesterday by Hikaru and also probably what we are seeing today by Hikaru is still from his candidates tournament preparation. And that helps. That helps because for the candidates tournament, they must have been preparing for months and months. It's such an important event. While for Magnus, his last classical tournament was half a year ago at the European Team Championship. So how do you see it, Danny, when it comes to Hikaru surprising Magnus? Is this a good surprise, or is he getting himself a bit into a dubious territory?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, great points. Again, Hikaru recognized and said the players coming off the candidates are going to bring extra prep. And this is right up the playbook of how the top players are playing now, meaning forget what the computer is saying early on, honestly, because they're going so deep and often with engines that are even better than what we have, despite it being pretty powerful at chess.com. The point is they're playing chess. We're playing checkers right now a little bit because we're trying to anticipate what's going on. The computer says, yeah, white's a little better, probably for a number of moves, but there are so many lines, and there's a reason Magnus Carlsen is deep in thought. He's thinking about positions that are potentially 10 to 20 moves from now because he's trying to make sure he's not going to misstep in some sort of prep. And so, again, what does that mean? Objectively, the best players in the world play. Often white is okay. White doesn't get bad positions out of the opening most of the time. But, Magnus is not taking that for granted. We should definitely shout out that we were correct in the pregame, that the last decisive game between these two guys was from 2019. So if you're just tuning in, we talked about a 14-1 record for Magnus Carlsen in the 15 decisive games these two have had, 26 draws. But the last decisive game was 5 years ago. They've drawn almost all the games since post-pandemic, since whatever you want to call that renaissance has been of Hikaru Nakamura, the streamer. His retirement has been greatly exaggerated, right? So, anyway, I mean, it's fun for us. Like I said, though, we're playing checkers a little bit right now. They're playing chess because there's prep that we can't see. There's analysis that is yet to come. And then, David, unless you want to highlight a variation of, okay, we're about to see Magnus move, of the Archangel that we don't know, or maybe talk about what do you think are some of the missteps Magnus might be trying to avoid?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out as well, there was a pawn sacrifice on this last move from Hikaru. So if we just backtrack a few turns, we saw bishop c5, which normally signals the Archangel. Black normally brings the knight out to f6, but Hikaru put a special twist on it. He put his knight on e7. And the knight on g6 does a good job of defending e5. However, on this last turn where we saw Magnus go in for that long think, what he might have been mulling over was whether to capture this black knight on c6 and to simply grab a pawn on e5. And in terms of pitfalls, Danny, you asked the question whether white should try to avoid certain lines. I think this is a wise sidestep. I'm not sure exactly what black should be doing, whether it's queen e7 to go for this pawn or whether it's to trade queens. And then, I'm not sure, just to bring the bishop out and just ignore the fact you're a pawn down. But to my eyes, this would have been tempting. It doesn't look too risky for white. You have an extra pawn. You can defend these pawns relatively simply with bishop f4. Yeah, I totally understand why Magnus caught off guard. Kind kind of spent some time considering this, but obviously this is more likely to be Hikaru's preparation. It's more likely something Hikaru has studied deeply and has worked out towards equality. So if we go back to the game, he did dodge any direct lines. So Magnus just kind of keeping the tension here, bishop e3, and he'll play knight d2. He'll play all the moves that we're kind of accustomed to in the Spanish. He'll drop his bishop back at some point, maybe recircuit this knight around to sit on the king side, and the game goes on. But some mind games. Hikaru trying to tempt Magnus there.
Yeah, and it's a very good point, David, that you mentioned that the most forcing lines, usually if you run into your opponent's preparation, as tempting as it is to grab a pawn, that most likely is the main line of Hikaru's analysis. You don't just go and sacrifice a pawn in your preparation and not know what's happening there. So it's oftentimes a good idea if you're out-prepared that you go for a second or third option of the engine. Sometimes it might not be like the best move according to the computer, but the most humanly normal, just a playable, just a normal plan. And that's what Magnus is doing by developing his pieces. Hikaru is playing so fast, and I'm actually expecting him to be in the confessional in no time, because he keeps making a move and standing up. So I wouldn't be surprised if within the next few or couple of minutes we would have Hikaru telling us how this preparation is going so far.
I'm waiting for it. I'm like, I feel deprived that he hasn't gone into the confessional booth yet. No, I'm kidding, but I totally agree. And at some point we might find out a little bit more. It's funny, you said that it's usually not in a player's favor to go for the most forcing lines, David, or at least if they're a little worried about prep. But also, those forcing lines were an endgame where probably Magnus knew he was safe. So it is also telling that Magnus is like, look, I want to play today. I'm actually not really that afraid of the main lines here. Let's not forget Magnus has prepared these positions as deeply as anybody. There were Lopez's and Spanish in his World Championship match versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. So I think it's a good reminder that, one, we didn't see a quick endgame. Even if Magnus knew he was up against prep by Hikaru, it's not like he didn't know that would have likely been a draw. So this is like, all right, let me fight a little bit here. Let's see what we get in a complex middle game in the Archangel. And I think it's a little telling that Magnus is ready to fight today.
Yeah. Then again, a pawn is a pawn. I would have been tempted to be greedy.
You want to go back to that line and just take the pawn. Okay.
No. But, I mean, it's clear here Hikaru is deep in prep still, partly because of the clock, partly because queen f6 is a scary move to play. It looks like the queen is actually almost trapped here, but she does have one safe square. If white plays bishop to g5, she'll slide across to the awkward-looking d6 and save herself. Magnus, yeah, he's going to have to somehow just navigate his way out of Hikaru's prep as soon as possible. Otherwise,
so interesting. You just highlighted that. Let's show real quick. Bishop to g5, queen to e6 would run into the fork. The fork on d5, right? That's a problem. So you got to go to queen d6, which again, this is what an awkward line, right? And that's why Magnus is in thought here, because usually the queen in front of the d-pawn blocks the bishop blocks development and the rooks, and so it's kind of like the old lady who swallowed the fly. It leads to a chain reaction of regrettable decisions, right? So that's an interesting decision. It's all based around the idea that the d4 pawn is a problem for white, right? So black is all in on this queen maneuver to try to go after the d4 pawn, and what an interesting position that would be.
Yeah, really interesting. I mean, you could imagine Magnus sacrificing a pawn now, trying to come after the black queen with his knight. But yeah, this would only get more complicated and more likely walk into Hikaru's prep. I love that feature chat a moment ago. Title Tuesday, yeah, suddenly without Hikaru, without Magnus in the field.
I was wondering actually if Hikaru would try to make it to the late Title Tuesday. Or what time does it start? Like local time? Now it's
He's got hours.
5:20. He can still finish his game.
Believe it or not, Tuesday is a day where I tend to not follow the Title Tuesday action in real time anymore. It's a little too stressful for me, so I tend to look at Title Tuesday after. I don't even remember. I think, yes, of course. Let's not talk about Title Tuesday. Let's back up to the bird's eye view. It's
a valid point, though, because Hikaru won Bullet Brawls on Saturday from his hotel room here in Stavanger.
That's true. All right, well, we are actually going to sneak in our first and very, very quick break. We promise it'll be fast because we have a game to unpack. Look at that wild position between Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana. Still equal, according to the engine, but what in the bleep happened to that board? Don't go anywhere. Round 2 of the 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women is just getting started, and we'll be right back.
Obviously, don't go and do that, please.
You do whatever you like.
We can't condone anything of the sort.
No, we can't live!
Do you do shitty push-ups?
No, I'll be fine.
So I could like drop down and do 10 on move 1?
Well, yeah, we start the clock and then you just decide when you want to do these.
All right.
Where are we?
Look at the form.
Look at
Look at the shoes. We got a clown on the shoes.
How many did you do?
Get the shoes.
Wait, what does that mean?
Yo, Levy. What's up? What's up? I'm fit as bro. We should have got this one. Oh, he's got game 2. Oh man, I gotta take off my shirt. I gotta take off my. All right.
We need an arbiter for the count.
Yeah, oh.
Here we go.
Yeah, we should have brought
Okay, there you go. Okay, good.
It's actually not. 5-3 is a big format, I feel like.
Okay, now we're tied. We're tied. Okay. Oh, he's trying to get a lead. He's at 31.
In that late night
It's just, these pieces are crazy, man. That's
Okay.
I'm not trying to do
All right,
that.
so that was a really good lesson for me. That little pattern.
This is how you learn.
Yeah, that was good.
Oh, we made 3 move the push-ups.
Right?
I can't imagine
Queen
chess
d5
boxing.
check was fine, but taking the rook
Yeah.
was stupid. But if I took the knight and
tough.
blocked the check,
Right.
Our bishops are taking
More push-ups, less time.
Right. I take queen d6.
it's a pretty even position.
No.
So I'm gonna like go here and here.
Oh, damn, the sneak attack.
And then
Taking the lead on the push-ups? Going to 60?
Am I off?
Strong. Yes.
Oh, I have to play faster.
The 3 minute is 1.
Yeah, he could just do that though. It was a cool move. But it was a bad move. No.
All right, I got it for 3 minutes.
At least I did my push-ups. Oh, what a tragic way to end the game.
So we've got the
Long enough break.
Yeah.
Welcome back into day 2, 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women just getting underway. Thanks for being with us. We got Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura. We've got Lei Ting-Jie versus Pia Kramling. We've got a million matchups. I could keep naming them, but instead I'm just going to say thanks for being with us, Danny, Anna, and David here. All right. I want to jump right back in to this crazy Firouzja Caruana game. The chess player in me just wants to know, is this still theory there in the middle upper section that everyone can see? I'm not even sure what color that is. It's like orange. But is it still theory? or not, David. And what is going on in that position with a king on g2 and a black pawn on d3? How did we get here?
Yeah, it's crazy. This is move 17. We were actually here just 5 moves ago, but it's exploded. Let's backtrack, do an action replay. We saw bishop to e4, the last move from Fabiano, and that's not the type of move you play unless you're extremely well prepared. It is a known move. It's been played before, I can confirm, according to the database, attacking the white rook. White does not want to take this bishop because you'll be left with a slightly awkward-looking offside knight on h4, for example, a trade, and this knight would be hit, and you'd have to lose a bit of time retreating. So, understandably, Firouzja played the move f3, asking this bishop a question, and now from the limited database that I've seen, this is where the novelty comes in, pawn to c4, and it's given an exclamation point, or at least it was earlier, but c4, instead of retreating the bishop back to g6, which I think was the more popular move, the white queen retreats, and now knight h5. Tactics. Wow. Chaos.
Oh my god.
Look at this, hitting a loose piece. The white knight on h4 is not defended. I don't think you really have time to retreat it because black would happily trade off the bishop on f4 and most likely be left with an advantage. So g takes h5. He said A, he continues with B. He goes in for it with
David, can I
king
just
f1.
roll it back to that moment? Because I think like people see that the knight is hanging on h4 and such when he plays knight h5. If we can just appreciate the beauty of this for a second, because the bishop on e4 is hanging, so his bishop is attacked, and instead of moving the piece that's about to be captured, he also hangs another piece.
The best way to solve a problem is to make it bigger. Sometimes that's the case. And so black is like, I have a problem with my bishop. Let's make this problem bigger by putting another piece under attack. But no, jokes aside, it's crazy. And yeah, the bishop on e7 hitting the knight, the fact that it's check, that's kind of the key point for fans trying to make sense of the position. So
it's just so similar to what Fabi had yesterday against Hikaru, in the sense that the line that he missed, he had to sacrifice a rook to then hang another piece, and that would have been a winning combination, but he missed it. Sorry that I'm talking blindfold chess, but it was similar in the sense that there were a lot of hanging pieces, and so instead of moving the hanging piece, he had to hang even more pieces.
Yeah, 2 problems are better than 1. I agree about this position. Ultimately, yeah, a set of pieces did get traded. As Danny mentioned, this is a check, so white has no time to grab the second piece. However, the bishop is lacking squares. There's only one safe one. If you go back to f5, then e4 would trap your bishop. And this looks great for white. So he actually lunged in with bishop d3, a trade, and now king to g2 is the current position. But Fabi has stopped. You don't play knight h5 unless you're well prepared or very, very kind of trusting in your calculations. Fabiano is both. But the timing here is an issue for black. White has a threat to just pick up this pawn, this intruder, within 2 moves. So Fabi has 2 moves to create a threat, create an attack against the white king maybe.
No, I love what you just said, though, that the time management is indicative that something has happened here, right? David, you said you don't really play knight h5, or even maybe c4 potentially. You said that was the first novelty unless you're well prepared. But now that you're thinking, the question is what might have been expected then if that was the case? Because is he actually worried about this position, or perhaps he's still calculating lines that lead to all the options he did cook up at home? You know, the white king on g2 makes me wonder, can black open up that side of the board, whether it's with things like e5 at some point, even trying to play a move like g5 or g6 to just recklessly force the g-file open. But yeah, it is interesting to see that Fabi now down 15 minutes on the clock and in a weird battle.
In a weird battle where it feels like he was out-prepared, or maybe he's just like trying to recall the preparation that he long ago did, and he might not have reviewed it yesterday, so it takes him longer. We don't exactly know if this is something he analyzed before or not, but his accuracy, if I saw it correctly on the chess.com analysis, is 99.8.
So it means he's still playing decent moves. That's how you translate that. The moves have been decent.
He's not a bad player. He knows how the pieces move. Yeah, but maybe it's just this last move. Thinking about it, if we do jump in just for 1 turn, I do wonder whether Fabiano got to this position just before king g2, and he dug deeply here. He'd looked at, for example, maybe more obvious human moves like knight b3 would be my first instinct to try and grab this pawn, and maybe he'd figured out what to do here as black. But king g2 is a bit of a kind of strange waiting move. It's not exactly clear what that achieves. It's not entirely clear whether the king's even safe on g2, so maybe this last move was what's thrown Fabiano off. And I just brought this up because what would black have even done after knight to b3? It looks like this just wins a pawn.
That's a very good question, David.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what makes me a little less worried about king g2, because I think you're right, David, that it's quite possible he spent time looking at this line and the forcing moves were considered. A move like knight b3 is more forcing, as for instance, to win the pawn. But the position doesn't change that much because that pawn could have been lost anyway. So ideas we talked about. Again, I think e5 has to be on the agenda. Can black play a move like f6 even? Like, I know Ben Feingold is freaking out. This isn't your show, buddy, right? Sometimes you can play f6. I actually think f6 and e5 is a real plan here. And maybe that was an idea for black even on knight to b3. I think g5 is an idea. So at some point, black is going to lose the d3 pawn, and we're going to have a bit of a kingside attack to hopefully compensate if we're black.
Yeah, I think that's a great breakdown, and Fabiano just has to decide how to try and execute the first steps of that attack against the white king. Firouzja, though, clearly in preparation, looking confident, and stylistically, I think it does suit him that it's a bit irrational, this position, especially if he's had that helping hand of having studied it before. So, yeah, shaping up nicely.
This is going to be so exciting. I was going to say, but I couldn't say the words because I'm so excited. And here I was thinking Magnus Carlsen against Hikaru Nakamura was going to be the game of the day for sure. But I mean, it could still be. It could still be an incredible clash, and we will go back to that board and also the women's event. But for now, this is clearly the opening that has gone the wildest out of all 6 games.
It's interesting. Sometimes you lose a match and the best medicine is to just jump right in, right? Players don't like sitting on the sidelines after they've lost a big one. Fabiano Caruana went down to Hikaru Nakamura yesterday, but maybe he just came even more ready to fight today. And on that note, let's see what Fabi was feeling right before the game started. Jovanka Huska caught up with him just moments before the first moves were played. Jovi, take it away.
Okay. I'm here with Fabiano Caruana, just about to play his game. Fabi, do you have any opening surprises planned?
Well, we'll find out soon. But maybe Alireza also has an opening surprise planned. So it's, yeah. With Alireza, we have usually such tough fights, sharp fights, that you never know what to expect. So we'll see.
Looking forward to it, and good luck in your game. Thank you.
That was a very jovial interview.
Oh.
Okay, it just started. We've got Bon Jovi, a jovial Fabiano Caruana before his game, David. And
I approve.
You approve?
I'm very impressed.
Okay, I just dip my toe in a little bit, right? Sometimes I have to cross the line just to see if I can move a little more forward or not with an awkward pun there. Okay, well, I want to go back to what you said, David, that this position made those suit Firouzja's style. And remember, Alireza also had a very close battle yesterday, so maybe he's feeling comfy. But okay, you want to move on? Was that you telling me it's time to check back in?
That was me accidentally lingering on a different game.
No, let's do it. Let's go check out. Let's go check out Magnus versus Hikaru. David's in charge. He has the mouse, and we've had several moves now in that particular game.
We have indeed. This is the bird's eye view for now, but the Magnus Carlsen Hikaru Nakamura battle is evolving quite significantly. Magnus, it feels like he's tried to break that tension, uncomfortable maybe, due to having been hit by a bit of an opening surprise. Let's just backtrack in this one. We left it after queen to f6, a bit of a risky move from Hikaru. He knows his queen is lacking somewhat in squares, but Magnus decided not to try and track her down. Instead, bishop takes c6. And Hikaru reacts, really interesting move, e takes d4 instead. So intermezzo, Zwischenzug fun here, Anna. But ultimately, we're left with a bunch of exchanges and queens about to leave the board. What do we make of this?
Well, it's the endgame that Danny predicted earlier. It could have been another line that we were mentioning, but overall, we do see the queens being traded. Is that something that Magnus is happy about? Is that something Hikaru is happier about? We talked about how Hikaru's style has changed over the last couple of years, and how nowadays his style is a lot closer to what Magnus's style is. So maybe they're both happy, which honestly I'm really happy about.
Because that means you get Armageddon.
Happy.
Happy. Everyone is happy today. Although I want to say that this endgame is different than the dynamic we could have had in the line that David wanted. David wanted to go pawn grabbing in a different way that could have left Hikaru with the bishop pair. Now, white was up a pawn, but it was a doubled pawn, a pawn that probably gets taken at some point, and black has the bishop pair. It's a much more Berlin comparable ending. So one thing I want to point out here, David, is here white has the Berlin advantage, which is the 4-on-3, but black does not have the bishop pair. Now, the computer is saying this is 50-50. Surprise ending. If two supercomputers played this position, it probably does end in a draw. But from a human perspective, I just want to point out the differences there. Magnus Carlsen is getting an endgame with a 4-on-3 advantage, if we can highlight that. And black does not have the bishop pair, which is often the compensation you get. Now, black's position is very comfortable otherwise, and there's a reason the computer stayed equal. But David, what do you think about that dynamic in terms of what Magnus sort of did there?
Yeah, I mean, I agree, Danny. Normally the dream in the Spanish exchange, the Berlin, is to rid the opponent of the bishop pair, and having kind of fractured their pawns like this, you tend to rely on a short-term advantage. But here there's small little details. Even the fact that the white pawn is sitting on c3 could come back to haunt Magnus. I would love to pick up that pawn and actually put it back on the c2 square, because the black knight in the near future does have a clear path into a beautiful outpost on d3. It will become a octo knight, or a beast, whatever you want to call it, if it ever lands on that square. Ultimately as well, the c3 pawn takes away a nice square from the white knight. So I think Hikaru's got a decent version. I could imagine black playing moves like c5 and kind of fianchettoing his bishop, driving a knight into the d3 square, supporting it with that pawn once it lands. And I don't know, it feels like Magnus, he's tried to bail out. He just wants safety, but how safe is it? I would be terrified here against Hikaru, that's for sure.
I think it's a great point what you mentioned about the pawn on c3, because if we just look at the position, it doesn't look like anything to worry about. In fact, it's guarding the knight on d4, so I know I can't blunder my knight because I am capable of blundering that knight. I know myself. But you are so right about the pawn cannot go backwards. In chess, that's such a simple yet difficult rule. Difficult in the sense that when you make a decision about pushing a pawn, that's you go for it, and you need to be really sure. Now, he pushed c3 in the opening, which is part of that very main line. So we can't blame him for placing the pawn there. But as you mentioned, maybe the trades he went for, it's not really favoring this pawn setup, and he might be paying a little bit of a price for it. He's not in trouble, but it's also not much that he can get.
Yep. Well, agreed. And we're obviously squeezing water out of a stone a little bit in terms of finding things to talk about the position. Certainly, we're already in an endgames, and two minor pieces have been traded along with the queens. But I think we've set the tone enough to say that, okay, white has this 4-on-3 majority. This is the goal, to slowly expand, use the space, and if you're lucky, you're kind of up a pawn in the endgame, because as you can see, black's 4-on-3 is doubled. But we pointed out there's some dysfunction for white on the queen side to catch up with, and black has the traditional compensation, which is ease of development. I loved your idea of c5, b6, bishop b7. You can even play bishop d7 and c5 and bishop c6, depending on how you want to do it. So this is a typical Berlin structure, if not exactly the way you get it. We're going to see how hard these two players push in the endgame, and that'll tell us a little bit of maybe what they want. Armageddon
I
or not.
love that zoom in. I
don't know where we were going with that, but I loved it. We were zooming in. I thought there was like a twist ending, like we were going to zoom all the way in, and then all of a sudden Magnus was going to have like Charizard, Pokemon card, like boom, like didn't see that coming, bro. Dropping it on H1. Anyway, I had no idea.
I was intrigued. I need to know.
I have no idea what's going on, but all right, let's back up to the bird's eye view, because I'm also intrigued by what's going on in the other games, and we're gonna let them battle out this Spanish endgame for a reason. They get paid the big bucks to make chess like that interesting and entertaining. And we are, I don't know that we get paid big bucks, but we get paid to do this. And so let's talk about what's entertaining about the other games. Your thoughts, Anna. You get to choose.
I think we need to go to Norway Chess Women, because we started out with the open section. The openings were going wide, especially in the Firouzja Caruana game. But I also want to check in with the reigning women's world champion, Ju Wenjun, who is repeating the white color. She had the white pieces yesterday, and today she's got the white pieces again. Can she take advantage of this? She is leading, but she won as the other two ladies as well by drawing her classical game and then winning in Armageddon. So would this be her chance to try to actually get an advantage in classical chess in her classical game today?
Let's take a look, because whether she's trying or not, I mean, right now black is a little better. I like the queen on d5. What are your? How did we get here, David? Do you want to back us up and run through the opening? This is an interesting position.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's go from the start. We've only had 10 moves. We started with a king's pawn opening, e4, e5, and the bishop's opening. This is normally a reflection that white wants to avoid the Petrov, where black brings a knight out very early. Often the central pawns get exchanged, and yeah, very level reputation there. So we see white try to be creative in the opening. Xu Wenjun here, putting her knight on c3. I'm not sure the exact terminology. I believe this is a variation of the Vienna. This actually is a bit of a risky one because it does allow black to go hunting for the bishop pair. Black can, for example, play the move knight a5 right now. Instead, Anna Muzychuk brings her bishop out. A nice pin along the diagonal. Knight to e2. And it's curious, the last chess book I read actually featured this position.
Which chess book was it, David?
It was actually on the Italian and different move orders by a Ukrainian grandmaster, Martin Kravtsev. Very niche. But in that position, in that book at least, he was recommending the move knight to f3. I think due to the fact that after knight to e2, instead d5 does break out in a favorable way for black. And this pawn structure that we see in a moment after a few more exchanges on the d5 square, it really does favor black. There's lots of openings, actually with reverse colors, where you see normally an e4 pawn against a against a d6 pawn, and the space advantage just gives you freer piece play. Danny mentioned the queen on d5. Black's king actually as well has choices. It can go either side. g6 is a nice controlling move, stopping the white knight from coming forward. f5, even h5 in the air. What's white's plan in the meantime? It's unclear.
It feels so fresh. And so clean. It feels so
like
easy.
the air in Stavanger.
There you go. We were having the Heya debate. How many all rights are said in the song Heya by Outkast? First member in chat to appropriately correctly guess that gets a 1-year diamond membership from me. We had to Google and we went down a Reddit thread. How many all rights are said in Heya by Outkast? But all right, hey, this position just looks good for black. It's so fun and easy to play. If you castle long, you drive the h-pawn. You talk about f5. I mean, okay, obviously closer to equal than I'm painting it, or the computer would say that black was clearly better, but definitely advantage Muzychuk, opening victory for the black pieces here.
Yeah, and that's something that Xu Wenjun must be at least slightly worried about. As we mentioned, this is the second game in a row that she plays with the white pieces, and you're trying to get an advantage with the white pieces in the opening and not be worse after 10 moves in the opening. Of course, one of the main candidates' moves here is a very tempting attempt for a knight fork with knight e4. We could try to win the queen with jumping to f6. But I'm afraid that would be met with a move like bishop e7, and then f5 will chase the knight out of that beautiful spot on e4. So what's the follow-up for white if this is not leading anywhere?
I'm glad you pointed that out, because that was an obvious fork on f6 that we definitely didn't want to miss. Yeah, but bishop to e7, because the bishop has kind of done its purpose there anyway, right, David? Like, the bishop served its purpose. The diagonal is now empty. Back it up, control the dark squares, and help support pawn expansion. So again, Xu Wenjun is thinking in this position probably for a reason, everybody, because she knows that the position has gone well for Anna Muzychuk, and she wants to right the ship before the middle game gets too far away. And I said yesterday, right, top players don't use their time just to make their coach happy anymore. They're past that point where, like, you know, dad is like, slow down, and then, like, you're about to lose, and you're like, oh, I'm just going to let my clock sit for another half an hour so that they think I didn't lose so badly. I've never done that. Maybe.
That was going to be my follow-up question,
I don't
Danny.
know. If it, like,
it
you know,
feels
but
like you know too
young
much
players
about
are
this.
told to slow down. These players slow down when they have bleep to think about. And so Xu Wenjun knows that she needs to think about this position carefully.
Yeah, she does look a bit uncomfortable. She's looked up at the screen several times. She's changed her posture a few times. It feels like she knows that white has suffered a slightly subpar opening here. And yeah, I do wonder whether she needs to accelerate the play moves like f4 herself. Just
And she's answering by pushing f4.
Ah, there we go. Just at the right moment. Yeah, I guess just because white's slightly ahead in development, the black king uncastled, it makes sense to try and open things up. E takes f4 might be met maybe, potentially, by a check. I say it hesitantly because I still love black's position, even if black were to just castle here. But yeah, Zhu and Jun, she's fighting back at least in terms of space. Anna, do you think Muzichuk here is going to annihilate her opponent? No? Oh.
Maybe. And if we look at her accuracy, 99.5 is Anna Muzichuk, is the accuracy of Anna Muzichuk, and 96.3 by Zhu and Jun, showing that at least to some extent she made a mistake or inaccuracy, maybe more so in inaccuracy in the opening. Anna must be feeling good about her position, and I think all of these players are so strong, so experienced, they sense when even there's a slight shift in the game, and Anna knows that now she's the one who will need to try to get more than just a draw with the black pieces. I think she will be ambitious.
I mean, I think she should be. If she's feeling it, depends, right? Remember, sometimes you come in with a pre-match strategy, David, and that can affect how you handle the moment. You're like, all right, a draw is a good result with black against the reigning women's world champion, right? And then you maybe get a better opening than you thought you would, and you kind of have to reset your emotions, right? The mindset you came in with, which is sometimes easier said than done. Sometimes players maybe let advantages slip because they came in with a predetermined, this would define a successful result, right? So anyway, just agree. I think that, Anna has to think about it. There's interesting moves to think about. You mentioned bishop c5 check. I think that that's a check, and we should consider it. But also, if you don't stop, I wanted to throw out this because I'm looking at the position. White is going to play f5, I think, right? So if you let Zhu and Jun play f5, black is not going to get the space that we were talking about liking so much. So it makes me wonder if we're not giving Zhu and Jun enough credit for this move f4, because it's actually really interesting. She plays f4, which threatens f5, stopping all of black's majority. And if we can analyze that real quick, just to show how great that would be, if you land that white pawn on f5, I think that this position, okay, it's still equal, but this feels very good. Exactly. You're highlighting the e4 square. You've completely stopped black's pawn structure from advancing. So if you back up and you're like, all right, well, then if I'm going to stop f5, am I going to play f5 before castling? But now my king's in the center. So if you play f5, is white taking e5? So sorry for going full. I'm obsessed with the pawn structure mode. It's one of my favorite parts of chess. But I'm thinking about this, like, that f4 was a really interesting challenge. And not to say black isn't still okay here. Maybe black can just castle now or bishop c5 check. But you certainly, just to show it, you probably shouldn't take e5 there. Although it's funny. Okay, computers can play this way. Maybe you can take e5 because you have... Okay, no, you can't. c3, and then we have rook e1 coming, right? But maybe not. Like, maybe. Computers are like, I'm just going to laugh in the face of danger, even though rook e1 is winning the queen.
Check. And black survives somehow?
Black is surviving.
Fork, threatening also rook e1. How does black survive? This is
but
so...
you can see in my voice I was hesitating because I was trying to make an instructive human point, which is a good one. You don't want to open the center before your king is safe, right? But this just shows you how insane computers are, that maybe black is even okay here. So... Oh my gosh, stop it, David. Take the mouse away from David. Sorry. He's gone full engine, full computer here.
There's so many pins. Can you draw a few arrows, Hikaru style, please, David, to show what is going on?
There's a pin along the diagonal towards the white king. There's a pin towards the white queen. The bishop is hanging on c5. The queen is hanging on e5. I mean, I don't know why black's okay here. It just feels like you might even have to sacrifice a piece on the d4 square at some point. But yeah, as Danny says, maybe something Anna Muzichuk wants to avoid.
Okay. All right. So anyway, interesting stuff. Zhu and Jun feeling the moment, maybe rising to the occasion to add some pressure before Anna Muzichuk's advantage gets too big, or at least gets bigger. So.
Okay. Good.
So
move
yeah. By the way, I just saw Hikaru walk by the camera. Was that a post-confessional booth Hikaru? It was a bit of a brisk Hikaru walk. I'm not an expert in his walking formations, only his facial expressions, so I can't translate that.
This is because in online chess he wouldn't be moving around much. He just sits in front of the webcam.
You nailed it.
That's your specialty.
That's exactly why. Exactly why. Don't see what he's doing with his feet, right? He's party up top, business down low when he's streaming. So.
Maybe he just feels lighter, having confessed his sins.
He might. Yeah, it was a very direct walk. All right, let's back up. There are still a lot of games going. If you're just tuning in, where have you been? Round 2. It's day 2 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. here in the year of 2024. And look at this, we've got some exciting games. Yesterday we predicted a couple of games that were like, that's the game that's going to end in Classical. Turns out we were wrong. All 6 went to Armageddon. I'm going to put you on the spot today, David. You have to pick one game that might end in Classical. Which one is it?
Leitinge against Pia Kramling. It's something you mentioned earlier, Danny, and I hesitated. I was like, okay, it still looks like opening theory, but this one, I can't really imagine it ending peacefully at the moment. It feels like Pia Kramling, again, a great start to the game for her in the classical portion. She's going on the attack, going on the front foot, and I think that's the game we need to jump into because very clearly she's signaled she wants to checkmate white. So Sveshnikov, one of the most trendy openings out there, but Pia Kramling showing that, yeah, teaching us all a lesson in how to handle it, I think. Here we go. Rook f6, the last move, and I just want to backtrack 2 or 3 turns. So this position, very typical Sicilian. White has a bit of a space advantage due to the pawn on d5. White has the advantage on the queen side. You can imagine a knight landing on c4, pawn coming to a5. There's holes in Black's camp over there, but the downside, again, pawn structure, Danny's favorite thing. 4 versus 3 on the king side. The black pawns are marching down the board, potentially on that flank, and f3 creates a hiding place for the white bishop, but Pia does not hesitate from taking all that space, and rook f6. The plan here, Anna, it's like caveman chess. Rook h6, I guess bishop h4 maybe, and try to bring the queen in and checkmate.
Yeah, caveman, but very efficient, I think, with this much more space on the king side for black. There aren't many ways for white to prevent this plan or even to prepare for this plan. The knight on a3, for instance, is not going to be a very helpful defender for the king on the other side of the board.
I love what's going to happen in this game. I'm with you. And I know we got so excited we borderline jinxed Pia Kramling in the last game. And then her advantage at one point was much bigger than what we might see here for black. But I feel like this is right up her alley, too. This is a position where she is going to bring everything and the house and all the cars, all the things at home are coming to the king side here. And you already showed how, right? Rook slides over, knight moves out of the way, pawns are pushing. It's a King's Indian accelerated attack over there. We should highlight, okay, the reason it's close to equal is because white also has a massive majority, right? c4, b4, c5. And if this truly becomes a race position, like David said, it's hard to see a peaceful result. That's the main point.
A peaceful result.
A peaceful result.
No, not again.
I feel like I need to put you back in a box. Like Danya has gotten to you.
He has.
Although I started with the jovial interview we had earlier. Shout out to Bon Jovi, the 4th member of our team. She's out there somewhere, just bringing you the hits since the early 80s. I think that's when Bon Jovi was around. But no, but yeah, go ahead.
Promised myself, Danny, before the show that I wouldn't make any puns, and then you started, and now all I can think is about how white might lay down and struggle to defend this position. Yeah, but Pia... Okay, I'll stop now. Rook f6. I think black is just in charge. Simple as that, in practical terms.
Yep. All right, well, and you know, I want to say what's funny, too, is one of the interesting things about this structure, David, is that if you could just grab that knight and just drag it over to e4 for me and just hold it there. No, sorry, no, the white knight.
Yep.
That's the point, right? So put that knight on e4, where it's not only brilliantly centralized, hitting d6, but also helps the support of what we talked about with the c-pawn pushing and the b-pawn. If white had that knight on that square, we're probably singing a different tune. Right? So sometimes the dynamic of the pawn structure, which is creating this kingside attack for black, is also timed with the sidelined piece. And in this case, you let go of the knight, just do it real quick. Go bring it to e4 and then let go of it. I want to see it. Just like it snaps back. Right? It tells you that knight has a long way to go because it's not even a legal square. Like, how does that knight even get to e4? It's at least 3 moves away, and in the meantime, you might get checkmated. So yeah, that's another dynamic about the position that makes it even harder for a human to play.
Yeah, Pia's so good in these positions where the plans are simple and where she can just improve her pieces. She's got such good feel. I wouldn't actually be surprised if black were to, at some point, sacrifice a pawn just to block that square that you mentioned, Danny, just a move like pawn to e4. Firstly, to block that square, but also to create a beautiful outpost for the black knight on e5. So black has just so many tricks up her sleeve. Clock timings in terms of yesterday, I think Pia a bit too slow in the classical portion. She'll admit that herself. Today, great in terms of 15 moves played, half an hour spent. That's bang on the target, I think, in terms of time usage. So yeah, next move automatic as well. Lei Ting-jae, work cut out to defend.
Yeah, this is looking very promising for Pia Kremling. I agree with everything both of you said about how it's so much easier to play this from Black's perspective. The plan is very obvious, and you know where you want your pieces, while for White, Lei Ting-jae will need to defend here very precisely to not get much worse out of this middle game position. I wonder if she's partially regretting how the opening went and where she would have changed it. Of course, in hindsight, everything is easier. What she has now is what she needs to deal with, this position, and how will she stop the kingside attack? Danny, what do you think?
I think she has a lot to figure out, and that's why we're going to let her do it, because she's the one playing chess. We have something else to jump to. We've just been told that while we eagerly awaited for Hikaru Nakamura to visit the confessional booth, it actually was Magnus Carlsen who went there first. He talked about maybe being a little bit embarrassed. Let's find out what about and see what Magnus had to say.
Well, I would say that what's happened in the last few moves is more than a little embarrassing. I was sort of caught out a little bit by his move Queen f6. Maybe I shouldn't have been. Maybe I played the wrong move order in the opening. I don't know. But then after thinking for a bit, I thought I should be practical, exchange on c6, and after he takes back, I trade an e5, he takes an e3, and so on, and we have this position that is quite equal, but I thought with the kingside majority, White has a little more potential. And then before he took on d4, that move hadn't even occurred to me. And I immediately realized that I'm not even close to being better. Actually, I think Black is probably closer to being better in this endgame. But I mean, I guess I'll just try to survive for now, and maybe long term I can get some chances, but I'm not too optimistic.
Wow. Interesting stuff there. Love the confessional booth. Love the honest takes of what's going on in the player's head. It is a bit of a game changer here in terms of giving us ammo to talk about and just increasing the drama, really, because Magnus Carlsen saying how unhappy he is with his position and admitting, David, just kind of an outright blunder, missing e takes d4.
Yeah, it's rare and refreshing to see such honesty from these top players. I don't think I've ever heard a world-class grandmaster say they were embarrassed. They'd rather just say they kind of they missed something, or they've still got control. But Magnus admitting that he's pretty much fighting for a draw, and we see the position there. We see Magnus writing down the moves, and I agree with him. I think White, this is kind of the nightmare scenario now. No advantage, slightly worse pieces, holes in the position. Anna, it is Magnus, though. Do you think he's going to be able to recover?
I think because his name is Magnus Carlsen, he will be very resilient, very resourceful, holding this position. We are talking about like being slightly better because of what Magnus referred to. The computer actually doesn't care. He's full on Hikaru mode, like that. Doesn't care, doesn't have any opinion on being worse or better here. But all jokes aside, I do think that, yes, Hikaru's position is more comfortable, but it's only slightly better. And it could be the case that this will go into an Armageddon. And I don't think we would be unhappy about that.
We definitely wouldn't be unhappy about it. I'm unpacking more and more about the confessional conversation, the honesty from Magnus, but also the timing of it. And I want to throw out that it was interesting because if Magnus does feel that, I think he knows he made a mistake, and I think Hikaru probably knows that this must have been miscalculated. But maybe Magnus choosing the confessional at that time to give Hikaru a little bit to think about. Like, what's he thinking about, right? What is Magnus talking about? Is there some reason that Magnus likes this endgame? With these two guys, I would just never put past them a little bit of gamesmanship, a little bit of psychology, looking for an edge. where it may not exist. And so curious what Hikaru will say when he visits the confessional booth about what the position is.
Yeah, and Anna, you said we would be happy to see Armageddon. I think Magnus would love to see Armageddon right now, just because of the way he was talking about it in the confessional and the way he's looking on the camera right now. Knight f3, the bar slightly heading down now, and that's because Black's moves are just so simple. You can take the open file, you control the whole d file. Note how White can never really challenge for that file. If you ever move the rook, you have to watch out for a weak little pawn there on a2. The knight's coming in very shortly to that d3 outpost we highlighted a bit earlier. Black's moves are natural, and White's far less easy. Yeah, Hikaru must be loving life right now.
I think so too, and I know we're always going back to those tiny pawn moves, but if the pawn was on c2, it would have allowed Magnus to develop the knight, where it would have been more active, and also it would be less problematic that when you move your rook away from a1, the pawn on a2 is hanging, but if the pawn was on c2, you could trap the bishop with b3, oftentimes, depending on the variation, of course. But I think what I'm trying to highlight here is sometimes one little move, such as a pawn push, can change everything on the queen side here for White.
No, it's a great point, and it really does, because those pawns will forever be targets. Pawns are the only pieces that can't go back in chess, right? We've tried. That would be a bug. You can't do it. And it's actually really critical, because in this situation, Black's 4-on-3, normally not as healthy, or I guess you would say as aggressive as White's 4-on-3, already has things to target, right? If you play b3, there's a5 and a4, right, to pry open the a file, and suddenly the bishop and rook have a long-distance relationship on the a2 square, right? And that works. And there's all kinds of problems here for Magnus to figure out. So evaluation close to equal. Someone like Magnus Carlsen, comfortable playing positions like this. But yeah, advantage Hikaru right now, advantage in prep. And can we give another shout out to Hikaru in terms of the fact that he keeps guessing openings well?
Yeah,
like he's been doing this for a while, and he did it so well yesterday against Fabiano, not just in the classical game, but then in the Armageddon, knew exactly which opening to choose, right? He made fun of it as being a garbage weapon, and I think sometimes Hikaru says things like that in the post interviews, but it's not that garbage, and it was perfect for the moment. And whatever happened in their prep here, whether it's candidates hangover that is helping Hikaru, some hangovers are good maybe, apparently it's the candidates hangover that's helping Hikaru with the prep, but you really have to applaud that, because I can't remember the last time, I guess Vidit Gujarati was a bad opening in the candidates, but overall Hikaru is guessing openings better than his opponents on a consistent basis right now.
Yeah, Vidit twice in the candidates.
That's true. Okay, Vidit, that was a really interesting thing for Hikaru to lose both those games of Vidit. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, shout out to Chris Littlejohn, that really special relationship where they're just able to kind of pinpoint the trends and kind of the unfashionable openings as well. As you mentioned, Danny, just to kind of go to these older lines that the opponents have forgotten or never studied before. But also, just full credit to Hikaru. We see him stream 6-8 hour sessions every single day. But where does he find the time to study these openings? It's incredible.
Well, full credit to Hikaru. Guess what he just did? Right after Magnus,
confessional.
He entered the confessional booth. So I wanted to hear what Hikaru thought about the position, whether Hikaru even comments about the fact that Magnus went to it. So let's dive in and see what our journalist on site, who's also playing a chess game, Hikaru Nakamura, has for us about this round.
Well, good day, everybody. We're back once again. Today's round 2 of Norway Chess. Since nobody else seems to really be using the confessional, at least so far, I figure I might as well do it, because honestly, this is basically like an extension of streaming, except that when I talk to you guys, the fans, I can't actually see what you're writing. So, like, if there were a monitor here that would, like, show the chat and some, you know, like, John Quinn 7789 were asked, you know, what do you think about today's games? It would really essentially be the same thing as streaming. So it's kind of just an extension, except of course I look a little bit like a lunatic, because here it's like there's a classic streamer meme, which is who's he talking to when you're just talking, and that's kind of what probably it seems like to some people. But anyway, all right. So jokes aside, to the games so far, of course, what I have is pretty normal. This is what I had against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Maybe I should butcher his name in honor of Firouzja and say like Jan Neposhi or something weird, but anyway, I played Nepo in the candidates, and we had this position, so thus far pretty happy. Obviously, I played this before. I've reviewed the line many times during the candidates, so I feel pretty good. We'll see. I mean, I generally portend that Magnus comes up with some great idea and surprises me. The game could trend in his direction. If he doesn't have some original idea, I think there's a good chance that I'll equalize and shouldn't be in too much trouble. But we'll have to wait and see because it's still pretty early in the game. But Magnus also doing one of the things he's done over the years against me, which is when he gets surprised by something, he goes into a very deep think pretty early. Luckily for me, today at least he's thinking at the board instead of just like thinking while he eats a pizza in the back room. But pretty happy so far. So that's my game. Okay, obviously Alireza's game against Fabiano. It's a London system. It looks like Alireza's prepared. He played something similar in the London system against, or actually no, he had black against Gukesh. I got the order wrong, I think. Although I think he might have played a London system, or no, he was white against Gukesh in that London system. So he's playing a London system again. Nothing too surprising there. I mean, I suspect he's better prepared than Fabiano though. And the other game is Prague versus Ding. Ding, of course, playing in English. He played something similar to this, I think, against Nepo in the first round of the 2022 candidates with this whole C4 G3 stuff. So that's very, very early. Have to wait and see what happens in that game. In the women's games, let me try and remember. Pia Kremlin's game, I forget who she's playing against, is that Shevchnikov, which very topical from the 2018 match between Fabiano and Magnus. I think there's one of the games with this Bishop's opening, Bishop C4, D3, Knight C3, honestly could be one of like 10,000 Blitz or Bowl games that I've played online, so it's kind of funny seeing that. Also, vaguely along the lines of what I played against Ariane Tari here last year in Norway Chess. And then there's one other game, which is, the symmetrical Italian in the women's section with Knight C3, Knight F3, and this H3, H6. Vaguely reminds me of one of the earliest chess books I ever read, which I think was Josh Waits Can Teach Us Chess. One of the first model games in that book had something like this. Didn't have H3, H6, it was Castle with this whole D3, D6, Bishop G5, Bishop G4, Knight D5, Knight D4, and white wins at the end. But also kind of reminds me back when I was a young kid playing chess. So I made some interesting games thus far, and we'll just have to wait and see how they continue. So that'll be it for now, and I'm sure I'll be back later.
Wow, we were just taken on a joyride by Hikaru Nakamura, deep into the mind of Hikaru Nakamura and his thoughts about every single game in progress.
And that was apparently before Magnus visited the confessional. That's why there were no thoughts on the mistake that Magnus pointed out. I wonder if Hikaru will go back and then talk about the moves that followed later and what he's thinking of his chances now. He was earlier talking about equalizing, but probably he's already thinking about more than equalizing, David.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. First of all, so much to unpack there from Hikaru. But it just shows he's relaxed, and that's, the recipe for success for him. Last year, he won Norway Chess while giving us treats like that every day. It seems to put him in a good mood, and normally if you're happy, you kind of feel well, you play well, Danny.
Well, I'm really glad you said that because it's obviously highly entertaining for us. We love the confessional booth in general, not just as commentators, but as fans to get inside the players' heads. But I think for Hikaru, it is literally more than that. What has turned around his career is his fans, is his streaming career, is the comfort he feels when he's providing commentary and content and kind of in that zone. And I think that these players, whether they're forthcoming with all of them or not, they all have their little quirks, their little superstitions, their things that get them in their mind in the zone, right? In the right state of mind. And I think for Hikaru, feeling at home, connecting with the community, even if he can't actually see chat, which is what he said he missed, is actually a thing. I think Hikaru enjoys doing the confessional booth because of what his fans and what streaming and creating content and talking about his games in real time actually does for his mindset, and it's why he visits it so often.
I fully agree with you, Danny, and I wouldn't be surprised if he goes back later during the game. He already has been thinking here for nearly 10 minutes. It's maybe the only problem for his visit to the confessional, that he's deep in thought. And I wonder, David, if you could point out, what do you think are his candidate moves here? What is he considering for so long?
Yeah, I think maybe the one downside for Hikaru is that there are too many candidate moves, too many tempting options. First one that came to my mind, one I mentioned earlier, was to occupy the rook, occupy the open file, with the rook. Then again, you might actually want this rook on a8, as Danny pointed out in one line. Maybe you even want to push this pawn as far down the board as possible. This is something that Magnus might do. Alpha Zero might do. So perhaps occupying the open file with the other rook would make a lot of sense. The more I look at it, the more I think A5, A4, maybe even activating this rook via B6, kind of swinging it across. So many tempting ideas here, Anna. That's the one problem. I think Hikaru, I can totally understand. He senses that this is the first critical moment. If he wants to fight for the advantage with black, then he might need to be accurate now.
Too many good options.
But it's a good problem to have,
yes,
right?
Very
we talked
good
about
problem.
Fabiano's problems. They were solved by making more problems, right? Sometimes the best way to solve a problem is to make it bigger. In this case, I think that Hikaru is doing the right thing to manage his clock. Let's remember, he had almost a 20-minute time advantage, I think. And so that's called time management, right? You use what you've earned on the clock. You use the clock as a weapon and leverage those seconds when they matter. This is a big moment, right? Black has choices. I mean, A5 is a candidate move. I love your rook A6, rook B6 idea, David, right? I mean, this is a really direct way for black to flex on the queen side. And I guess I almost wanted to respond to it with what stops it, because what's the threat for white? Like, the pawn on C5 is perfect, by the way. Guarding that D4 square denies both those ponies the only home they care about, a move that could attack the bishop on E6. By the way, the knight on G6 guards the check on E7 if you wanted to reroute to D5. And on that note, maybe that's an idea Magnus has, knight E3, knight D5. But it's, you know, and I'm sorry about that. You had a cough over there. You know, it is live TV. Sorry to call you out like that, buddy. But but okay, take it away. Take it away. I mean, okay, he goes rook D8. He gives up on advancing the A pawn, but black's still in control because white can't challenge the D5 without the A2 pawn hanging. Yeah,
logical move, strong move. And Hikaru sips his tea and maybe off to the confessional again.
Maybe,
there he goes.
Hopefully. I would love to see him back there. And I would also love to see us go back to the bird's eye view, if that's okay, because I realized we talked so much about some of these key clashes that there's still 2 games we haven't visited yet. Could we check in with Vaishali against Koneru and Liren versus Praggnanandhaa? So brother and sister playing in Norway Chess. Also, they are the first brother and sister pair to ever become grandmasters. Vaishali Koneru would be my pick if I can choose the color. Red board in bottom left.
Hey, it's your world. We're living in it. Let's do it. Vaishali versus Koneru. It's the all-India battle. And take it away.
Yeah, so this is the current position. We won't backtrack the whole way from the start, but it was the Italian game, and a very quiet Italian. The Giuoco Pianissimo, I don't know what they call it, but either way, very slow start to this game. And one thing I've noticed, Anna, is that white hasn't castled yet. I'm wondering what she's hesitating about here. Pawn breaks all over the place. Does white push with d4 in the near future? Does black try to beat her opponent to it by playing d5? White has the bishop pair. Slightly better pawn structure. Black has double b pawns. But other than that, it looks like a very healthy position for Humpy Koneru. Anna, first thoughts. You wanted to take us here. Who would you prefer to be right now?
I wanted to come here so that we can take a look at all the games, but I thought that this is one of the most balanced positions.
It is very balanced.
I don't have too much more to add to that, David. I think it's 3 possible results. Danny?
Yeah, totally. I mean, and this was this the one that was the bishop's opening or the Italian?
This was the Italian.
Okay, it's funny because I'm looking at the bishop on c4 without the knight on c3. Was wondering if there was a weird move order, but yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting to see that a lot of options ahead. The reason players like the Italian structure is because of its flexibility and options, and whether black is going to try to relocate the king side and go for an f5 and with knight f4 and all the things, or you go for d5, right? Whether white's going to castle short and try to do something with f4, or you try to remaneuver the bishop on c4. Sometimes you try to change the structure there on the queen side with pawn advancing to c3 or d4. So a lot ahead. This one has plenty to go, and interesting that okay, both players just dialed in right now. Dialed in. Vaishali on the clock.
Yeah, it feels like because maybe the kind of Indian derby, pride on the line, it feels like it's slowed down the players somewhat. Only 11 moves, and not that much has happened. So
yep.
Time scramble imminent at some point. Definitely want to check back in on later. I'm sure it will come to life a bit later in the middle game.
And guess what? If it's a time scramble and we get decisive results in classical, we're happy. But even if we don't, what do we get?
Armageddon.
Everybody's happy in Norway all the time. This is why the happiness here is through the roof.
Yeah.
It's because the formats in their chess tournaments are the best.
It is.
That must be it. That's why everyone in Norway is so happy. But okay, we're happy to take a quick break, and fans will be happy to know that there's some crazy content hidden the chess.com YouTube channel tomorrow. A lot of fans of the chess world know that our content team completely disconnected from our fair play team, shot down and did a bit of a behind-the-scenes look at the man Jospin, known as Jose Martinez. A lot of people are wondering what they found about how he plays Title Tuesdays and what he does in his online battles. You're going to want to check out that video. It's on our main channel tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. You're going to want to check out more chess when we get back.
Yo no les echo la culpa, ¿no? Pero sí les echo la culpa por hacerlo público, por publicar en redes sociales algo así, ¿no? Porque yo nunca he publicado en redes sociales algo así. Realmente las trampas es un tema súper complicado, ¿no? Para la gente pues, que sabe muy bien cómo leer entre líneas, yo creo que ellos sí lo piensan de verdad. Se dieron las cosas y gané 2 veces el Title Tuesday. Claro, y la gente puede ver alguien ver eso y decir, ok, ¿él va a ganar 2 veces un Title Tuesday? No, o sea, es imposible, ¿no? ¡Vamos! Por fin. Yo creo que la gente juzga mucho por lo primero que ve, ¿no? Pero no juzga que pues uno juega 100 Title Tuesday mientras que la mayoría juega 40, 30, 50 porque anda haciendo otras cosas. Descanso. Me llamo José Martínez Alcántara y soy gran maestro de ajedrez.
This May, explore the galaxy, meet new and interesting species, and bring them liberty, freedom, and our way of life, one chess game at a time. Enlist now at chess.com.
land of breathtaking natural beauty, rich cultural heritage, and home to the greatest chess player ever, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has played host to one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world, and this year is no exception. Magnus has claimed the top prize in 4 of the last 5 years, failing last year after a disappointing showing that saw him go winless in the classical portion of a tournament for the first time in 16 years. He had to watch as Hikaru Nakamura defeated Fabiano Caruana in an epic battle on the last day to take the title. Both Hikaru and Fabi return this year to take on Magnus and the rest of this elite field. Joining them will be the reigning world champion Ding Liren and young phenoms Alireza Firouzja and Praggnanandhaa Rameshbabu, who will look to continue the form that led to their recent candidates' births. This year will also be notable as Norway Chess will be the first ever classical super tournament to have the same prize fund for the open and women's sections. The 2 tournaments will play out side by side, and Norway Chess Women looks to be just as intriguing as the open section. Current women's world champion Zhu Wenjun will face off against the formidable field of Kuneru Humpi, Lei Ting-jae, Anna Muzichuk, Vaishali Rameshbabu, and the legendary Pia Kramling. Who will emerge victorious in the land of the Vikings? This is Norway Chess.
Mis amigos, we are back.
You caught me off guard.
Mis amigos is back.
Mis amigos needs
We're
to
back.
be back. Even if a lot of the viewers will be like, why is Danny speaking Spanish in Norway?
It doesn't matter because we're all friends here. That's why. My friends are here. David, Anna, and Danny, we're hanging out with you. Jovi's here bringing us the hits as soon as she has them. Thanks for being with us. Norway Chess is just getting going. We got a couple weeks, so buckle in. This is going to be an epic event where, as we've said many times, nobody leaves the building until we have a winner in their match. And that's what makes it so great. We dive into games. Sometimes chess is played to a draw, but in Armageddon, we have to have a winner. We bring up the bird's eye view to take a look at the positions because some of these games may end in a draw, but that means we're headed to the thrilling tiebreak. But I think today I am going to go out on a limb and say not every one of these classical chess games ends in a draw. I said it. I'm not going to bring the table because it's bad for the mic.
You've probably jinxed it now, Danny, but I agree. It's shaping up nicely. We've seen some quirky openings. We're now seeing some really tense middle games. Carlsen against Nakamura. Looks like it's going only one way at the moment. Nakamura trying to press an advantage. Fabiano Caruana has sacrificed a pawn. He's a pawn down against Alireza Firouzja, but still a really chaotic middle game. One game that we're about to go to, I think, is the clash between Ding Liren and Praggnanandhaa. Not too much has changed in terms of moves in the Norway Chess Women's event right now. Looks like roughly balanced in most of those boards. I think the one game we haven't shown enough love is Ding Liren against Praggnanandhaa. So let's jump in there.
Ding Liren with the white pieces again. He is repeating the color that he was playing with yesterday, but yesterday he didn't show much. As white against Magnus Carlsen, he went for an opening draw, or opening repetition, early draw, and then lost in Armageddon. So for today, Danny, what do you think is his strategy going into this game? He's facing the youngest participant in the field, Praggnanandhaa, and Ding Liren needs to prove something, needs to prove that he can do something better. Having the white pieces twice in a row is some pressure, but also supposedly some advantage. What are your thoughts on that?
I think his strategy overall is to just focus on the strategy in front of him, right? He's had a tough time since he became world champion. We don't even need to dance around the elephant in the room anymore. Everyone can see it. It has a big ribbon on it, and it's right there. And Ding Liren has played worse chess since he became world champion, and he's played at times some really terrible chess. And I think we were critical of what happened yesterday. He ultimately did lose in Armageddon. He gave zero effort with white against Magnus Carlsen. But I think right now his strategy is like literally what is the cliche? It's one game at a time. It's one move at a time. And I think he's just trying to focus on what's in front of him. Right now it's a very equal position with an isolated queen pawn on d5. And the fact that black also has a target on c3 means that even if white wins that pawn, like we're still very close to equal here in a lot of ways. So, you know, I guess I'm dancing around your question a little bit. I think his strategy, though, really is just to, like, stay focused, stay in a good mindset, and I think that's all you can do. They say you have to stop the bleeding before you can move forward and make things better. That's usually what they say as a chess player is just stop the bleeding, don't lose a game, keep one move at a time.
Yeah, and he needs to stop the bleeding against Pragg, because these two have faced each other in classical chess before. Pragg has won twice with black in classical. So will Lightning strike a third time? I mean, the opening, Danny, as you mentioned, it's maybe no advantage for white, but it's a position. Yeah, it just feels like the better form player will win today.
Well, you just said he needs to stop the bleeding against Pragg, and we need to check in with Pragg. Pragg is the third player to visit the confessional booth, so it's more than just Hikaru and Magnus. Hikaru called out the players when he went in, saying, well, no one else is using this, so I'm doing it. But Pragg is like, no, I got you. Let's see what Praggnanandhaa had to say about his game, his position as black against Liren.
Yeah, I'm here in the confession for the first time, and yeah, games are quite interesting so far. My game, I've just given up opponent d5, and I think I should get enough compensation after, because of my pieces, and other games are also quite exciting. Fabi's game is very interesting. With I would take white there, but I think both were in preparation till some point, and so I should be fine in that case. But I am not sure about last moves of queen d8, queen e7, rook d8, and yeah, Magnus game, I think it's around equal. I would probably take black, and women games are also quite exciting. And there is this Sveshnikov with rook f6, rook h6 coming in, and I'm actually interested how this game will go. And yeah, my sister's game is also kind of normal, and yeah, a lot of exciting games. I'm hoping to see how it goes.
Pragg going full Hikaru there. he was commentating on the other game, says he's also excited about Pia Kronling's position there in the Sveshnikov as black. But all right, we're excited about this duo, these two siblings, for many years to come, Anna.
We are certainly so excited. As we mentioned earlier, it's the first brother and sister duo that have earned the Grandmaster title at chess. They are also the first brother and sister duo to have ever played the Candidates Tournament. And now it's also the first time that there's a brother and sister duo here at Norway Chess. Will they do well? Will they both do very well? They are accompanied by their mother, supporting them. Actually, she was sitting very close to our studio just a moment ago. Maybe she knew that I was going to call her out, that they are here with family support. But I think they have really good chances in both events. They're also the youngest participants in both fields.
Couldn't agree more. They're the youngest. They've got great chances. As David already highlighted, we think Pragg's got pretty good chances in this game as black against Liren. David, let's talk a little bit more about that before we move on. Look at that bounce from Pragg there, David. Is that a little intimidation bounce?
It definitely feels like Ding was a bit flustered. Now it looks like he was bouncing himself in return. The players do have their own designated chairs throughout the event. Anna and I were in the tournament hall. We were checking out the players. They've signed their chairs. They know which ones are theirs throughout the next 10 days. But yeah, in terms of the position, Pragg's last move, not backing down, not bowing down, and just defending that isolated pawn in the center. I was expecting the move bishop to e6 to hold that pawn. Instead, counterattack. And he's playing for activity. Two approaches here for Ding. One, he covers this pawn, whether that's planting his knight into the center, knight d4, for example, or takes a timeout to cover c3, maybe a move like rook c1, or he takes on d5 and says, okay, your isolated pawn for my isolated pawn. That would lead to an imbalanced structure, and I guess it's just who's more active in the ensuing positions there. Anna, what do you think Ding's going to be thinking right now?
I am not sure, because I am also concerned about what Danny highlighted earlier, that Liren has been not having the best of times ever since he became a world champion, and he himself said that he thinks he's weaker since he won the world championship match. His goal for this event is to not be last. That's again his words. We would never even think that the world champion would say that, but he has been struggling. He has been struggling ever since the world championship match. That crown is very heavy, and I wonder if he is going to try to see how can he simplify this position. Would that be his approach? Will he try to keep it as complicated as possible? But he's playing against a very talented young man who faced Magnus Carlsen in the World Cup finals, so made it all the way to the finals in a knockout system. And I think he's a terrifying opponent, Praggnanandhaa.
I think he is, and I think Ding is. It's hard when you're trying to shake off form and not play against the demons of your past, right? You don't want to compete against ghosts, so. I think he's going to do his best to be as objective as possible here. I think whether he has the ability to hold for an edge. You talked about knight d4, a way to cement a piece in the center and protect the c3 pawn, or go for the simplification. It's going to be close to equal no matter what. But I think if you're Prague, you feel good right now. And you won an Armageddon battle yesterday as white, right, in a crazy flagging affair where you beat Alireza Firouzja on the clock, although he was also in a great spot on the board. So I think Prague is ready for Armageddon should it get to that, knowing that he had black here. So hard not to say anything more than at some point the Ding Liren of old has to become the Ding Liren of new and of now. Will that happen, and when does it happen? We all hope we're there watching it. But right now not a great position here. Nothing super excited to write home about. So maybe we'll back this thing up and swing it around the horn. Take a look at what's in store. So the Firouzja game continues to move forward. White did grab that pawn on d3. At some point, I want to go all the way back to the game we started with, which, if you're just getting here, we really dove into an interesting London between Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana. But also the Liren Cromling game. And we've lined up with unity. I think the boards in the middle have our attention the most, right? Crazy Sveshnikov that's turned into maybe a kingside attack coming for Pia Cromling. David, you get to choose. Just grab one, take us there, and I think we're going to look at both those two games next in whichever order you want.
Yeah, we already have them on the camera, though, so I'm going to say Firouzja against Caruana. But yeah, that game between Liren and Pia Cromling, really fiery as well. This one has changed slightly since we were last here. Mostly, it's just the black d3 pawn disappearing. White's queen has gobbled up that intruder. And, okay, the big question is how strong is black's compensation? Personally, I don't really see it. I think the white king is going to be happy to slide across to either h2 or h1 in the near future. Really interesting how Firouzja has recoordinated his pieces here. He's got the semi-open g-file as well, and the h-pawn is white's extra pawn. But, as we know, since the dawn of Alpha Zero, it might just be a great kind of intruder here, a bit of a battering ram. He could either sit on the h6 square or break black's structure on that flank. Personally, I think Firouzja's got things under control. 20 extra minutes on the clock as well, Anna. He must be feeling confident.
I'm liking his chances a lot, and this would be maybe the first time I predict a game correctly if he wins. I actually would be amazed that my prediction could ever go well. I usually am just jinxing players, but so far so good for Firouzja. And that, on the other side of the coin, is very troublesome for Fabiano, who drew his classical game yesterday against Hikaru, but then went on to lose in Armageddon. How do you see his chances, Danny, and what do you think is on his mind right now?
Well, first of all, I agree with you. I like Firouzja's position a lot, and we talked about it at the beginning. He played really well yesterday. Played probably better than Fabiano did against Hikaru overall, even though he also lost an Armageddon battle to Prague. So I'm with you on that. As far as what Fabi's thinking, I'm not sure. I mean, I will say this position is dynamic enough, and it's easier for us, right? With the evaluation and three very, very strong chess players commentating. I mean, like, there's so much knowledge going on over here that we tend to come up with great ideas, but
with
our advantages over these players aside, I think I'll say this: it's a very double-edged game. So the King H2 kind of reflects how double-edged it is, because White has to be careful, right? The G file may get open, David. Fabi can even play King D7 at some point. By the way, you can castle this position by hand. Okay, you're highlighting the rook on the G file, but the king can run castle by hand. Black will try to force open lines. So I'm just going to say, I think this is a position that while we like Firouzja and the edge on the clock definitely reflects how the players feel, this is a human could blunder on either side game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely. Fabiano right now, it's unclear what he's going to do with his king, but for example, if white ever steps forward with h6, g5 might come, and yeah, the attack, it's not clear who's attacking even. So definitely a double-edged position. I think I prefer white because of the clock, the extra pawn, but yeah, early in the middle game. And Fabiano is Fabiano. We'll see whether he's able to create any counter-attacking chances. I'm actually slightly expecting him to castle into the line of fire here to try and put the black king in the corner to kind of mirror what white is doing. It feels like that's the safest spot for the black king if you can get away with it. But in the meantime, white's maybe just going to move the knight forward, rook g2, double up, stack him up on the g-file. Oof, yeah. Plenty to play for. Plenty of plans ahead for both sides.
Yeah, this is going to be certainly one of those games that we will often come back to. For the time being, we are going to leave Fabiano peaceful in his thoughts, and we'll check back with him later. The other game, Danny, you mentioned that we'll definitely need to revisit is the legendary Pia Crumling playing with the black pieces against Lei Tingzhie. We really liked Pia's chances yesterday in the classical game against Humpy Koneru. She was pretty much the only player who had real chances to win in the classical game.
Yep.
She had a decisive advantage against Humpy. Fortunately for her, it ended in a draw, and then she lost in Armageddon. But she's back now, again, very ambitious and motivated, and even though she's got the black pieces against one of the highest rated opponents, she's doing great. She's going for that kingside attack.
She is. I love it. And we've got our first blue arrow of the day. That is a computer suggestion as the only good move, meaning it doesn't mean you're in a worse position. It means it's the only way to maintain the current evaluation, or in some cases swing it, right? And in this position, it looks like key for black to start bringing pieces over. I will give a shout out to chat. We see you barking at us about the Magnus game. Magnus Carlsen slipping a little bit in his position versus Hikaru Nakamura. So will Hikaru get a win against Magnus Carlsen as black, as that endgame seems to be getting away from the former world champion? But we're going to talk about this one here because this is more exciting. Well, no, you're switching on me. I still want to stay here. We're going to go back to Magnus in a minute. Magnus can wait. Let's go back. Lei Tingzhie and Pia Crumling. Let's analyze this one and talk about why knight f6 is the best move here, David.
Yeah, I simply think it's because other plans are not quite quick enough. You need to bring your forces into the game. There will be ideas if white gets enough time to just hit this black rook. There might even be ideas to shift the king up one square, slide across to challenge the h-file with king g2, rook h1. And if black's rook gets eliminated, I think attacking chances dwindle, and yeah, you simply need to be energetic.
So how does knight f6 prevent this plan then? So let's analyze this. Make the move.
Yeah.
After bishop to e3, the point is, are you playing what I think you're about to play? Are you playing rook h3 here? Are you doing that?
Why not, Danny?
OMG.
Forward, always forward. And now the white king can defend its pawn, but knight h5, I guess, might be the idea. And the rook has backup. It has other pieces now helping it to attack. And, I mean, bishop f2, there's already ideas like bishop h4, maybe.
Wow. Oh my God.
Suggest just to try and
beautiful.
Wow.
Create a square. I don't really see the checkmate yet.
Just do it. Doesn't matter. Just do it.
It must be coming. It must be.
Queen f6 looks pretty dynamite. Just like passively thoughting, okay, yeah, the computer likes it. Just go to g6 and ask questions later. Rook takes h4 probably was unnecessary, so this looks good. What a crazy position. But again, when you're attacking a king and you have brought the house, as we said, and all the cars, kitchen sink, the whole thing, you can give up some material in some spots because you're getting checkmate at the end. So, and love this right there. That's a simple approach, a battery on the H-file. So this is what could be happening here. We've got a crazy attacking game ahead.
Yeah, it also shuts down the other plan. King g2 no longer possible. Rook h1 in mind because bishop h3 would be a direct check. I mean, bring pieces towards the king side. 3 is the magic number. We saw that attack where it was the black knight, rook, and queen combined to deliver checkmate. Knight f6 is the starting point. Again, it's not obvious maybe without the blue arrow, but it is a relatively natural move once you see it.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure Pia is going to be looking in this direction and still looks good, at least very dangerous, this attack that's incoming.
It's funny. She's thinking right now, which again I think is good clock management when I see she has an edge, Anna. But I want to point out that one of the only things Pia maybe mishandled throughout that game was her clock against Humpy Canero yesterday. Yes. She ultimately got under time pressure. So sometimes you wonder when you see players, there's like a move, let's go. You want them. I mean, David often says long think, wrong think, right? So at some point you have to trust yourself. I just want to say that now. She's up on the clock, but I mean, you don't want to see it dwindle away too fast, right?
Yes, a nice f6 seems like a very natural move, and I'm pretty sure that that's the move she's considering. In fact, I find it hard to look for any other appealing candidate moves. It looks like there aren't too many other options that would be a natural way to try to bring the pieces to the king side. So I am a bit puzzled that she's thinking it's already 8 minutes spent on this move.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess she's reluctant to give up control of the b6 square.
Okay.
But I don't think you need to panic too much. For example, just to jump in, knight f6, knight b6, even if we just move the rook, maybe there's something actually stronger here, but even if we just move the rook, white never really wants to eliminate this bishop because it only helps the queen to dive in. And this still looks terrifying for white right now. But I can't really see any other reason she would hesitate, as you say, Anna. Knight f6, unless you're getting kind of carried away with the details, down the rabbit hole, working out what to do, knight b6. Maybe she's looking at some forcing variations with like queen e8 or something.
Which,
to try to come
just
in.
do it. I got to see it. Do it. Come on. It's an H file. Let's go get it. Knight takes a8 and queen h5.
And this was winning. This is definitely checkmate.
I mean, okay, right? Okay,
oh
this
my
is.
Gosh, that is just the beauty of chess. How you can give up a full rook. It doesn't matter. The queen side is irrelevant. And that also means that white's queen side is irrelevant. Only the king side matters here, and the lack of defenders around the white king.
Yep. This is... Yeah, so, all right. Well, Pia's thinking. We've commented on the fact that it's 9 minutes on what feels to be a very straightforward idea. Oh, there you go, right? It would be checkmate, RIP to the white king if we get there. And, all right, well... It's we'll see what she comes up with here. So unless there's something deeper or she overthinks it a little bit, it feels like black is about to get an attack, and it feels like time for us to back up and swing over to Magnus Carlsen's game versus Hikaru Nakamura. Again, I think that Magnus is still well within holding territory here, but the edge is getting more comfortable for black. Let's bring up the game and take a look at it in full view, because the white pieces are just uncoordinated, David, right? The rooks are disconnected right now, but Hikaru now thinking it's been 8 minutes for him, almost 9, really trying to come up with the concrete approach. Your thoughts, David, on options available for black?
Yeah, I mean, Hikaru, he's going to...
Oh!
I was going to say retreat his knight to f8. Nope, he goes the other way.
Fancy.
Knight in the corner. That was not on my radar, I must admit.
But dude, what a move! I don't have the engine lines in front of me, but it maintained the edge. I'm like, was that the best engine move? Because what a crazy idea to come to f7 and highlight those squares available. It's how often do you correctly bring your knight to h8, and it's an aggressive idea.
Wow, that is really clever. It's not just knight h8. He's actually trying to kick this white knight to a terrible square. g6, this white knight is lacking options. And yeah, once he gets to f7, he might be hopping over to the queen side. Sometimes in life and in chess, Anna, you've got to go back in order to go forward.
Very true. Wise words by Grandmaster David Howell for chess and life advice. Hit him up on Twitter. I was going to say about X and Instagram. I think you're right. I think this is actually a crazy-looking, brilliant move with the idea of the knight maneuver and at the same time chasing away white's best piece. That is Magnus's most active piece, and you're gonna just take that away from him. Point out that f5 knight actually doesn't have many squares to go to if it's going to be attacked.
Yep. And you can see Magnus is frustrated. And before Hikaru moved, it was the confident, like, I mean, he's a little bit of a confident head bob. He does it OTB. He does it when he's streaming. There's like it's true though, right? And Hikaru's a very emotive player. You know how he's feeling.
Yes.
And not everyone is like that, but this looks tough for Magnus Carlsen. Let's for a lot of people looking at it, David, it feels a little abstract. Maybe let's bring up the analysis board and give a couple lines of why does the former world champion but still highest rated player on the planet have his head in his hands?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, you need a move with white. I don't see any productive moves. This white knight, we said it's about to be hit. In order to give it a retreat square, you might even have to step back to e1. But I'll remind everyone at home, Magnus's last move was just rook to e3, so he would have lost 2 tempi. And if not, rook back to e1, playing a move like g4 backfires. After this, just simply g6, and this pawn will be x-rayed. You can move your knight with a check, but it's just one check. Your knight will always get hit and caught on such an awkward square like this. How else do you give it escape squares? If you ignore this, for example, play a move like b3, just to try and release this rook to protect the a2 pawn. Again, g6, the white knight is forced to a terrible square, and now black's knight can start coming forward. Maybe there's something even stronger, actually, in this position. To try and make use of the fact that white knights are so awkward right now. But yeah, even if you were to just move forward, clearly it's black who's making progress here. You can start pushing pawns on the queen side. Danny, you mentioned a5, a4 as well a lot earlier. It's just white lacking a plan, lacking coordination, lacking anything in this position, and black's position is so easy to improve.
Yes, this is a very tough game. I was going to say tough moment, but tough game as a whole for Magnus Carlsen. Ever since that moment where he missed the intermediate move of Hikaru with the capture on d4, and he himself said it in the confessional, he missed it. And he said it's more than slightly embarrassing what happened to him in the opening stage of this game. He is trying to hold it together. He's trying to not lose the game, but it is going to be a challenge for the world number 1 to hold Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces. It's normally not the script that we look at.
It's not at all. And you mentioned that maybe he acknowledged missing something. Magnus Carlsen missed it. Apparently, we missed one confessional that we're not going to catch up with now. But Hikaru actually said in his last confessional that we didn't play that he prepped this bishop takes c6 idea by white as an inaccuracy. He was ready for it. He prepped it for Fabi. He ended up not getting it. So we have inside info from Hikaru's last confessional. Maybe we'll catch up and play it at our next break for our subscribers. I don't know. But either way, we're bringing it live here that Hikaru has said in his last confessional visit how happy he is with his position. He was happy to get black twice with the first 2 rounds, which you talked about. And so what a surprise and or I guess victory it would be if Hikaru is to take a dub with black against Magnus Carlsen, but you can't write it up better than this to start.
Yeah, and I just, I mean, full of praise for Hikaru right now, but I just want to explain Magnus's last move, because I realized there was a direct threat from Hikaru on the last turn. After he dropped back that knight, rotated his knight's chat, knight h8. If black had another move, if white were to do nothing, for example, b3 I mentioned, g6, I just want to follow this line through one move further than earlier. Suddenly g5 would have pretty much won the game on the spot. This knight is attacked, now it comes forward. Now you trade it off. You trade off the rooks as well, and at the very end of the line there's g4, hitting the white knight, driving it away, and the black rook enters, and the black knight will soon join the party forward to a beautiful outpost on e5. This is simply game over. Active rook against passive rook. So Magnus's last move was actually guided against this. Pawn to h3. He's covered the g4 square, meaning that black cannot play g6, g5, g4, all with tempo. That's how deep and sophisticated the players are looking right now.
This is crazy. Honestly, those knights are in trouble. They're wrestling each other for squares along with wrestling the rook and other pawns, but this is, and again, it's already happening. G6 and knight h4 have been played, so we can stay with this line. Really great analysis there, David, to show that h3 by Magnus was borderline like only move to hold there. And Hikaru's feeling it, Anna.
Hikaru's feeling it, and what would be a better start to his Norway Chess 2024 event as the defending champion than taking down the world number 1? He had the black pieces yesterday against the world number 2, Fabiano Caruana. He's got the black pieces today against the world number 1, Magnus Carlsen, and he's doing great. So if you start the event with the 2 black pieces against the top 2 rated players and you're doing so brilliantly, so well, he might even win in Classical today if things go as it is seemingly happening right now.
Yeah.
Can the tournament start any better for Hikaru if this is the case?
No, I mean, and you called it. He's the defending champion. David, building on your point, he seems to like this format better than the hometown hero. I mean, this is his hometown, of course. Of course, Magnus loves it here, but Hikaru loves this format, at least right now, right? And it's momentum carried over from last year potentially, and of course, it is still early, but we talk about it like it's a big moment because it is a big moment, and we're having fun. And early moments like this may not be exactly the game you're remembering at the end of the event, but it has just as much to do with it. So, will Hikaru continue to push against Magnus Carlsen? We're going to come back and keep our eye on it. Right now, we back this thing up. Take a look. I spy with my little eye something that is purple, by the way. We haven't looked at that. It's my favorite color. You said, okay. But actually, Anna Muzichuk maybe has more chances in that endgame. Maybe not. Maybe we'll stick with some of the decisive chess. Unfortunately, as I look at the middle board, it looks like Pia didn't quite appreciate something about knight f6. By the way, knight f8 is still a good move that opens the bishop, but not nearly as aggressive. And if you get in those crazy lines David showed, we're not going to have those awesome sacrifices for checkmate, right, David? Not with the knight on f8.
Yeah, my favorite rhyme is knight on f8, there is no mate. But in this case, you should have been the one going for mate, not protecting your own king. So,
oh no, there is no mate with the knight on f8.
By the way, is that your favorite rhyme of all time? like every nursery, that?
I mean, apart from Humpty Dumpty, that's my favorite. That's my favorite rhyme.
Favorite. That's a chess grandmaster right there. With the knight on f8, there is no mate. And you're right, though, David. In this case, Pia missed a chance for that knight to be helping deliver mate to Lei Qingzhe. Mm-hmm. We should bring it back up and show it again, because it. I don't know that we have. Oh wait, unless you want to. Okay, wait. Vaishali's game also getting spicy.
Yeah, I was going to jump there too because things are heating up. That was the calmest of openings when we checked in. I think Danny, you even mentioned this. For now, is one of the most peaceful positions. But that was a couple of moves ago, and maybe we should rewind what happened. David, how is the pawn on h5, and why is black better?
Yeah, a lot can happen in the space of 2 or 3 moves. Let's jump in, rewind, action replay. Actually, the last moment we were here, black had just castled. And I did say, kind of slightly jokingly, white has forgotten to castle herself. Vaishali, why has she hesitated? This is why. Pawn to h4. She's got ambitious intentions. She wants to wipe out here her compatriot, and h4 clearly aiming to undermine this black knight. But the black knight does have some launching pads of its own. d5 now, fighting wing action with central action. Classical chess wisdom, really strong move from Humpy. And after a trade of pawns, h5, the key question is whether black can just jump in. If she can, she might be doing extremely well. If she has to retreat, I can see why white has spent all these tempi on pushing the h-pawn forward. But why not? Knight f4.
I don't want to lean too hard into the obvious narrative here, but you just said classical chess wisdom, right? You've got an OG, been here doing it. She's actually the second most experienced, second oldest player in the field behind Pia Cromling and Humpy Canero. And we know that Vaishali is very young, right? She's got an amazing future, but I love, let's just highlight d5 again. And this is wisdom for everyone watching. When your opponent launches a flank attack, the best advice always, first remedy if available, is open the center and change the pawn structure. Humpy Canero just doesn't even need to be asked. Boom, d5 is on the board, and black is just instantly better. You joked that white should have castled. Vaishali overthinking it. Maybe a little too much Alpha Zero in the new generation, right? She plays h4, pushing that pawn like Leela, like Alpha Zero, but this is a great position for black. Just put the knight on f4. That king is in the center. The attack means nothing here. So it just looks like a great spot. And Humpy Canero could move to winning her first 2 matches as black. We talked about Hikaru. He won an Armageddon against Fabiano. Maybe going to get a win against Magnus. Humpy Canero looking to do the same here, Anna.
Yeah, they are the only 2 players to start the event with the black pieces in 2 games in a row, but it's going really well for them. So maybe players will start preferring playing with the black pieces. As we mentioned, it's a double round robin. Everyone plays against everyone with both colors, so it will even out throughout the tournament, but everyone wants to start on a high note. Everyone wants to get a score in as soon as possible, and if you start a winning streak, oof, that gives such a boost in one's confidence. And chess is a lot of psychology and mental determination and being there, believing that you can do it.
Agreed. Couldn't have said it better. This is a huge momentum, a good start. The momentum would be hugely in Humpy Canero's favor if she gets this job done with black. It would be debatable which has more momentum in their favor, Hikaru or Humpy, and we'll find out if they both do manage to get the job done as black. But David, what's she thinking about here? Why not just knight gf4? Is there something better? Something else you want to throw at us?
Yeah, originally I was thinking, of course, knight f4. What else? I was slightly tempted by knight h4 for a moment until I realized I would blunder a piece. In this way, bishop takes d5, covers the g2 square, so the black knight cannot snack on that pawn. And the black queen, if she recaptures, would lose control over the h4 knight. So rook takes h4. Then I was starting to think, okay, maybe you take the bishop first and then try to jump your knight in. But white here would most likely move the queen, castle the king on the queen side, and just really crazy position ahead. So I can see the attraction here for Vaishali. I don't really see it. Why not to play knight f4? I guess the reply will be queen to f3 just to cover this pawn. Maybe she's just trying to look as far into the future as possible, trying to find a follow-up. Because the black knights, the superfluous knights, they do get a bit tangled in each other's way. They're both a bit loose. And yeah, if you don't find anything immediate here, if white gets castled, if white drives a knight into e4, g3, suddenly this could turn. So yeah, not one-sided traffic, I'm going to say. Humpy potentially in the current position is even tempted to go back, simply because it's safer. And the knight can always reroute itself to the f5 square instead. Maybe she wants to kind of keep f5, f4 up her sleeve for later.
I like that. That was really interesting to see how quickly this position could turn around, or at least become more double-edged. And just like that, she does choose the safer option, if you will, perhaps avoiding some of those really forcing lines you just showed. And you know, the queen is going to develop from d1, whether she goes to e2 or f3. And castles long will be on the agenda. That's Vaishali's plan, right? Justify the advance of the h-pawn. So we like black. We like Humpy Canero's wisdom to open the center. And let's not forget that even if Vaishali castles, the a-file is already open over there for Humpy. And b5, b4 is coming. So having said that, I still think this is a bit of a regrettable decision to go for this line by Vaishali, but it's interesting. This could get really crazy. And for sure, white's probably not castling short anymore. So we're going to get a fun one here, no matter what. All right, let's back up to the bird's eye view and figure out where we want to go next before our next break. Been told that Hikaru Nakamura has gone into the professional booth. Hikaru's a professional streamer. He says he's not a professional player. But Hikaru has gone into the confessional booth, so we're going to play that at the break for our subscribers. We appreciate your support. Throw us a sub. Don't miss a moment of that action. And Hikaru, yeah, we're not going to play the old confessional, I'm being told by production. We're going to play a new one that he just went in. Okay, good talk from the team working hard behind the scenes. Thank you. Anna, which game do we want to go to?
I think we need to go to Magnus versus Hikaru, since then we get to hear Hikaru's thoughts on that game. We may as well check in on... I think only a move or two happened since, but I would like to ask David about this last bishop move of Hikaru. Why bishop d7? What is his setup going to be?
Yeah, really good point, Anna. Let's just do a quick action replay of the last few turns. We left it after knight to h4. Knight f7 played, maybe the most natural move on the board. White plays g4, and suddenly it's going to be hard to ever kick away this white knight, because f5 will be a nice launching pad for it. So I do wonder whether Hikaru actually in this position should have started with a move like h5. That would have been very Magnus-esque. Only then kind of playing moves like king g7, knight f7, and saying to the white knight on h4, look, you're just a silly piece. Instead, Hikaru plays knight f7, and this is the mysterious one, as you mentioned, Anna. Counterintuitive. Especially since the bishop was doing such a good job of tying down a rook in the corner, eyeing up the a2 pawn. I wonder whether he could have started with a move like a5, a4, and only once white kind of defends this pawn or moves the pawn on a2, then committed the black bishop. But Hikaru first retreated, and maybe the idea is to put the bishop on this diagonal, looking at the white king. I'm struggling here. Anna, what else could the idea be? But bishop c6, it doesn't even seem like it does too much.
Yeah, I'm puzzled because I thought this is the bishop maneuver Hikaru is going for, but I agree with you, David, that the bishop was so nicely placed on e6 and tying down white's rook in the corner, which I think was the big point there, that now that the bishop moved away, Magnus immediately develops his rook. Of course, he's taking his chance to get that rook out of the corner, and I think the advantage of black is evaporating.
It's still there a little bit, right? And I think that even though maybe the worst of it would have been, I loved your H5 idea, David, to really stop what Magnus has done with H3 and G4. That would have prevented the expansion of the kingside. But okay, we could sit here and try to come up with the plan Hikaru has in his head to keep his advantage alive. But instead, let's just throw to Hikaru as we head to a break. Again, subscribers, we appreciate your support. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break. Actually, we're going to sit right here and listen into what Hikaru had to say, because we are all on the edge of our seat with that, just like you at home. Don't go anywhere. Round 2 of the 2024 Norway Chess continues when we return.
All right, you guys, so we're back. Yeah, I've definitely gotten what I wanted out of the opening. The funny thing is, I don't remember with the pawns on H2, H7, or H3, H6, but this is this bishop takes C6 line was played in the game that I mentioned, featuring one of my seconds, Nicholas Hushinbeth and Shahryar Mamedyarov. Don't remember the pawns were on H3, H6, or H2, H7, but this whole bishop C6 line in that game, I think Shaq took DC6, allowing this whole DE5, knight E5 endgame. Now Shahryar won that game anyway with black, but this E takes D4 should simply be an improvement. And Magnus surprised me when he took with the knight on D4. I still looked at this quite a bit deeper after C takes D4. And I think that I'm completely fine here. I'm actually starting to second guess myself a little bit after my last move. I have this feeling that maybe I should have played bishop C4 instead of F6. Really, it's kind of this question of what am I playing for? Am I trying to play for more and play to be better here, or is it just equal? I have this slight feeling that I might be a little bit better in this position. Just sort of this feeling that I have about it, but I don't think I should be worse here, so I'm feeling pretty good about it. You know, I think one great thing is I've played Magnus so many times, I've lost so many dead equal endgames. That's why I didn't actually take this knight on F5. Like, I have a feeling that probably for the computer, there's some line with bishop takes F5, EF5, and like maybe rook D8 first instead of bishop E6, and it's probably a dead draw on the spot, but I've lost a few too many equal positions. So I kind of want to keep some pieces on the board here rather than trying to simplify right away. And I think that unless I'm missing something here, I think it's much more on Magnus to be precise than on me. And if anything, I think that I should be the one who's fighting for the advantage here. So it's looking pretty good right now. I mean, we'll see what Magnus does, but I have these ideas like bishop c4, d3, bishop b7, c6. If he goes knight e3, I have bishop f7, knight f5, and then maybe bishop c4, bishop e6 with a draw. So I think I'm doing very, very well here. I don't think I should be in any danger of losing. And I think, again, at the end of the day, the onus is on Magnus to prove that this is that he's not just much worse here. So I feel very, very good. And I think the game yesterday and the game today, at least the classical ones, have gone about as smoothly as they could. So barring some mishap or slip up by me, I think I'm in very, very good shape here. So feeling pretty good. And like as I said, I've played Magnus so many times that the one thing you have to always be careful against Magnus is to not slip up. I mean, as soon as you think it's like you're fine, you've saved the game, or maybe not even saved, but generally when you think you're okay, that's usually the moment of the most danger, when you kind of fall asleep at the wheel. So that's the main thing that I'm trying to focus on. But I think overall I've got a great position here, and I don't think there's any world where I should be worse. So I feel pretty good. It's all good. See you guys later.
2024 Norway Chess, 2024 Norway Chess Women. These events are running here in Stavanger, Norway. The players are playing in the playing hall. Thanks for being with us. It's amazing. It's an amazing vibe down there. The red carpet there in front of the boards for a reason, because these guys and gals are rock stars. Make no mistake. Probably the two biggest rock stars maybe ever to play the game as far as global notoriety. I don't know. I just said it. Can't take it back. It's on the internet. It's online. It's there. Liren and Praggnanandhaa throwing down. And we're going to get some decisive chess today in classical. I got a feeling. And Alireza Firouzja might be the guy to deliver it. Fabiano Caruana still in the think tank as we speak. And on that note, as we speak, we head back to the bird's eye view and decide which game we want to dive into. This time it's my call. I'm not even going to throw it to either of you. I want to go see what's going on with Vaishali and Canero. I know we were kind of just there, but there hasn't been as much progress in the other games. And G4 is on the board. G4 for the score. Let's do it. Let's go see how crazy that game's about to get, David. Why is Black's advantage so potentially big here? I don't know that it's so obvious when it first meets the eye, or Vaishali wouldn't have just pushed the G-pawn. So what do you got here, David?
Yeah, G4 for what score? That's my big question. It feels like it's just way too loose, too weakening here. The white king neglected in the center. Normally, as well, when you have the bishop pair, you want to be able to control the pace of the game. Bishops come to life later on. When you have knights, that's when you want to accelerate things. And Vaishali's doing the hard work for her opponent. She's accelerating the play with moves like G4. Maybe she wants to play G5, but even that doesn't look too scary for Black. You can always eliminate the bishop and then take a pawn on G5. But more pertinently here, I think Anna Hampikanaru, she's being pushed into finding strong moves. F5 might just be a real cold shower for Vaishali right now.
I think F5 is a move that potentially Vaishali missed, because if you push G4 and then there's this follow-up with F5, which creates a pawn break. A pawn break will lead to opening files, for instance, the F5 for the rook. Black's minor pieces will also get closer to White's camp. And with the opening of the position, one key factor is one player has castled, the other has not. So if you are the player with your king in the middle of the board, you do not want this. You do not want an immediate, direct contact between the two armies. You want to make sure you have enough time to somehow get your king out of danger. I think G4 is marked as a mistake and seems to be a missed idea. I think she missed F5 because otherwise I just don't understand why would she want to enter something so sharp with her king in the middle of the board.
Yep. Oh, it's funny, though. I mean, I agree with everything you said, although as I look at it, F5 is kind of a tricky move to spot, right? When I first saw the board in the bird's eye view and saw that the evaluation had shifted in Black's favor, I was curious, because F5, what does it do that's risky? Well, it also invites to open the G file, right, for the Black king. It voluntarily pins the knight on D5 to the bishop on C4. And that's just an interesting move to play, right? And so I think you're totally right, Anna. I mean, principled chess, open the center. White's king is in more trouble than yours. But I think it's funny, right? I mean, Vaishali, obviously very strong, played G4. I think maybe she just took for granted. That's an easy... I'm just trying to unpack it, right? Mm-hmm. From a human psychology, F5 is a move that you could underestimate because it looks like it self-pins and it opens up White's lines. But if we analyze it, David, I'd like to see what happens on F5. G takes F5. Mm-hmm. So you obviously can't allow F4, right? G takes F5 and knight takes F5. And then wanted to show that Queen F3 doesn't work, which is key. Because Queen F3 would maybe be super interesting to attack the knight on D5 and for her to castle. But I thought knight F takes E3 would both attack the queen and protect the knight. But what's wrong? Oh, the queen can just take. Very nice. And the knight's pinned. So actually, maybe you can play Queen F3. So that's interesting. And with the queen coming out, now Vaishali is getting closer to her goal of tucking the king on the queen side. So I'm kind of in the camp of this is obviously sort of shifting in a very risky way for Vaishali, right? But this is going to get spicy, and the tactics are kind of tricky. What does Black have to play then if not knight takes E3? Bishop E6 or C6?
Ooh.
Oh, wait. Ooh.
Breaking news.
Humphrey played a move we did not consider. We were looking at the king side, and she's pushing a pawn on the queen side, sacrificing a pawn. Is it to prepare f5? Does she not want that pin with the bishop on c4?
I'm wondering the same thing.
Also, I just want to point out, sneaky double attack. She's been doing her puzzle rush because bishop takes b5 in this position. You take on e3, and loose pieces drop off.
Oh, nice. So you can't even take that pawn.
So sneaky.
Well, I did not do my puzzle rushes recently. It
This is one of
clearly
those puzzle
shows.
rush moments where it's like the first position of the day is loading, 3, 2, 1, and you're like, oh, they're going to play bishop takes b5, and I have to be ready to move knight takes e3 and queen takes d5 as quickly as possible. Anyway, but no, what a nice little move. So that means the bishop is going to retreat. I don't think taking d5 is, and we can just show it. Taking d5 and the queen, okay, never mind. No, it's already been played. You don't take on d5. Yeah, anything is good there. And so now b5, a useful little tempo. Maybe she goes back for f5 anyway, David.
Yeah, still looks tempting. I don't think she's changed too much. If anything, she's made it less attractive for white to castle on the queen side because she can blow open the a-file now with b4. So really nice trick there from Humpy Caruana, but also improving her position. f5, yeah, looks like the way to go still. And okay, the eval bar doesn't like it as much this time.
Oh,
preferring...
what changed?
Oh, wow. Suddenly the c5 square is available for the white bishop. So f4 isn't actually a threat.
Aha, which that could be a reason that b5 was no bueno. Mis amigos, no
Mis
bueno.
amigos, no bueno.
Mis amigos, no bueno.
No bueno.
Suddenly white would have one move. I'm not sure what you do with the move. Queen e2, you would just drop the pawn.
Is it just that since she's not forced to take on f5, she could consider pushing g5? Is that the idea?
Wow, that could be crazy.
Nice.
Wow. Love that idea. You just open up the G file. It's funny, if Vaishali's rewarded for this, it would be a really interesting thing, because this is a game where it's not that we were wrong. We can see the data, we have help, and very strong chess players here, but it shows the practical attack that Vaishali is launching. Not that hard to figure, not that easy to figure out for Humpy Caruana. So this is going to be a fun one for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
If not f5, what's the move? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I just love the comment of our viewers, Humpy channeling Mittens. I just love Mittens. I still want to know who Mittens is. I used to think that it's Magnus Carlsen in a furry suit. That's my theory. But he's playing here in Norway, so maybe he's not multitasking to that extent. David, though, your thoughts on this change of how a small pawn push, we originally thought it's in Humpy's favor because it's discouraging Vaishali from castling queenside. At the same time, it gave up the c5 square, so there is no longer f5, f4 trying to trap the bishop. What is she going to do? Maybe she doesn't want to push the f-pawn at all.
Yeah, I think she shouldn't push the f-pawn anymore. If that was her plan at all, I'm not sure it was. But yeah, it reminds me of, I was going to say Lord of the Rings and Hobbits. It's like even the smallest people can change the course of history. Even the smallest pawn pushes, like b5, can change the course of a game.
You almost made Anna spit out her water when you went full Hobbit there. She was
dear. But
okay.
Yeah, I think maybe you just need to go back to positional means. Bishop e6, maybe knight c6. Just kind of sit on the position and say to the white king, you're not going anywhere. But now Vaishali does have one nice launch pad for her pieces on e4. So justified. I take back my kind of line of questioning Vaishali. I thought she was playing too ambitiously. I remember doing the same when I was young, h4, g4, just go for it. Got punished too many times, so I'm like, okay, this doesn't work, but double-edged type of position. It's going to be fun.
Very double-edged. I'm liking it. I still would be terrified to play this from White's perspective because I like things under control, solid and safe. But I think Vaishali is showing why she's the one playing this tournament. She's fearless. She's going for it. She is the youngest participant. She is going for the throat of one of the most experienced players of the event and also one of the most experienced players of her country. Definitely when Vaishali was growing up, she was looking up the games of Humpy, learning from her games.
No, totally. And she has no fear, right? Let's go. Let's go. And, okay, bishop e6 looks like was a very solid move, right? And so Humpy Caruana maintaining the edge. Nice centralized knight there. But I'm looking for Vaishali to put the queen on e2 or f3, and at some point you think g5 will come, and this is going to be a double-edged game. And if you add time pressure to that, right, we haven't talked a lot about that today because despite an edge on the clock of 15 minutes, there's still plenty of time for Vaishali. Like I said, even though Humpy has a 15-minute edge. So, but we'll keep an eye on that. If this game gets under time pressure and we have kings on opposite sides of the board, then we will have fire on board. I'm going to let you save the emote for a different time because I want to back up and say that it does seem that Magnus Carlsen is on his way to holding it. It was potentially sliding off the rails there for a minute. We were anticipating or thinking what it could look like for the defending Norway chess champion in Hikaru Nakamura to somehow win 2 matches with black to start the event, having taken down Fabi yesterday. But looks like it's equal. In fact, Magnus has even activated the king to g3, right? I mean, this if you had just joined right here and we had somehow missed the action, we'd be like, okay, like very equal, right?
Yeah, it feels like he missed the trick, Hikaru. Just his bishop not that great on c6. I understand why he put it there. He wanted to put some pressure on white central pawn, but yeah, it feels like he's just found the wrong plan. And actually, Magnus might start getting ambitious with moves like e5 in the near future. Danny mentioned the 4 versus 3 might become a 3 versus 2, getting closer to creating a passed pawn and, more importantly, trading off some pieces when you have a better structure. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. Knight g2 might come round to f4. Yeah, Magnus, I was going to say he's in a nightmare scenario. He loves to grind out these types of positions from the advantageous side, and he was just suffering there positionally. Hikaru was having all the fun, but this could turn. He's stabilized. That's the main thing.
He's stabilized, and it could turn. You're right, because if e5 happens, and that 3-on-2 becomes a majority, if we just imagine F, G, and H versus G and H, guess where all white's pieces are? Everybody's ready. The white king is already advanced. The rooks are there. The knights are. So, and now you look at the majority for black on the queen side that earlier we really loved because of the pressure. The bishop was on the right diagonal. It was on the a2, g8 diagonal. And there was a5 and a4 coming. But guess what? Now there's really not any pressure there for black, right, David? I mean, on the everything on the queen side has shifted there. So should be equal, but one that has definitely become a 3-result position again, though. I wouldn't be surprised if something turned and Magnus got an advantage that he could push for.
Yeah, and he's thinking about things. We talked about the clock scenario in other games. This one far less drastic. It feels like Magnus, with a few accurate moves, should be able to stabilize further. And it's just a matter of timing when you play moves like e5. He plays c4 first.
c4. I was just going to agree with both of you on how it felt like Hikaru did have the advantage a couple of moves ago, but that bishop maneuver, bishop d7, bishop c6, seems like wasn't the right plan, not in this position that he had at least. It wasn't the right plan because of giving up the pressure on the a2, g8 diagonal and allowing Magnus's rook to get into the game. It was so crucial that Magnus had to keep his rook in the corner on a1. I hope that we will have maybe another confessional appearance by Hikaru, and he'll talk through those moments of the game. But what we have on the board is a lot closer to equality than it ever was since the beginning of the game. And I also think that if Magnus is sensing this, that, okay, things are under control, he will start playing for a win suddenly.
He usually does that. Magnus has been known to do that. Right, as the game goes on, depending on how he's feeling, he'll take what's given to him, and we'll see. I think it's still very early to see, but I liked the black pieces when they were flipped. When there was a rook on the a file with pushing the a pawn, and that bishop was on a different diagonal. Of course, you can't do that now, but it's. I mean, we could try to do it. That would probably be illegal. You could reshuffle when your opponent's gone. It doesn't work. Don't try it. But all right, I do want to back up again because the game we started the whole day with is still one of the most exciting ones. That is the London in the middle of your screen between Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana. And the main thing I wanted to highlight is not on the board, but it's on the clock. Fabiano Caruana is under a half an hour. If my math is correct, quickly scanning, I think he's the first person to be that low. And we talked about it yesterday. Now we're getting into that territory where we start feeling the drama coming. Let's remind everybody, 10 seconds is not that much time. You said that a lot of players in Classical are used to 30 seconds when the increment kicks in. So there's a lot of chess left in this game. Fabiano is a little bit worse, and he's way down on the clock. David, what are your thoughts? Although did he just regain the pawn cleanly? He's regained his pawn, so take it away.
Yeah, he's at least on the board, stabilized somewhat. He's restored the material balance. Like you say, Danny, this time kind of formats, the players aren't used to it. We saw it at the candidates not getting increment at all. After move 40, it's only the 10 seconds, not 30 minutes, and it feels like here Fabi hasn't adjusted. Bishops are traded. Just like the other game, there's an imbalance in pawn structure here. Black has doubled f-pawn, so in the endgame maybe slightly worse. Even in the middle game, this could lead to less flexibility. White has tempting options. Rook g7 comes to mind. Jumping in, the black king won't be castling this game. Or does White try to explode the center? Does White play moves like e4, c4, try to strike before the black king gets to safety? Not sure exactly how to break through if after rook g7 black just challenges the rook on the 7th rank. But still looks attractive, I've got to say, Firouzja's position, board and clock.
I love rook to g7. Rook on the 7th rank is always a dream scenario, and maybe after rook d7 you can bring your other rook as white to double down on the g file and tell Fabiano how will you parry that, because your h8 rook is not helping to deal with the pressure on the 7th rank.
I agree.
That looks strong, actually.
It's still a very easy position for Firouzja to play, despite Fabi having won back the pawn, right? If you're just tuning in, it was an interesting London. You might want to click through over at chess.com/events. It was a weird novelty. I'm not sure really who's surprised too, but at some point it became clear that Fabi was more uncomfortable. And so even though black has won back the pawn, now white has other things. By the way, we haven't talked about queen b5 as something to watch out for. I know it's not a move now, David, but I'm sitting here spying it, as Anna was talking about the rook on the 7th rank. Rook g7, depending on what you do, like queen b5 is like devastating coming.
Yeah.
And that king is trapped in the center. So I agree with the featured chatter there, though, that we need more Firouzja and Fabi in the confessional booth. I'm going to say that. I'm going to tell them that in between games today. Like it's happening.
They really should. We have seen that some players are more comfortable with the visit to the confessional than others.
Yep.
Maybe some players even need it to play as comfortably as they would normally be doing at home while they are streaming. So Hikaru certainly is one of the most frequent visitors of the confessional and our on-site journalist. But I would love to. I would love to have more players involved. And also, I'd like to see some of the female players visit the confessional because it hasn't happened yet.
We need it. We'll be all seeing each other at the hotel, and we'll continue to mention. But by the way, Magnus apparently has just gone to the confessional.
Wow.
I don't think we're throwing to that right now. Probably at our next break. But yeah, this is going to be crazy. Firouzja taking his time, David. What do you think he's thinking about now? Is there something more concrete than rook g7? Queen b5 right away is no good, right? Because rook d7 actually takes care of both, if we want to just analyze it real quick.
Yeah, let's jump in with some moves.
Yep.
Like you say, Danny, always we should be looking at the forcing moves first. That's what Firouzja's looking at. Queen b5. I still quite like it from an aesthetic point of view. After rook d7, pretty much forced, I think. Then white could set up, not yet, but set up ideas like knight b3 into c5 in the near future. First, you need to take care maybe of the f3 pawn, or do you? But either way, this is one attractive line. The other one that we mentioned, I loved your idea, Anna, of rook, just kind of keep it simple. Rook g1, activate the last piece. I guess black's only way of...
Did I miss something? The evaluation bar doesn't like it.
Oh, I don't think you have, but like I was going to say, the only way I can imagine black booting out is the rook is queen h6. But then, of course, it drops the eval bar. So what could it be? This looks so natural. Looks very strong for white as well.
I like it a lot from white's perspective, but we might be missing the computer's point on how you get rid of that rook on the 7th.
Wow. Okay, I was a bit naughty here. I cheated. I checked.
David!
But apparently, black's best by far in this position would be to simply trade rooks, which is already counterintuitive. White is left with an active rook, black is left with a passive one. And then just to ignore, just say king f8, but...
No way.
What is this? This is a sacrifice? And then I guess you just counterattack. Rook g8, not rook g8. Wow. What could the idea be?
Wait, well,
this is crazy.
That doesn't quite work. If rook g8 again... There's probably queen to b5 there, I would guess, after rook g8. Let's just play it and see. Queen b5, and we're threatening queen c5 check. Yeah, okay, so that's the problem with that. So if not rook g8, something... Is queen h4 going to f2? That has to be it.
Danny, you found it.
Ah, that's got to be okay. Queen h4, and now, and the difference is that now rook g8, when it comes, you're threatening queen to g3. So that's got to be the idea.
Yeah, and this is really difficult to see. Fair play to Firouzja if he spotted this, and this is the reason he's not jumped in with rook g7 instantly. Because it's like an optical illusion. It's like you worsen your position, you give up a pawn for free. But the whole idea is to distract White's rook away. And yeah, like you say, White can actually defend against these threats, but knight to f1, it looks really ugly. And suddenly Black's having some fun, f4 maybe. And the White king is the weaker of the two. This is really, really tricky stuff. I don't think I would find that in a million years, that whole line with taking and then king f8. But yeah, rook g7 still looks very tempting for White right now. Maybe the other things he's considering, e4, c4. Again, it's like that double-edged blade. It's too many tempting moves. Costs time on the clock.
Too many. I wonder how long it will take for Firouzja to take the decision. He's been spending 6 minutes on this move for now, and I think from his body language, it doesn't look like he's about to make a move. We might need to go back to our bird's eye view and...
He might be here for a little while.
Take a look at the rest of the game.
But he's also managing his clock, which is good. Because he's
doing
earned
very
that time
well.
advantage.
Yeah, and he's investing it in the right moment. This is one of those critical moments where you do want to invest your time. So he's doing great with his time management.
Agreed. I'll be surprised if we don't see one of the forcing two moves, either queen b5 or rook g7. But yeah, e4 and c4 to keep those on the agenda. So all right, let's back up. We'll swing it around and just take a view from 30,000 feet. And what do we got?
Okay, so it looks like a trade of pawns. Only 2 moves since we were last there, I've got to mention, between Liren and Praggnanandhaa. So really kind of snail-like pace over there. Ding, low on the clock. I'm expecting some time trouble in the near future. In Norway Chess Women's, again, a level endgame it looks like between Zhu Wenjun and Anna Muzychuk. Leiting Jay against Pia Kramnik.
Turned around. Yeah, I was you were going around the horn, so I was letting you. But as soon as you got here, I was planning on jumping in because I was like, I think we got to go right there. I mean, that game has gone the opposite direction from the attack that Pia Kramnik had. A little bit of a misstep, and Leiting Jay has turned it around. Let's bring it up because now we get to talk about White's advantage in these structures, right? We talked about how Black has the potential for the kingside attack, but now Leiting Jay she's about to start flexing a big majority in these, whatever you want to call them, the Sveshnikov Sicilian structures that have become very popular. White has this massive grip. That's what that is called. The grip of the A pawn and the D5 pawn leading the way, the B and the C pawns follow. It's a losing endgame. Just call it like it is, right? If you don't get pressure on the king side or something to change the nature of these Sveshnikovs, White wins in these endgames like every time. It's a massive steamroll. So that's kind of bad, and it's unfortunate that Pia Kramnik's pressure disappeared. Did we want to back up? We left this one with knight f8. I think you should maybe give us a quick rundown of how things went astray.
Exactly. Half a dozen moves since that moment, but a lot has changed. Let's just mention again, key moment. Forward was the name of the game here. Knight f8, a retreat, a step in the wrong direction. The knight is actually severely misplaced on this square. White played a really nice maneuver here. I've got to say, knight e3, queen e8, and just in time, the blue arrow appears again. White was able to fend off the attack with knight to g4. A deadly threat, queen h5. I think Pia Kramnik was banking on this. This would have pretty much just been checkmate, if not for knight g4. But another reason the black knight should have been on f6, because it could simply have chopped off this knight and maintained the bishops in the process. Pia decided to take this knight anyway. Her rook was otherwise left a bit embarrassed. And bishop g5, she's playing very positionally here, Pia Kramnik. Slightly better pawn structure now, maybe ideas of e4, e3, bishop on an outpost, but I'm not sure it's the type of position you can play positionally, and this is the live position. Queen e7 looks very slow. Anna, do you think she's missed the moment? Has momentum changed?
I'm afraid she did, and I'm so rooting for her. Lei is a friend of mine, but also Pia is just such a kind pure-hearted human being. I don't even know how to describe someone as gracious, someone as a legend who is like the most humble human being. I think that's perhaps the way I can put it best. I talked to her a little bit at lunch, and I was telling her how we were rooting for her, and it's, it's a pity that yesterday she didn't manage to win, even though she had the advantage. And she was just like, she's just happy to be here. She's just so grateful that she can be playing this event, and she just wants to enjoy the games. Like, she is a blessing to the chess world. We talked about how she was world number 1 in 1984. That was Pia Kramling at the very top of the world's women ranking 40 years ago. It was 40 years ago, and that was before any of the other participants of either of the fields were born. That's how much of a legend she is, and she I think missed something in this game, sadly, like it happened yesterday.
Yep. It's not over yet, and she's going to dive in here, but definitely feels like, and objectively we can see, beyond our feelings and our brain are aligned on the fact that this position has gotten away from Pia Kramling. White is, there you go, you highlighted it well. The queen is going to come behind the pawns. The light squares also belong to white. Black lacks a white square bishop, which is kind of key, right? If you want to just highlight the king and the double G pawns, normally you might look at that with a little more fear, and the open F3, E4, even H3 squares, but there's no axis for black, and white owns all the light squares, so it's not as breezy as it seems, right? Looks kind of naked over there, not so much, right? There's no way to get in, and white is just going to go advance on the queen side, and yeah.
Yeah, it's difficult. Yeah, it feels like Pia, I mean, she's so strong in terms of just finding the kind of great natural squares for her pieces, but a bit like yesterday, she wants to keep control a bit too much. Sometimes you need to give some control in order to accelerate the play, strike dynamically. Here, playing very positionally, playing for outpost squares when she should be playing for checkmate. So, yeah, I love how you put it, Anna, how she embodies this love of chess. Pia, everyone loves her, but this game, yeah, maybe just trying to play quicker than she did yesterday, but missing the key moments.
Well, Anna, you talked about Pia embodies the sport in so many ways, and we have a fun slide to throw to that throws back to, you mentioned 1984 when Pia Kramling was world number 1. We've got some fun events to pull up from 1984 just to remind you of the world that was. These are the things that happened in 1984 when Pia Kramling was the number 1 player in the world. I want to just talk about what happened to inflation and the prices of gas. I mean, what is going on here? That is a world I wish we were living in. And, of course, Steve Jobs launching a Macintosh personal computer. That's kind of a big deal. And there you go. And that was 1 year and 9 months before Danny Rinch was born. Okay. I had no idea what was going to be on this slide. Production hit me with it to say, hey, let's talk about the world of 1984, not just the George Orwell novel. Most amazing starting first sentence to a book of all time, The Clock Struck 13. Shout out to you, Orwell. Okay, we're moving on. Pia Kramling. She's a legend. 1984, she was world number 1, but she's still competing against the world's top players today. Let's hope that any of us have a career like that when it's all said and done. So, but okay, you're right, Anna. She let the game yesterday slip away. Lei Ting Jie about to move here. Your move, David. I think Queen C2 is on the board, if I had to guess, just based on the body, the way that. Yep, indeed. And this is going to be a tough one, I think, now for Pia. White is in control.
Yeah, white is in control, and white has an easy plan. And any trades also favor white. So, yeah, all the odds stacked against Pia Kramling right now. Then again, I think the clock handling has been impressive. It's been a step forward for her. So, yeah, let's not write off anything just yet. But for now, we'll zoom out of this game as Pia aims to come up with a plan of attack for black, maybe improving the black rook in the corner. And let's check in on some of the other games that are developing apace. This feels like the critical moments just before the time scramble in all of the games across both sections.
It does feel like it, and there's a one move update on the game that we were earlier analyzing with Firouzja not going for neither rook to g7 nor queen to b5.
Yeah.
He placed his knight on b3, and that
Which-
was a move
which
we
gives
didn't
up the
look at.
f3 pawn.
Yeah, maybe we could check that just for a moment before we go to any of the other games.
Yeah, let's do that.
I'm good with it. Let's do it. Let's head back over.
And Firouzja, her blue arrow appears actually on his board. Maybe missing this idea from Fabi of just controlling everything. King f7 is a really classy move, but of course the first thing Fabiano is going to calculate is taking this pawn. He's human. We're all greedy. We all love counting pawns at the end of every game. So queen takes f3. Let's jump in and show why not this move. I'm guessing it's because of the move knight to c5, hitting the huge weakness, the base of black's pawn chain on e6, also hitting b7. If black now defends that pawn, I think he can only try and defend it with his king. Then where's the knockout blow? Is it simply queen to b5 this time? No, according to the engine.
Probably rook f1 first, though. I think you had the right idea. It's just
yeah.
rook f1 first. You hit the queen out, I'm guessing, and then queen b5.
Yeah, and only
Yeah,
now
okay.
do you go for the king. Now that rook d7 has been taken away as a resource, the white knight, the white queen are going to combine deadly combo. So understandable. Taking on f3 in this exact moment costs too much time, costs too full tempi for black, and king f7 therefore prophylaxis, as they say, just getting ready for the threat of knight c5, because now knight c5 can always just be, I guess, kicked away. Maybe not immediately, but
maybe a little risky there because there's like queen a6 or something, or queen b5, and but I think I wonder if it's just in general that you go back to the g file in this queen h4 plan that we talked about, because the b7 pawn is so far out of way. I don't know if it would be rook h to g8 or queen h4 first, but it feels like part of what you've done with the king on f7 is exactly right. You made the g file a super highway for both players.
Yeah.
And okay, yeah.
Good move. Great move, Danny. And,
I'm just dialing in on this game.
Yeah,
There's no engine here, man. This is trying to avoid looking at
He's
chat,
reading
because
the
all they do
chat.
is say mean things. I'm dialed in right now. This is just guessing the best moves because I'm excited about this game, and I do think it's clearly turning around. Will Fabi find king f7? We'll see.
Yeah, just want to mention knight takes b7 as well. There'll be all sorts of rook b8 and counterattack ideas, as well as queen h4 in the near future. So, and queen takes f3. So yeah, a really nice spot. Danny to the max. This is a really
Yeah, we've got
fiery
the
game.
Danny engine on, and the players do seem to have the Danny engine on with that accuracy, 97.8 versus 97.6. It's such a sharp, complex position, and that's what Fabi said in his interview with Jovi before the game, that he doesn't know what's going to happen, but it's going to be sharp and complex. That's what their encounters are always like, because stylistically, both players, in fact, like to go into these wild, very messy, complex, dynamic positions, which is great for us as fans of this kind of dynamic chess.
It was funny that and he's found it. King f7. Fabiano Caruana plays the best engine move, the blue and only arrow, and okay, this could be a game that turns around. That time disadvantage may come back to haunt Fabiano. Definitely something that's going to get wild here. Remember, the players don't start getting bonus time until they hit move 40. So, but okay, the amazing interview with Jovi kind of showed a jovial Caruana. But he said they asked him, or Jovi asked him, "Hey, do you have a surprise for today?" And he's like, "Well, we'll see if Firouzja has a surprise, right?" By the way, didn't we have a word of the day earlier for jovial? I think jovial is the word of the day. Remember, we're giving away diamond memberships, and I'm pretty sure we officially decided that jovial would be the word of the day for the pun. Shout out to Bon Jovi.
I don't even know if I could spell that. J-O-V.
No, it's her name with just A-L. Jovi.
You can call me Jovi, Al. No. Anyway.
This is probably going to be our last moments to have some fun and take a breath, make some jokes before we dive into time pressure and ultimately a few games in Armageddon. But
the production team is faster than my spelling.
there
Look
you
at
go.
that.
The definition. Shout out to dictionaries just for existing. Shout out to dictionaries for existing, and for the team for very quickly looking up the definition of words. All right. Well, let's go back to the bird's eye view. Fabiano found king f7. This position is about to get nutty. What else do we have in store?
I mean, I feel bad that we haven't covered the Zhu and Jun against Anna Muzichuk game too much, but it is fizzling towards a draw, so it looks like we will get to cover an Armageddon, most likely. That might be the first game to finish. Carlsen against Nakamura has changed slightly. Nakamura has got his rook in to the position. I'm not sure it's changed the evaluation, however. It looks like Magnus is trying to set up one of those fortresses that he believes in. And,
that he believes in.
In the meantime, Vaishali against Kanaru also changing. Anna, I'm going to give you the choice this time.
Well, since you mentioned Magnus and Hikaru, I think we could take a look at the last few moves and analyze who is trying to achieve what. Is there any player in this endgame with chances to put pressure on the opponent who is trying to get the upper hand here? Or are they both just holding?
I'm kind of liking a little bit what happened for Hikaru, to be honest. I mean, suddenly the rooks went from being well coordinated there, if e5 could be punched through, David, to e5 isn't happening, and the d file belongs to black.
Yeah.
So again, it's minimal, but I mean, Magnus must have some maneuvering plan that he is up to with that knight f3 to e1.
I mean, the pawn breaks belong to white. That's the only thing that I can see in Magnus's favor. Maybe he's going to play the move f4.
Okay, there you go.
For example, if black plants a knight into the center, let's jump in and knight e5. White's a bit stuck, if not f4. Suddenly, if this knight comes to life, you could see how white might start getting excited in the near future. You might start targeting some loose black pawns. I mean, this is the type of position I'm pretty sure I would lose it with both colors against either Magnus or Hikaru, because they're both such experts in this type of position. But yeah, it's just interesting. It's a bit like a flashback to yesterday. Magnus against Ding, when he just wanted to draw, he just blocked everything up. He said, no pawn breaks for you. I've got everything covered. And he's put all of his pawns on light squares. Normally that's going against conventional wisdom because they're just targets for the black bishop long term. But ultimately he's locked down both flanks. And yeah, not that many weaknesses for Magnus. It's only really e4 and b3, and he's covering both of them. I can see this turning.
Yeah, it's against conventional wisdom, but that the wisdom of that bishop has to find a way to use it, right? And so here the pawns are also limiting that bishop's mobility. And unless you put that bishop on c2 or something, I mean, right now it would be taken, but you get the point. If that bishop could somehow get behind the pawn chain, we'd have a problem if we're white. But that's not going to happen. And I think your point about f4, I don't think he's even going to play f3. I think he's going to complete the checker setup with f3, right? No, I think f4 is coming. And as soon as you pointed that out, the d file is counterplay for black for sure. But yeah, this is close to equal, but a 3-result position. Anything could happen here. Oh, we have liftoff. Rook, e to d6.
That's very logical because, especially for what we analyzed with f4 and the knight attacking the rook was going to have to move anyway. It's much more active on the open d file, doubling the rooks on the only open file. At the same time, there isn't that much going on that open d file. You can go to d2, and then what?
Yeah, it's unclear which side wants to trade which pieces right now. Maybe you could try to trade one set of rooks if you're black and then go behind, go chasing pawns, weaknesses in the near future. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure who I would take even at this point. It does feel like Magnus cannot quite go passive just because he's running out of squares for his pieces. He could play the move f3, fine, but then what are you ever going to play in the next few turns? If not f4, the white knights are stuck, the white rooks are stuck. So it feels like it might be the moment.
Great comment from Feature Chat there. My favorite Bon Jovial song is You Give Chess a Bad Name. I don't know if that was a song about me. I hope not. But anyway, we've got f4 coming as a move I keep coming back to, although I want to point out that if you get too crazy, if you're Magnus, it could backfire because that king being in that sort of precarious looking spot on g3. I was looking at f4 captures, knight takes, and then knight g5, and now e4 is a problem, the bishop on the diagonal. So there's, I don't know if it works. No, apparently it's good for white.
Maybe White's able just in time to break through with e5. And actually the Black King, we shouldn't forget.
Aha, the e-file.
Yeah.
The double rooks on the e-file, those rooks that didn't have an open file, and suddenly they are about to launch a mating net around the Black King.
Okay, this is good to look at, though, because it shows these are the variations that could happen, right? If both players aren't careful, or if someone makes a mistake and the eval bar turns quickly, it might be because of a line like that. So,
I totally agree, though. F4, you really got to work it out at the right moment, because E4 is going to be a huge weakness for the rest of the game. You've pretty much committed no more fortress. It's just becoming a bit more dynamic. Clock's roughly level. Yeah, interesting. Feels like Hikaru's still trying to put the pressure on. Magnus has been just rotating his pieces really, really well. Yeah, tense. Critical moments ahead.
All right. Well, critical moments ahead. Every game is still going, by the way, if you're just tuning in, everyone. This is round 2 of 2024 Norway Chess, the Norway Chess women. And we got a lot of chess ahead. We know we're going to get Armageddon. It's always just a question of how much. At least one game will go to a draw. Have they ever not had Armageddon? Have all classical games ended decisively?
Not that I remember.
Okay.
Last year we always got an Armageddon.
I don't think that has
Maybe that'll
ever
happen
happened.
this year. Maybe we'll get history in more ways than just as prize funds should be equal for both men and women. So maybe history in more ways than one. We'll find out. But we're just getting going. Welcome to Stavanger. Let's back up.
And one game that we haven't seen for a while is Liren against Praggnanandhaa, and that one has changed a bit. So maybe at least just a brief update on that game.
Let's do it. By the way, I think we're about to get our first for sure Armageddon between Zhu and Jun and Musichuk. It looks like it's headed for a draw, so we'll stay away from the purple power right now. What do we got?
Yeah, so this position, no more isolated pawns, unless you count the white a2 pawn, I guess, which could become relevant in an endgame. The pawn structure has changed. It feels like Ding is relatively safe. He's just trying to trade off pieces now. White does have this beautiful Catalan-esque bishop on the long diagonal. Some pressure on the queen side as well. I think I would pick White. Anna, how about yourself?
I like White's position better now, yes, since the pawns were traded. He used to have an isolated c-pawn, and he traded it for Black's d-pawn. I agree with you that Fianchetto bishop is looking great. It always makes it hard for Black to move any of those pieces on the diagonal. If you move the knight away, the pawn will be hanging. The pawn can't be pushed because then the knight is loose. There's all sorts of troubles on a diagonal like that, and it's very hard to parry. You cannot just offer a bishop trade on d5. You would need to set it up with a rook on d8, or you would need to move your bishop to h3, but that's not forcing the trade. The bishop could just drop back even to h1, for instance.
Yep.
And we have our first result of the day.
There we go. We were taken over there to make sure we didn't miss the signing of the score sheets. Remember, when we get a draw, we get at least a 10-minute break. It varies around here based on the organizer's discretion. Just depends on what's going on. So somewhere between 10 to 20 minutes from now, we will have our first Armageddon of the day. Zhu and Jun with the white pieces will take on a Musichuk. So we gave that game very little attention. The only time we looked at it, it looked like an exciting position for Musichuk in the middle game, but that was not meant to be. Instead, we had a draw. That means a break is now meant to be for us because we like to get that in without any risk of missing the Armageddon. So we're going to do that right now. Don't go anywhere. We still have 5 classical games in action and 1 Armageddon battle ahead. Round 2 of the 2024 Norway Chess event and Norway Chess women. We are going to be right back in just a few.
I feel like he was really outplaying me for a bit, but maybe his last few moves haven't quite been incisive enough. I feel like I've stabilized. I even have some ideas of rerouting the knight either either going like rook e2, then moving the knight, playing f4, playing knight on f3, sometimes knight g2 as well, but then I have to watch out for g5. And knight d6 is always met with knight d2, rook e8 is always met with knight d2. I don't really see a lot of ideas for him, so I think I'm okay now.
We have Magnus Carlsen's most incredible moments as world champion. This one right here is Viswanathan with the white pieces versus Magnus Carlsen in 2013. Here we go. So this is a Nimzo Indian, famous variation, right? And the last move here was b3 from Magnus, just saying, hey man, I'm trying to queen this pawn. And of course, Anand is saying, I'm trying to mate your king. Cool, you can get your little queen. I'm just gonna try to checkmate you, right? So of course, this is a hint to move f5, b3. And he's like, cool. Viswanathan says, hey, okay, you can get this queen. I'm going to try to go for mate. So he goes queen f4, get another piece in the game. This looks very, very dangerous here. Knight c7. What the heck is going on? Knight to c7. He thought it'd be something spectacular. He was like, yeah, I'm waiting for this one. But it's just knight to c7. Defensive move. Cool. Allows f6 to happen here. f6 is going to take on g7. It's going to be kind of annoying, scary things happening with knight h5. Magnus plays g6. Okay, it's locked up. It's going to be scary if a queen gets to h6. Also, if the queen and a rook get to the h file, it's going to be a wrap for black here. Magnus is going to be mated. Okay, cool. So Magnus understands that. Vishy Anand understands that too and plays queen to h4. Where is he going, class? h6, right? He's about to mate. He's also trying to get the rook over here too as well. Okay, cool. With that being said, your move. What do you do now? It's black to move. Here's the move, hence knight c7 to put the knight on e8. The saying goes, a knight on e8 is actually f8. That's is what they say. There is no mate. Anand understands this. He said, oh, there's no more mate. That's cool. I'm gonna put my queen right here. What I'm trying to do is bring the rook up to f3 or f4 and actually go for this mate on h7 because you stopped the g7 mate. That's cool. Perfect. Well, Magnus understands this, so what does Magnus do in this position? Black to move. Here it is. Magnus says, cool, you want mate? Okay, that's cool, that's cool. Go for it. b2. Do your thing, big fella. Go ahead, Viswanathan. So he says, okay, I will, young fella. Rook f4. He goes here and he's going for rook h4 mate. Wow, this is scary. Well, are you going to get your queen? You did all of this. Are you going to get your queen or not? Of course we are. b1 queen, right? And after b1 queen, knight to f1 from Anand. And the move here that seals the deal is what, guys? There's two queens on the board. Magnus has two queens, but is he getting mated or not? It's black to move. He goes queen e1, and then the game is over. The game ended right here, believe it or not. There is no more PGN, right? What do you mean, queen e1? What sense does that make? Well, let's see what happens. The idea here is after queen e1, where were you putting your rook? h4. Well, I can just go rook h4, but guess what? After I capture it, queen sacrifice, sacrificing one of my two queens. After queen takes h4, let's do a piece count. You have a queen, you have a bishop, and a knight. I have a queen, a bishop, a knight, and a rook, guys. So after that, this is done, right? I have an extra piece, an extra rook, and there's no mate here. So that's a resignation. And Magnus wins. That's incredible, right?
We are live here. Round two continues in Norway Chess. Welcome in, everybody. We're live in Stavanger, Norway.
I let you finish your snack.
Thank you.
And I'll
Thank
take
you. Go
over
for it. We had a miscommunication there.
We didn't know.
So go ahead, Anna. Take it away.
I just thought that I need to give you the respect that you can chew that peanut that you've just had. We have very short breaks here, and we try to get food in by any means possible. And poor Mr. Danny Rensch was still munching when we went live. So welcome to our live coverage of Norway Chess and Norway Chess women. We are actually about to witness the very first Armageddon in just a few minutes. Juve and June and Anna Muzichuk will play the first Armageddon of the day. Juve and June with the white pieces. Yesterday she won with the white pieces in Armageddon. David, how do you see her chances today?
She was impressive yesterday as I turn my microphone on. Wow, she was very impressive.
We were not ready at all, and I was trying to say we were not ready, but no one could hear me. So let's pull up the map and look at the players, because that was something that I now see as a fun thing to look at. Let's do it. And remind you that we're in Stavanger, Norway, but we've got to look at the players in the men's division anyway. This is where they were born, by the way, which is good to clarify, because of the players on the screen, I'm not sure how many of them still live where they were born. Maybe Liren and Praggnanandhaa, Ramesh Babu, but I think everyone else has relocated.
That is very true. Some relocated in terms of cities, others relocated in terms of country. Alireza Firouzja already representing France and living in France.
These are their hometowns indeed, and all right.
I mentioned Alireza, but I think I should have mentioned the more obvious. Hikaru doesn't represent Japan. I don't think he ever played for Japan. He always represented the States, or did he ever?
No, yeah,
have
he
the
always
Japanese
represented the
flag?
States. Moved to the U.S. when he was very young, and was always competing for the U.S. as he became a well-known commodity in the chess world. Also at a very young age, he was very young when that happened. So, all right, let's now do the same for our players competing in the Norway Chess Women event. We've got, once again, a pretty diverse crew here from all over the place. And again, I wish I could say whether I knew everyone is living in their hometown, but I feel like it actually is much closer to home.
I would like to say it's the case, but I'm afraid that because of the global situation and war, it can't be the case for Anna. And
Yes.
that was a very heartbreaking piece of news back in the day, and it still is heartbreaking. I believe she now lives in Spain because of the war in her country.
The other players, though, I do believe, still in their home countries, much closer to home, as you said, Danny, and Pia Kramling. She's close to home here in Norway, Stockholm. It's not that far away, a short drive down the road. So Pia Kramling, a bit of a home favourite here at Norway Chess. And yeah, we do have another Armageddon. We mentioned earlier, I was going to say Zhu and June banging form yesterday. Really impressive in her Armageddon. She's going to be looking forward to this game. I think with white, she's in good stead right now.
Well, let's go back to the bird's eye view and remind everybody where we sit. There is one game that is in the books. We keep talking about it. It's the one that is headed to Armageddon between Zhu and June and Anna Muzichuk. In hindsight now, pretty straightforward draw that they had. Armageddon will be anything but that. That's one of the best things we know. We can always rely on some sort of amazing, albeit potentially crazy result. But okay, of the other games, Firouzja has still not moved. That fully clarifies that he missed King f7. We left that game after some detailed analysis on how he might push his advantage. But when Fabiano played King f7, he had 24 minutes, and Firouzja had more than an hour. And here we are, and there's Alireza Firouzja. So that'll certainly be interesting. Does Fabiano try to fully turn that game around and push for more than just a draw? We'll find out. It'll be mutual time pressure, likely. David, I'm looking around. The game we haven't checked in a while that maybe has the most potential for a decisive result is still Vaishali versus Kaneru.
Yeah, it looks like a game that could potentially continue blowing up at some point, especially with White's uncastled king. I agree. We go there just before the first Armageddon game starts. Maybe a backtrack just over the last few moves, because it has changed. We loved Humpy Kaneru's position just a few turns ago. It looked like she was keeping things solid. Let's jump in. Bishop e6 was when we last left it. Rook g1. I mean, one-track mind here, Vaishali. She really wants to hammer home the g-pawn and open up the black king, but she wasn't given the opportunity to do so. Humpy Canaro trades off a bunch of pieces, knight to d5, and her idea was to try and open the a file as well. The white rook on a1 was actually defended by the white knight, but I don't think you wanted to invite the white knight into the corner, unlike Hikaru Nakamura in his game. But yeah, I guess this was playable. Maybe a way of simplifying the position. Instead, a4, far more ambitious. And if white gets a couple of moves, if white gets knight c5 into the e4 outpost and is able to break open the kingside, Vaishali is doing great. But Humpy, I was going to say, she needs to find something dynamic. She plays the move rook to a6. That's a rook lift if I ever saw one.
Yeah. How's that for dynamic, right?
Yeah, impressive.
Guards both the king side by highlighting what you just did, by swinging over to f6 potentially, following David's highlight. But it's also an aggressive move, too. The rook can go anywhere on the 6th rank with devious intentions. By the way, there's a queen h4 check just to watch out for. At any moment, there might be a check on h4. So Vaishali has a lot to think about. Now that you've played the, as you called it, ambitious a4, white can't castle long anymore, Anna, which means Vaishali is, she's dug herself into an all-in type of position now.
I think it has been almost her strategy for the game. I don't know if she decided before the game or during the opening phase, but she went all in from the moment she started pushing her h-pawn, deciding she wasn't gonna castle kingside, not going solid. She wanted to go and attack on the kingside. Also, obviously, having to agree to the fact that her own king might become a target and is a target. I wouldn't be surprised if she wants to play maybe king e2 at some point to connect her rooks and move the king to the 2nd rank, somewhere on the 2nd rank. I don't know if it's any better or safer, but you do want to connect the rooks at some point, and then she could write on the score sheet the delayed bone cloud.
That is always an advantage. That's always something you're playing for at this level, is a delayed bone cloud. For sure.
I think it's important, to get the aesthetic points.
Yeah, you got to do it.
Moral victory.
Moral victory, right, at all times. So I didn't even see that coming, but you're right, you delivered it so seriously. Then you could get a delayed bone cloud, and for sure, that's always on your mind. But no, it's going to be interesting. She's now under 20 minutes. Remember, move 40 is the first finish line to get a bonus on every move from that point forward of 10 seconds. So okay.
Feels like knight to d2. I'm just going to say it feels like it might be forced just to try and get the knight either to e4 to control a bunch of squares, or if black plays the move rook c6, then I think you need to potentially block that file. So knight d2 would actually allow the knight to land on c4 as well. Really shaky though, hanging by a thread for Vaishali, and 19 minutes left. We're only at move 21. So increment a distant dream.
Very distant dream. That's a great point, David. That this is only half of the moves they need to make till move 41 when the increment begins, and even the increment is quite short, only 10 seconds. But goodness me, this is going to be a huge time scramble for Vaishali.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, this is, and remember, we keep saying it, 10 seconds. Not the same as getting 30 seconds a move. So it's not a lot of relief coming even once you reach move 40. And if you're Humpy Canaro, I mean, you might as well push the young player into that time scramble situation, right? You're not looking for Armageddon in any way. You know you have an edge. I would think she does. So, and yeah, go ahead, David.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's just following a narrative. Young player against experienced player. You expect the young player to kind of take some risks, go a bit all in, and do something a bit crazy. Experienced player just sitting there, playing sensible moves, coordinating her pieces, not taking any risk, and that's what Humpy's doing. And with the time advantage, it feels like she's a big favorite in this clash. It reminds me of when I was kind of coming up, and England, we had this one big number one, Michael Adams. Anytime I played him, I would try and do something crazy. I would burn all my time on the clock trying to be creative, and he would just sit there, do nothing, and then take his chances when they came. And it feels like that. Vaishali wants to beat the top dog in her country. She wants to beat Humpy. But this game might not be the one for her yet.
Do you think she went too ambitious, too aggressive?
Feels that way. Feels like she's just in that mood, and at some point you might need to start backpedaling. I'm not sure there is a reverse gear in this position. Anyway, to really stabilize. I love Humpy's last move, rook a6.
I totally agree.
Yeah, it's such a great move to activate the rook that was just sitting in the corner, and there's so many potential squares for that rook. Helpful on the king side, helpful on the queen side. I really like it for Humpy. And I think for Vaishali, the position and the time situation are both something to worry about.
I want to point out one other thing I didn't even fully realize, David, about Rook A6. Queen H4 check was something I mentioned as not that it was always be aware of the checks on the board, right? But White could play Queen F2, trade queens in that spot, and the king would take back, and it wouldn't have been a big deal. But with the Rook on A6, now it's a threat because after the queens are traded, the black rook comes to A8, and that A4 pawn is in big trouble. You may not even be able to save it, right? Because A5, there's B6. And so I'm just kind of looking at the position further and wondering, you know, obviously Vaishali now more than 5 minutes. Here you go. She slides the queen to E4, which, by the way, means the Queen H4 check will force the white king into the fray. Not even sure it's needed, but be aware of it, right? So yeah, this is going to be tough. She will remain under time pressure throughout the classical affair here. She has 18 moves more to make. She's on move 22, and not a lot of time to do it. Less than a minute a move from here on out for Vaishali. So,
Bong cloud incoming, maybe.
Bong
Queen
cloud.
H4.
Anna gets her way. The delayed Bong cloud for the win. We'll see if Queen H4 check happens. But again, I mean, if you're Humpy, you can even play like Rook C6 first, hit C2, and then maybe Queen H4 check is even stronger. Anyway, there's a lot to think about here. We're going to let Humpy Canero do it. Let's back up to the bird's eye view and check out the other games. Lei Ting-Jie increasing her advantage little by little against Pia Kramling as that game started to favor White. It was a great potential attack for Black if you missed it, but we'll see. Pia Kramling still in a decent spot to try to hold, but it's looking tougher.
Yeah, looking tough on the clock as well. We mentioned that was her Achilles heel yesterday, Pia Kramling, and today now down to 18 minutes.
Oh no, what happened there? Because we were praising how Pia was doing better today with the time management. I guess maybe what partially happened, to answer my own question, is that her position started to become worse and harder to play. And then it's harder to keep the pace, harder to keep playing fast when it's not easy to even figure out what is it that she needs to do. Her position is no longer better. If anything, it might be close to being lost.
Yeah, it's interesting because I wonder why the computer says B4 is the only way to maintain this advantage. I think White would still be better, but again, the arrow is suggested when it's the only good move to maintain kind of the current eval, or in some cases turn it around completely. So what is it about B4, David? Because I like White's position anyway. Is there a threat that Black has on Rook C8? The computer's given it a question mark, but what is what is the threat here that makes B4 the only move to maintain the edge, I wonder?
It's a mystery, Danny,
okay,
to
well,
me.
it's been played, so either way she found it, I guess.
Yeah, I was going to say, luckily for Lei Ting-Jie, some blue arrows are easier to find than others, and this was maybe the most natural move in the position. Maybe it was just that Black was trying to trade off bishops, the dark squared bishops. Okay. And if you didn't seize that moment, then White's bishop might have been kicked back to a bad square, and it might have been locked behind a pawn after E3. But here, bishop F6, to my eye, still looks like the most natural. I'm wondering how Lei Ting-Jie aims to meet that one. Will she trade off simply? Maybe she can trade. A bit awkward for Black either way right now. I just don't see any moves. Pia Kramling looks like body posture. She's about to make a move. But what is it? If we just jump in and show that, trading off a bishop pair tends to be favorable, but yeah, maybe White shouldn't take, but in this position I was going to say G5 still feels a bit painful with bishop G4 to come in the near future. This might be Black's best bet though in practical terms, otherwise she's suffering for nothing here, Anna.
Yeah, I agree that she perhaps should try to exchange the bishops, and therefore there would be no longer a pair of bishops. But I also even wonder, after bishop f6, can Lei just move the bishop away and stick to the pair of bishops?
Yeah, maybe.
I agree. Yeah, and b4 may have just been critical to also stop further activity at all. I mean, Black no longer has any type of knight c5, knight d3. Not sure that was an idea, but I was wondering if Black had some way to try to open the position with the white king on g2. But now it's like Black is fighting for squares, fighting for a plan. b4 controls everything. So, super tough. And not quite the time pressure by Shali's in.
Yeah, but it's getting close.
But it's getting there.
Getting very close to it. Just one last thing about this b4, by the way, because I think if we mark the pawns, David, could you mark all the queenside pawns for white? This is very important. This is the classical bathtub formation. I learned it from Grandmaster Peter Swidler, and I thought I need to share because Hikaru referred to it also in his game review yesterday on his YouTube channel, and I think more and more people need to be aware that this is a pawn formation to aim for, the bathtub.
It's 100% true. Your ability to deliver the really, really serious anecdotes is only eclipsed by the fact that we have a more exciting Armageddon game going on here. Ju Wen-jun takes on Anna Muzychuk, our first Armageddon battle of the day in round 2 here at Norway Chess, and we're gonna get the chess up in a second here. But we see both players fully engaged, and here we go. A different opening than we just had.
Yeah.
What do we got?
It's another bishop's opening, but a slightly different branch of this variation. Earlier, we saw the center open up really quickly in black's favor. This time, Anna slightly more blocked. It feels like Ju Wen-jun was the first one to switch things up, make an improvement, and different nature of game here. Who do you think this closed structure is going to favor in the Armageddon?
That's a great question, and I think just to recap real quickly, the format for those who are just joining us, this is an Armageddon tiebreaker. The classical game ended in a draw, and now the players are facing each other in Armageddon, same color as they had in the classical game, but meaning that Ju Wen-jun with the white pieces starts with 10 minutes, needs to win. Black starts with 3 minutes less, only 7 minutes at the beginning of the game, but has draw odds. So I am really curious how this will go for Ju Wen-jun. Yesterday she won her Armageddon game with the white pieces fairly smoothly, I would say, and confidently. Can she do the same today, or will Anna hold, knowing that a draw is enough? She can be solid.
Yeah, agreed. And to answer your question, David, I feel like it's not that closed yet, right? So it's a closed position, but it's what we call semi-closed, because white can play d4, right? And when d4 is played, white also has the bishop pair. So no, there are no open lines or direct diagonals in files just yet, but okay, and here comes c5 as a move that tries to prevent d4, mainly because then black can play c4 and kind of sideline the white bishop there. So that's kind of a key move there. In fact, I really like that move. The more I think about it, now I'm leaning a little bit of, okay, the position is staying closed, makes me like Anna Muzychuk's chances. As Anna just said, if black gets a draw, that is the Armageddon format, then black is the winner. So I'm liking where this is going for Anna right now, I'll say that.
Yeah, it's what the other Anna mentioned, just playing solid. You kind of have that luxury. She's played quite quickly up to this point. She's spent a minute and a half, Anna Muzychuk, but the time difference is still there, and now offering a trade of bishops. Normally I would say no, but the white bishop on b3 in danger of being sidelined, as Danny mentioned, so I think maybe a trade, change of pawn structure. Wow, she makes it even more closed. She blocks it. Pawn to c4. This is, what is this piece? This bishop on b3. White has 9 pawns, not 8.
Well, now she can play c3, though. She can play c3 and then bishop c2, and then eventually play a move like d4. It doesn't work as the c4 pawn's hanging. So as I say it, I couldn't really, I was trying to defend the bishop and say that it was more than just a pawn, but you're right, this is a tough spot, and as long as Anna can maybe play quickly enough, because you're right, the one thing Ju Wen-jun has done is maintain her edge on the clock.
And she's even increasing that edge on the clock, so Anna really needs to speed up here. There is no increment until move 41, and even then the increment is only 1 second. So this really, so far, is all about the time management and whether Ju Wen-jun can achieve something on the king side potentially with this knight maneuver. David, how do you see White's plans here?
Suddenly White's plans are easier than Black's. f4 is coming. Yeah, I was going to say, the first moment of nerves. She's playing too slowly, Anna Muzychuk. King h8, knight g8. She spent a long time on those moves. She's 3.5 minutes down, and f4 has come. f5 is going to be see next? Surely Queen h5. There's so many attacking ideas. Danny, you'd be in dreamland with this type of position.
Are you saying that's because I'm a one-track mind player, an attacking player? I mean,
no comment.
No, I was going to say, is that a definition of a backhanded compliment? Okay. No, but I agree. I love this play, and it's the solid pawn structure too that helps White do this. If you can get f5 and keep rolling, you will have enough time to play c3 and eventually get that bishop involved over there. Because it's an interesting spot to be in that the bishop is bad, but also it controls black's breakthroughs. There's no d5 here for black. There's not really any b5 for black either. You'd be happy to take it and open up the bishop. So yeah, if you make the play all about one side of the board and you can keep the center closed, what was the principle we said earlier? If your opponent makes the play about one flank, you open the center. And so one of the keys is if you can make the play about one flank and keep the counterplay gone, that can work out.
Can work out. f5. It's a bit similar to the pawn structure we saw between Magnus Carlsen and Ding Liren yesterday, but with way more pieces on the board. We mentioned how locked that position was, how one side was dreaming of knights. Both sides still have knights here. White's knight as well, really flexible. If it ever lands on a square like g6, I imagine, that would just be deadly. But first, maybe advancing on the king side. Why not? She's got so much time on the clock and in the position.
Yeah, this is looking great for Juve and June, both on the board, and the time situation being almost 5 full minutes as an advantage. I think Anna is getting into deep trouble here. We mentioned how similar it is with how close the position was yesterday between Ding Liren and Magnus Carlsen, but the big difference being so much more space here for White, and more space gives you more options, more opportunities for maneuvering your pieces, improving them, activating them, and that's what's happening now with the knight on h5, the pawn moves that David is pointing out. It's in White's hands when you open up the position, so you can literally bring all your pieces, prepare everything for that breakthrough, and Black has very little space to prepare for any of that.
Couldn't agree more with everything you said, and the other big difference between this closed position and the one between Magnus Carlsen and Ding Liren is off the board. It's a 5-minute time advantage. Magnus was never, I think, down on the clock against Ding Liren in that game, and certainly not to this degree. So you need time to defend bad positions. You don't want to be in bad positions, but you often need time to figure your way out of the mess, right? Black doesn't have time on the board to run the king, let's say, to the queen side. Although, by the way, that plan might be trying to start to get out of dodge. Like, how do I unwind the mess? I don't think she's going to get out in time. Here comes the storm. But even with that, I mean, Zhu and June at some point is going to pose a difficult question that Anna may not have enough time to solve. So, again, Armageddon. We've talked about the format. Black wins on draw with the time bonds we already explained, but remember, it's also only 1 second increment that gets added to move 40, not 10 seconds anymore, so time pressure is very real.
Yeah, it's not like Title Tuesday where 1 second, with the mouse you can play a bunch of moves quickly, amass loads of time over the board. 1 second increment is nothing. Yeah. So Anna Muzichuk, time trouble for eternity now and facing a blistering attack. I wouldn't be surprised if Zhu Wenjun consistently kind of follows up her last move, rook e3, shift it across, rook lift. Big weakness on the g7 square. You can continue targeting it. I was going to say, if rook g8 last move, there were tricks. Bishop takes h6 would have been on the table. So Anna really already finding only moves just to stay in the game.
So much can happen here for White. I mean, the only thing I don't like about the rook on g3 is you are in front of the pawn storm, right? You kind of also wish you were already playing g5 here if you had the pawns on g4 and h4. But okay. How do you get more in there? Not rook g5. Oh yeah, sorry, pawn g5. I didn't see.
I was trying.
I was going to say, not that I need to, worry about your highlighting over there. But yeah, if that was possible, you'd get more space. That's the point. You need to open lines. So what do you do now, David? Is it a slow plan? c3 again. We've mentioned it before, and kind of slowly bring more pieces. Where's the knockout? I guess I would say.
Yeah, I loved your c3. I was also slightly tempted because the white bishop on b3, just so unimpressive. You could actually trade it off, bishop a4. You could trade it off for a knight if you wanted. I guess you'd free up black's position slightly, but you also rid yourself of your worst piece. She's trying to have it all. Bishop d2, I guess she'll move the queen. Maybe she'll try and stack up all of her pieces on the g file later if she can add the white queen and the rook on a1 into the mix as well. What's going through Anna's mind. Anna,
Anna,
how is Black?
speak to us about Anna.
I feel like I'm being called all the time and it's my turn to talk, but you guys are just talking about the other Annas. So I'm already just like, oh gosh, I don't know. But I'm really worried. I'm really worried about her position. I think she is struggling here to play fast and to somehow hold everything together. This is, at the moment, nothing concrete going on, but the type of position where it's all in White's control when you hit and where you hit. There's so many opportunities here for White to prepare the attack, and she's got all the time in the world to do it, to figure out the best way of executing. Oh, Anna sacrificing a piece on f5.
But maybe from a practical perspective, she could see the writing on the wall, right? Time was ticking. And that's a real problem, right? Because, you know, you don't get increment even to move 40. She might not make it to move 40 at this point. She's got a lot to play for. So I get it. You know, I kind of like the sack, just from a practical, let's mix it up perspective.
Yeah, she's a great practical player, Anna Muzychuk, and I think a good idea. And good tip for everyone at home. Rather than suffer, curl up into a ball and probably just get knocked out at some point, why not change the nature of the position, even if it comes at the cost of material? And we already see the eval bar sliding up and down there. Oh, maybe there was a missed opportunity, but either way, White's still up. Bishop for 2 pawns. This could turn, though. This could change. The black bishop will move. Pawns are pawns. They're going to start rolling at some point. And momentum no longer as one-sided, Anna.
I like the piece sacrifice. I think even if it's a lost position objectively, this is giving her the best possible practical chances to hang in there and create chaos. She's down to only 1 minute and 9 seconds, which makes me still really worried. But I think in terms of the chess position, she found a way to not get suffocated and just wait for the kill.
Yep, and I'm wondering where the plan is for Zhu and June, because it's funny. It's better for White because you're up a piece, but if we just do a count, right, the d3 pawn is weak, the bishop on f5 hits it. The bishop on b3, by the way, is not playing. Okay, back at you. Zhu and June says, I'm also going to go all in. What is the follow-up next? It's g4 and f6 is a problem.
Wow.
There's a pin to the f5 bishop because of f6 hanging. What a great find by Zhu and June. And by the way, to do it and put Anna under pressure now that they're under 1 minute.
Great spot. However, no more material advantage. And look at this, the blue arrow. Only move to keep the winning advantage is to finally mobilize that sleeping bishop. Bishop a4 to deflect away the black queen from the protection of black's knight. That is not easy at all.
What a fun move to find, by the way, if she sees it.
Do you think she's going to find it? Under 4 minutes?
I think she will. I think she's sensing that this is a critical moment and she needs to deflect the queen. But I'm also a bit concerned that she's looking more in the direction of the king side. It doesn't look like more she's... Obviously, that's where the action is, but
you made a good
need
point
the
that she's paused. She's sensed that it's a critical moment because she has a huge clock edge, and she's going to use her time now, I think, to figure it out. I think you're right. I think she's pausing. You're right. She is only looking at the king side, but, you know, these players see the positions pretty well in their head, so if she recognizes that she's hitting a brick wall on the king side, she'll consider other candidate moves. So I have a feeling that...
Is it the bishop?
Indeed, she does.
Bishop to a4.
You were right.
Great full board awareness, Zhu Wenjun. She's the world champion for a reason. She activates her worst piece. Black's knight now taken away from the defense, given a question mark this last move. I think the knight was needed as a protector of the h6 pawn, which is severely weak. White at some point can backtrack and start to go for that weakness. Okay, what next though? She does look slightly nervous, Zhu Wenjun.
Yeah, I think Armageddon's enough to make anyone nervous, right? Like the players are super nervous, and they all know that they got to reach move 40 to get increment. I'm not sure how many moves that they know they've played. We can see that they're on move 31, but okay, now that we're getting close to some sort of knockout though here. In fact, I think you can take h6, trade queens, and win f8.
Oh, Danny, you've been doing your
puzzle rush. I don't know what's going on. I did beat my 3-minute puzzle rush today, everybody. It's a brilliant move. I don't know what to say. Okay, not sure why I slipped into that one.
Alpha Danny throwing a wrench in the works
h6. There you go.
And we'll see a discovered attack. The black queen drops. This is a matter of technique, as they say. 20 seconds as well for Anna Muzychuk.
Oh gosh, this is move 34. She still needs to play 6 moves before there's any increment.
And White's queen will overpower Black's 2 pieces. Also 2 connected pass pawns into the mix. This one almost over, but Anna Muzychuk trying to create counterplay. She's going to get that increment. She's so close now. But how does she stop those white kingside pawns? Thanks to the arbiter for those hand signals there. But,
I was wondering what's happening there for a second. I was worried they might block the camera.
It wouldn't be the first time a chess arbiter was not aware of anything around them and only paying attention to what was on the chessboard. Sorry for that. It's happened before. We've seen arbiters stand in front of cameras and not realize they were blocking the view.
Once or twice.
Once or twice.
In the meantime, the White Queen defending her pawns. Black's bishop is going hunting, trying to track down some of White's weaknesses. She's fighting really well, I've got to say, Anna Muzychuk. She's defended really, really tenaciously, but it shouldn't pay off ultimately. White's 2 pawns, too strong. Bring the queen forward, and surely they step forward to glory. Those pawns now, they're coming.
And they completed move 40, so now there is an increment, but it might just be too late in terms of how the position is a decisive advantage for Zhu Wenjun.
But Anna is a fighter. She did this yesterday against Lei Qingjie, right? It took all the way till the end. We know that. We know that about her. Does she think? Look, if there's a blunder into a draw, a perpetual check is a win for Black. Not quite happening.
Not quite happening. Black's rook was a bit loose. She has to put it on a defended square, but now the white h pawn.
Yeah, queen takes e5, and okay, she does it before I can say it, and then h7 is going to be it. Maybe not the computer's best choice, but it doesn't matter. The fastest, most efficient way to get the job done. That's why she is women's world champion. Zhu Wenjun has moved to 2 victories to start Norway Chess here. And they both came in Armageddon, but she is currently the clear leader in the Norway Chess Women event.
She is the sole leader, and she's the only one to have scored already 3 points. You got 1.5 points for each game that you draw in Classical and win in Armageddon. This is the only game of the round that has finished so far. I think we might need to go back.
But actually,
no,
just got word that Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura have also drawn their game, which means as of about 10 to 15. I love how excited you are about Armageddon. We've never cheered so loudly for a draw in chess, right? We've solved the problem, and we're going to see an instant replay of the moments we missed as that Armageddon battle went down.
Wow, and the players discussing really jovially their drawn game there. I wonder who the happier of the 2 is. I'm assuming it's Magnus. A bit of relief having
could
recovered.
Be. He said he was slightly more than embarrassed for how the opening went. So I think, David, it could be Magnus. And Hikaru might feel like he missed his chance, Danny?
They're discussing it right now. I think Magnus may be suggesting lines he thought Hikaru could have gone for to keep the pressure. But either way, I mean, an interesting game. One that started out with great prep, brought to the board by Hikaru, and then a great position, playing well. Really, it was this one defensive maneuver by Magnus that Hikaru didn't stop on the king side that ultimately turned things the other way. But it just means that we get more chess. It's free chess here for us today between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. But of the 4 games still going, David, I see you got your eyes on the prize. Where do you want to take us as we get ready for the next Armageddon battle?
Ooh, there's so much action on every board. There's a bomb cloud. Vaishali against Hampi Kanaru. Pia Kramling still up against it, desperately fishing for some counterplay. But also imbalances in material. Firouzja is up a pawn now against Caruana, temporarily at least. And Ding Liren also up a pawn against Pragg. I say Firouzja against Caruana just for now.
Let's do it.
Here we go.
Agreed.
Mutual attacks and some real complications as Fabi's down to his last 10 minutes. This one could go any direction. I'm not even sure who's better right now. Knight takes b7 was the last move. We actually talked about this position, but with the black rook on d8 and the other rook on g8. So has that changed anything? Can black grab the pawn on f3, regain the material balance? Or is queen h4 a bit more accurate? What moves come to mind?
Fabi has been thinking for over 6 minutes, and he's down to less than 10 minutes on move 27. I think, even though this position is very complex and there's lots to calculate, he has to just start playing faster.
I agree, and it's it's otherwise, what did you say earlier? That you get into the most critical position and you don't have enough time to figure it out, right? And so Fabi obviously senses that this position is important, but and maybe we're underestimating how critical it is to choose between queen h4 and queen takes f3. Fabi really trying to be careful with that. I think both of those ideas are super critical. I actually had a funny idea thinking when we just joined, was that there's some idea to keep in mind, like rook g6 at some point, with the point being you can't take it because I take with the h-pawn, I thought, and then I maybe could double rooks. And it is interesting because one slip, and this goes from an equal evaluation bar, everyone, to just a blunder for either side. That queen is coming to the queen side to b5 or a6. There's a knight on d6 check at some point to keep your eye out.
Yeah, whose position do you think is easier to handle? That's the thing. Eval bar says level, like you said, Danny, could go up, down, could go either direction. Who is more
I
at
feel
risk
like you
of a
keep
blunder?
asking us these questions, and you're the grandmaster. Like, that's why
trying to dodge the,
we pay to have you here. Who do you think? No, I'm kidding. It is a great question, and I'm not. We can keep answering, but I'm like, I honestly. I think actually White's position, despite how crazy it's been, and I think Firouzja knows he let something slip. Remember, he thought for like 45 freaking minutes on the last move, so he clearly knew he missed this king of 7 idea, which if you're just joining us, shame on you. You missed it. You got to back up the video to see the analysis. But Firouzja had a big advantage here. It slipped. He clearly had to use a lot of time. But I still think it's easier for White to play because unless Fabi finds the right accurate moves on the king side, Firouzja's up a pawn. He stole it. The queen's coming in, and I'm not exactly sure what Fabiano should play here.
Yeah, just to jump in and show some moves to maybe highlight the difficulty. The more I think about it, the more I'm convinced queen takes f3 is a mistake in this position. And there we go, the eval bar does confirm this. It's purely because of Danny's previous suggestion in a similar line earlier. Hitting the black queen, she has no good retreat squares other than h5, and now you jump in. And suddenly the black knight is really embarrassed. I mean, no safe squares for it. For example, this would end in a nasty checkmate. And black is done for. Yeah, this could backfire. I think queen takes f3 is just too slow. It's greedy. I think you need to find something else. I'm curious about Danny's rook g6.
I like rook g6. I thought, Danny, you've got something here.
What in the world is going on with me?
I know.
Why?
Alpha Danny.
I don't think I've guessed like a non-top move here for like the last 10 or 15 moves in this position.
It's the Norwegian air. There's something in it.
It's the Norwegian air. It's sitting next to super strong players. It's the fact that my team is yelling at me on Slack nonstop about something. No, I'm kidding. But we're having fun with this position, and yeah, it's evident that this is harder for black to play because look at Fabiano's time. You already pointed out he had used 6 minutes when we joined. He maybe will have used 10 minutes by the time he moves, and he's not happy about that. It's not like he's like, yeah, bring on time pressure, right? So clearly this is a really tough spot. Rook g6 is a weird move to find that kind of cool and makes sense once you see it. But I don't know that Fabi's going to... Oh, he does! He finds it! Rook g6!
Yes, he's playing like Danny.
Let's go!
Wow.
Rook g6!
That's great. Alpha Danny channeling Alpha Fabi. But it took him over 10 minutes to make this move.
And don't forget Alireza Firouzja. He could have something to say about this. Rook g6. Impressive, I've got to say, Danny. Impressive stuff by both you and Fabi. And also threats of rook h6 at the right moment, actually. I've realized destabilizing White's defensive setup here. And the key difference, I'm guessing, is that queen to b5, you actually do have 2 tempi to strike back. I think queen h4 might be the key in that position.
Yeah.
Is this a draw? Queen to h4, and I was wondering whether White has knight d6 check.
Okay, I'm sorry, I had to show it. You have to play rook to g8 just to show something crazy instead. You already know what I'm going for.
Oh, okay.
You play rook g8, and then White takes the knight. All right, I fell out of my chair with excitement, and you got it. That's another puzzle rush that starts queen takes h3 and rook h6.
So beautiful.
Is shake and bake.
Wow.
It's not the craziest idea either, and I don't know whether rook to g8 is good. There you go, without queen takes c6.
That is incredible.
But I like your queen h4 idea.
I mean, oh, whoops, I'm dropping Danny emojis everywhere. Whoops. Rook g8, I mean, that was just me missing queen takes h3 entirely, Danny. That's a really, really important resource. Oh my gosh. Fabi invested his time wisely, you've got to say there. 6 minutes, though. Is it enough?
Not a lot of time, but this is about to get more double-edged than it even is so far. And Firouzja using his time now wisely. He's earned it. 13 minutes of an advantage on the clock. He's dialed in with his jacket that looks like he stole it from Back to the Future. Some Michael J. Fox would wear. Great documentary about Michael J. Fox out recently on Apple. I don't know why I'm advertising that. Really into great stories.
And I'm into great jackets, and not that I know what designer brand it is, but Alireza has a great sense of fashion.
He does.
Maybe he could give me or give us a tip
Some
or two.
fashion
I didn't
tips.
want to put
We'll
you
get him in
guys on
here.
the spot.
But all right, let's. What is Firouzja thinking of, David? If Queen to B5 can run into these Rook G8s and Queen H4s, that is scary stuff. So is there even a prophylactic option, right? If you defend F3 with Rook F1, Black can then take on G1. You're not really solving any of the problems. Not even that Black would do that. Black might just play Rook G8 anyway, right? Yeah. Just do the same plan. So this is tricky.
This is tricky. I really wonder whether Alireza has to switch gears completely and play a move such as Queen to E2. You mentioned prophylaxis. Firstly, defending the F-pawn, but also now Rook G8. I guess I can simply just take on the G6 square. I'm also wondering whether I can keep the tension with a move like Queen to F2. But for example, now taking would make a lot more sense than earlier, because taking with the H-pawn, no longer does Black have the Rook on H8. At least now you gain a bit of time with White. You can maybe swing your Rook across to start defending, Queen on G2, curl up and say, okay, I've got an extra pawn. I think he's got to be really careful here, otherwise he might just get checkmated. I don't think he can continue jumping around with the knight. Knight D6 check is just a check. The Black King moves. Knight C5 might not have enough time for that. Rook G8 threaten that checkmate again with the Queen sack. Alireza, he's been greedy. He grabbed on B7, but I think he needs to be pragmatic now and play a move like Queen to E2. Don't really see anything else.
What a fun game this has been. I feel like we chose right. We started our day with this game, despite all the hype about the Magnus Carlsen Hikaru Nakamura battle, for good reasons. And by the way, if you're just tuning in, we're going to Armageddon in like 5 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Here comes Armageddon between Magnus and Hikaru. But this game is delivered all day.
It has been delivering, and it still is delivering, because the position, it's 3 possible results. The time situation, worrisome for Fabi very much. For Alireza, also not that comfortable to make it to move 40. And as we pointed out, even when you make it to move 40, the increment is only 10 seconds. It's not that much time to use in a classical game.
Fabi looks pleased with himself. I'm not as great with body language as you, Danny, but Fabi looks pleased. He was kind of nodding his head. Now he's leaned back in his chair. Bit of a boss move there.
All right, well, we're gonna actually steal a really quick break so that we can be back here just right on time for the start of Armageddon. There are the games that are still in progress. As we said, we are just a few moments away from Carlsen Nakamura, so we will be back on time. Throw us your prime while you're at it. Check out some interviews at the break. We caught up with Hikaru and Magnus, Ju and June as well. Armageddon is ahead. Make sure you check them out. We will be right back with Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura in the tiebreaker.
You seem to get good out of that opening there, Hikaru. Is it disappointing to go into an Armageddon then?
Well, I mean, as with all these games, I think once you look at the computer, you'll know very quickly whether there was something or nothing. I think I said in the confessional there's this Bishop C4 move, and it's actually one moment that I'm kind of wondering about now in the game. There was this, but there was also one I could have played Rook E8, Knight D2, Knight G5, which also was interesting. But again, I didn't feel like it was ever that much, but I mean, still, it's to be on the right side of equality against Magnus with Black is what you want. So it's a pretty decent result.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're starting to really like these Armageddon's games too. What do you think about it?
Well, actually, it's I did better than I expected in my Armageddon because in general I feel it's very exciting and both sides could possibly win. And for today's game, I think, well, just after his king was under attack, it's not easy for her to play.
Have you considered during your games to also go to the confessional booth and talk about your games as you're playing the classical?
Well, to be honest, I am not very talking person, especially during the tournament. But okay, we will still have 8 rounds to go, so we will see. Maybe if it's a playing game, then I will consider it.
I have this feeling that the first girl who go to the confessional will have a better chance of being invited to Norway Chess next year. What do you think?
Wow. If this is true, then it's very motivation for me to go to the confession booth. Yeah.
Most importantly now, congratulations on 2 Armageddon wins.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Dette et parti du egentlig synes det greit å komme deg unna med remis i?
Ja, altså det ble jo en direkte pinlig affære med at jeg prøver å spille noe sikkert ganske tidlig, og så har jeg bare oversett hans. Altså det er ikke sånn at jeg har oversett noe langt ute der, jeg har oversett hans neste trekk, og så innser jeg med en gang at jeg på en måte er ikke i nærheten å stå bedre, og kanskje til og med må kjempe for utvikling, så det var større utligning. Og så senere så følte jeg at han satt og utspilte meg litt grann, men ja, jeg fikk heldigvis omgruppert etter hvert, og ja, styrt partiet mot noe som lignet noe litt mer safe, i hvert fall. På et tidspunkt så hadde jeg nesten et håp om å kunne vinne, men han spilte safe på slutten, og da var det ikke noe sjanse for det.
Tar du med deg litt energien i Armageddon, eller er du sliten nå?
Nei, jeg føler meg helt fin, jeg. Men ja, skulle gjerne fått mer ut av partiet, men remis er ingen katastrofe, så og nå har jeg jo alt å spille for, så det ser ikke så ille ut.
Lykke til.
Jo, tusen takk.
Armageddon is about to start between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. The hype here is very, very real in round 2 of 2024 Norway Chess. And the hype on the board, we all just saw knight d8 and went, holy what is going on? Alireza Firouzja drops a bit of a brilliant bomb there with knight d8 check, which, by the way, can be taken in 2 different ways by Black. And we'll keep our eye on that later, because right now we've got Armageddon already underway. So much action, not enough time. You can go to chess.com/events to follow the games yourself. Go ahead and do it. I've got it open as well. Here we go. Magnus with white, Hikaru with black, Armageddon.
Magnus sacrifices Hannah.
Exactly. Did you expect that, David? I was going to ask, what was your prediction in terms of the opening for this game? Did you expect Magnus to go for this?
No, Magnus doesn't tend to repeat his openings. You remember yesterday, Ding, the Classical, the Armageddon, they were very different types of openings. Magnus normally switches things up, but here he's taken Hikaru head on, pretty much up the challenge here. He's gone for a piece sacrifice temporarily. He's regained the material with a fork. White has the bishop pair. White has the better pawn structure, but watch out. Black has a huge threat. C5, hitting the white queen, then C4, locking down the white bishop. Really typical idea in the Spanish opening. But Hikaru prepared again. Is this wisdom? Is this madness from Magnus?
I have no idea what's going on in terms of Hikaru. As he said, he has a huge backlog of preparation from the candidates, and it has been going really well for him. Yesterday against Fabiano, today against Magnus. But now, who is happier here with the opening? Who has out-prepared whom, Danny?
I mean, I think Hikaru's happy again, just from the perspective that he's already taken a minute off of the edge. Remember, white has 10, black has 7. So, okay, there's still plenty to go. And it's a 3-result game for sure. But I feel like Hikaru is once again happy. He's not showing any signs of not being prepared for this position. So, okay.
Yeah, he's just got active play, active pieces, Hikaru here. The black knight on e5 compensates for the bishop pair, at least for now. Slightly backward pawn on d6, but easily defended for now. You could imagine that pawn stepping forward later upon sufficient preparation. Yeah, it feels like also issues for Magnus, how to complete development. Knight d2 always met by a knight landing into d3, I was going to say, so he prepares that one first. He covers the d3 square. And Hikaru, just the speed.
He's a speed demon.
Yeah.
He is a speed demon, and he needs it here because black starts with 3 minutes less on the clock. But now the time advantage is only 2 minutes for Magnus, and black has draw odds. We need to emphasize that because that is the Armageddon format. Hikaru doesn't need to win this game to win the point for the Armageddon.
I love the chat. This is going to be good. Yes, it is. This is going to be good. We agree. And yeah, okay, Hikaru taking his first real think of the game. He had 7 minutes to start, but he really has just used a few seconds on every move. So that was the first time he paused and really measured the position. Finds queen to c8, an interesting move. It threatens queen a8 in some spots. You get a battery against the e4 pawn. You're also just keeping an eye on the h3 c8 diagonal. And by the way, here is keeping an eye on the king side. Magnus with an aggressive queen h5.
Yeah, Magnus eyeing some checkmates potentially on h7. Maybe trying to take a pawn simply on e5, although you'd have to calculate once the d-file becomes open here. I think Hikaru's plan with queen c8 was to drop his knight back to g6. I saw him kind of angling for that knight earlier, and then to break open the center with d5. But that looks really risky with white's queen lurking nearby. So, yeah, Magnus not necessarily playing for an objective advantage from the opening, but still imbalanced enough to create winning chances. And that 3-minute edge, it's pretty much back. Hikaru has really slowed down on the last few turns.
He has slowed down, and that's for a reason, because Magnus is putting a lot of pressure on him. And that queen on h5, it's looking very annoying. Even if black were to trade queens at some point with queen g4, I don't think that's an endgame that Hikaru would like to play with the backward d6 pawn being so weak.
Yeah, he might have to play that endgame though, sooner or later. It does feel too scary to maintain the tension for that long. And okay, first he hits the white bishop, which will not trade off for a knight. It will step back. There we go. F4, a bit of a threat. So Hikaru gaining space. carving out squares for himself now. Knight d3 incoming.
I like that move a lot. I think it was borderline only move. Maybe the computer didn't have time to suggest it, but with f4 coming, now Magnus really just smartly coordinated the rook on d1 and the bishop on g3 to hit black's only real weakness in the position, which is, of course, the d6 pawn. So there's a bit of a future problem for black, and so that's why Hikaru needed to be super accurate in how he maneuvered, and finding c4, I think, was critical. Now we see Magnus thinking, because if that knight does get to d3, it's about to become a massive mess, right? And that light square bishop on b7 becomes a monster. You can almost do it in some positions in a sacrificial manner, depending on what happens with the tactics, right? So Magnus needs to pause and make sure he doesn't miscalculate and misstep right here.
And Hikaru keeps looking up to the ceiling almost, Beth Harmon style, but also because there's screens above them. Is he checking what move they are on? Is he checking it because he likes to see the digital board as well? It gives him an extra way of seeing the same position but different dimensions, not the 3D pieces, but what he's more used to, the screen. What do you think, David?
Yeah, a bit of both. We've all seen that that meme with Hikaru reaching for a mouse in over the board chest and it not being there. Maybe he feels more comfortable that way, as you say, Anna. But also, definitely half an eye on move 40.
And again,
I wouldn't even be if Hikaru was just thinking about his next trip to the conventional booth and making sure he's not missing any action in the other games. You know, I got to talk about. No, I'm kidding. I think he is dialed in on his own game, checking the move number. Maybe likes seeing it that way. Also, maybe just Hikaru look number 9, which is the confident look off to the right shoulder. We've seen him many times. Check out the catalog. All right, knight f1. Played by Magnus. It opens up the rook on d1, the bishop on g3, also spying d6. So, super tricky for both sides.
Yeah, it feels like you've got to be quick as Hikaru. Yeah. Both board and clock. Knight e3. If the white knight ever lands on f5, you will live to regret it. There'll be tactics all over the place. So he does jump in. He forces the trade. Knight for bishop. Opposite color bishops now. Magnus temporarily a pawn up, but the e4 pawn is dropping. The d6 pawn might drop. It's as if you predicted it, Danny. Yeah. Giving up a pawn for dynamism.
Well, and queen c4 is also possible at some point. It hits the rook on d3 and hits a2. I'm not sure you want that versus just taking e4. But I would say let's just highlight the one transition of the position that Hikaru was happy about is opposite color bishops. You've now got a light square bishop on b7 and a dark square bishop on g3. And so even if you go down a pawn, if you're Hikaru, a draw wins the game. And that was intentional. He's willing to be down a pawn in an endgame that has great drawing chances.
Yeah, and interesting that Magnus does not trade rooks to win a pawn. There was actually a tactic in the air there. If white had taken a pawn on d6, at the very end there would have been the move queen to c6. Maybe even bishop takes g2 first. The queen on c6 would have hit a piece on d6 and the g2 pawn. So Magnus playing against the IQP, the isolated queen's pawn. He's going to bring his knight forward next move. Pretty much guaranteed no matter what. I'm assuming knight e3. Covering squares going forward. White's pieces are active. White's slightly better here, Anna.
Yes, slightly better, and still has quite a big time advantage. I think Magnus has been doing well. Maybe one of the first few players in Armageddon to be able to maintain the time advantage. They start with 3 extra minutes, but he's also doing well, holding on to the majority of that edge on the clock. And that's crucial because this is still only move 23, so 17 more moves to make for Hikaru before there's any increment at all.
By the way, this is only our second Armageddon game of the day. Zhu and Jun already defeated on a Muzichuk, and Ding, Liren, and Praggnanandhaa will start their Armageddon game in 6 minutes. And Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana drew that position, so they will start 10 minutes after that. So we are not going to be going anywhere. No more breaks for the rest of the day. It's all Armageddon fun in back-to-back fashion.
And we love it. More chess, better.
All right. Magnus has to think about it. You just called out the time advantage, but he needs to maintain it because I think Hikaru is going to get great drawing chances at some point in this game. I see our Grandmaster David Howell nodding his head. It always feels good to have a GM agree with you. I think he's going to have great drawing chances. Magnus knows it, and I think that's partly why he's using his time right now. It's because this is your chance to create new problems, David, right? Like, mix it up right now. Be a nuisance before it's too late.
Exactly, and he tries that by going for a different angle. The white queen stepping back, now really kind of suggesting that he's going to grab that weak pawn on d6. Hikaru, I don't think will react with any panic. Queen to e6 would hit, for example, the a2 pawn. At some point, black might just say, fine, have it, take my pawn, and just give the black king some breathing space, some luft, so you don't blunder any back rank checkmates later. Magnus still in control here, Anna, but Hikaru can't be feeling too bad about life.
Yes, I agree with both of you, but I think Hikaru has done really well with that pawn sacrifice. Great idea to go for a simplification. Many trades have happened since, and even if that pawn will be taken on d6, giving Magnus the extra pawn that we are talking about, that leads to even further trades of pieces with the opposite colored bishops, making it really drawish, and that's what Hikaru wants. He's got draw odds in this game, and he's using it very well in his favor. But, Danny, there's a question mark now with h6. Why is that a question mark?
It could be the computer just doesn't like giving up the pawn, which is, okay, objectively true, right? And the computer likes winning a pawn for white, but I don't think it changes what the match strategy is here. Hikaru knows he has opposite colored bishops, and that has good drawing chances. Magnus knows that doesn't mean it's a walk in the park, though, and he's going to try to create problems that leverage his advantage on the clock. So, you know, it's game on here. I think queen e8's a nice move, threatens queen e4, so Magnus says no thank you, but will Hikaru offer the queen trade? Now that's an interesting question, right? Because does the queen trade help? No, Hikaru says no, I don't want it. Looks like this particular camera angle is dead frozen, so we keep going there. But we got, okay, we're definitely getting action, and maybe we got so many cameras in this building. Shout out to the team setting it all up and doing it. But that particular one doesn't seem to be live right now. All right, knight e7 coming to f5. I think getting the knights off the board, David, is a big advantage to the defender. So Magnus says no thank you and plays queen d3 check.
Really clever move there. Yeah. Right now, the players, it's going through their mind which pieces they want to keep on the board, which ones they want to get off. Black definitely wants the knights off the board, as you say, Danny. Queens, that's more debatable. He's offering the queen trade now, Hikaru, maybe out of necessity more than anything. If Magnus does allow the queens off, he cannot allow the knights to be traded ever. So key moment, does he move the white queen, allow the black queen in maybe with some checks? I mean, queen d7 looks very tempting with some calculation to be done. Or does he trade? He gets them off the board.
He trades.
But now the margin is so small. If those knights had come off, draw instantly, Anna.
Exactly, and that's why Magnus avoids it, even if it means having to place his knight on d1, but he needs to keep material on the board. It cannot just be the opposite colored bishop endgame, which is extremely draw-ish and would have been a draw. Hikaru shaking his head. Was he going to make a mistake?
He was about to make a mistake, but he shook it off, smiled. It's because king c5 is coming, and this is the problem. It's an obstacle bishop ending, yes, but the real advantage, and I was trying to calculate the king walk, didn't have time to say it out loud, but David's now highlighting it. From the very beginning, the reason Magnus took that queen on g6, you saw him pause to calculate, is because he knew, David, that he could win the sprint to the queen side, and that was the key to the decision, and ultimately to whether Magnus can win this endgame. If that king gets to b6, you've got king activity problems, right? You've got other issues if you're Hikaru to defend, and I'm actually feeling more nervous about this position for Hikaru now than I have been.
I think you're right why you're nervous about it. I'm not sure why Magnus is thinking about king c5. David, what is he seeing there? Isn't king c5 very obvious?
Yeah, I didn't really understand. Maybe just indecision, Armageddon, it gets to the best of us. Magnus did pause, did find the best move. I think he wanted to activate the white knight, but ultimately jumping in with the king of the hill here is way more important. As Danny mentioned, he's raced forward, and only now does he start to improve the white knight. Okay, what next though? How to clinch this? Is it walking forward with a white king simply to trade it past pawn?
I'm feeling more and more like this Magnus is going to find a way to get this. It's principle of two weaknesses, clinical, right? You talk about it. The key is that if that knight moves from e7, everybody, the f5 square becomes available for Magnus's knight. And if you don't go to e7, there you go. Then the king will get to b6. The knight would have loved to have been on a square like c8, holding back the lines. You see Hikaru shake his head, and yeah, I'm thinking that there's just enough on both sides of the board for Magnus to maybe get this one.
Just enough material left, as you say. Knight still key to this position. Even if white wins this A pawn now, or wins a second pawn, if knights disappear, it's a draw. So you need to be careful as Magnus Carlsen right now. I was going to say, do you step forward with pawns, block the advance of black's kingside pawns? Magnus says no, he's going after the black knight. If he could trade bishop for knight, Magnus wins. Opposite color bishops is the main thing he needs to avoid. And also the clock now, they're not yet. Oh, sorry, they have just reached move 40.
Yeah, they have completed move 40, so that's good news for at least starting to get an increment, but the increment is only 1 second increment per move. In over-the-board chess, that is not much, if anything, at all. You cannot make your moves as fast as it would be with the mouse on an online board.
And Magnus now, he's cashing in the advantage. He's gone after a second pawn. Notice how he's kept the white king active where it is. He's locked the opponent's pawns on dark squares on the king side, and now they're just dropping off. Risky strategy by Magnus to put his own pawns on light squares, but they are nicely protected by white's knight. This one, it looks over. Hikaru under 20 seconds now.
Oh, the pawns have been falling. The a6 pawn is still hanging as well. Hikaru is trying to get his bishop in to attack the kingside pawns of Magnus, but Magnus is pointing out that also the remaining pawns on the kingside for black are weak, and now he captures on a6. It's 3 extra pawns now.
Yeah, and there we go. Hikaru resigns. Magnus Carlsen takes the win in Armageddon. Great endgame technique, showing the benefits of active pieces, but it was close. Hikaru had his chances to hold that.
It was super close, and I still think Hikaru had a great strategy going in. I think he had a great opening, and he got that obstacle bishop position that had good chances. And I think, you know, we would have to have some game review to back it up. Luckily, we have a guy in studio who's pretty good at that. Maybe we'll decide to look at it later and see where could black have held. But guess what? No rest for the weary. Armageddon. Number 3 of the day is Liren with the white pieces versus Praggnanandhaa Rameshbabu, who won yesterday in his Armageddon battle when he was white, flagging Alireza Firouzja ruthlessly, I might add. Just want to add that we're ruthlessly flagging his opponent. But okay, here Pragg gets the black pieces, and we got a fun reverse-looking Benoni here.
Yeah, Pragg for the flag. Will he do it again? Reverse Benoni, as you say, Danny. It started with the English opening, but black very ambitiously taking space, and Anna, the Benoni. It's a risky opening with both colors.
It is a risky opening, so interesting to see this choice when black only needs a draw. But we saw this yesterday too in Armageddon, and many of our viewers were asking, why would you go for a dubious opening with the black pieces if all you need is to hold? You could go for something solid, something more theoretically drawish. But we saw that this strategy is actually quite a popular one in Armageddon, where you go for something sometimes more dubious, sometimes more off the beaten tracks of opening theory, and you want your opponent to think, chip away some of that time advantage.
Agreed, and I think in some ways both sides are kind of doing that here. Liren started with an interesting Benoni approach, right? But then Pragg, right back at him, mixed it up. But this is a fun structure to play when you have to play for a win. And again, David, stop nodding when I'm talking because it just makes me feel so good. And
you're just on fire today, Danny. What can I say?
It's really true. And you see this move bishop f4. It's holding back the pawn advancing to e5 because that's the ideal structure when black can bring the pawns together. But both sides are playing for a win here, right? The white knight can come to c2. We can start seeing expansion on the queen side. If black just continues to strive for and eventually achieves e5, the whole center can become crazy in black's favor. So these are just really fun positions.
Yeah, really fun positions here. Ding, I don't think this is his preferred style of chess, where he's taking on long-term weaknesses. They say the Benoni, it's always the base of the pawn chain that's eternally weak. You have to play extremely dynamically just to justify it. I don't think he's really in his comfort zone. His time advantage being chipped away here as well. But then again, Pragg, as we mentioned, taking risks, and long-term, there's going to be imbalances. He just needs to trust his instincts. This is where confidence we talked about with Ding, it can play its part. If you're not having a great time of late, often it's just in the back of your mind and it slows you down by a second or two. So knight c2 on the board, Anna. Do you think we'll see Ding make his big breakthrough in this tournament?
I'm really hoping so. I'm so rooting for the guy. Not because I don't root for Pragg. I think Pragg is brilliant and he's going to be a world champion challenger in no time. But I'm just heartbroken for Liren doing so poorly ever since he has become the world champion. We talked about this, how he himself says that he's weaker since he won the title. And I think it would mean a lot for him if he had a good tournament here in Norway. It would be a good sign for his world championship match coming up later in the year. But I don't know if it's happening. I think what you mentioned, David, that he is playing with not much confidence, is showing on the clock.
Yeah.
And Prague went ruthless yesterday. We should also point out he was winning on the board, but the clock situation was crazy. I don't think Prague will hesitate to take the advantage if he can, whether it's on the board or by, chipping away the time advantage. Danny, what's your call on this?
I'm with you. And again, whether Dingley Ren can turn around in the tournament or not remains to be seen. But it's got to start with one game. One game. And I liked it. Okay, it's like he's hearing us. He's sped up a little bit. By the way, he's almost pushed the time back to a 3-minute advantage. And he's also just playing the moves that you play in Bullet, David. We talk about that, right? It's the comfort move of just go for B4. Just go, and there's really nothing to think about. You probably already spent too much time on knight c2. Okay, now maybe you pause to think about how you handle the pawn advance, because in a Benoni, this is actually where there's some big decisions. If you advance the b pawn, you give away the c5 square, so you have to have something concrete to follow up after that knight moves. Usually you want to advance the c pawn, but then you'd love to have a piece come to c4, but guess who's blocking the d2 square from the knight? The bishop, right? So now he is taking the right pause. You might see a rook b1 here, something to kind of reinforce the space before then you could remove the bishop from d2 and play knight d2. But I got a feeling I like it. So play rook b1. Okay, he goes for c5, but he's going to need to move that bishop to get that knight off of f3 and relocate it to the c4 square. Typically, anyway, that's the idea on this structure.
Yeah, I think it's going in his favor, Ding, both on the board and clock. But he just has to keep trusting his hand, keep the pieces, the moves flowing. c5, yeah, I'm liking it, Danny. I also like the idea of knight h4 to try and get into f5 at some point. Just any way to open up this bishop on g2. One problem piece for white is the c2 knight. And if he gets that in the game, I think he's going to win. Black's pieces, look at how clumsy they are. 6 of the 8, still on the back rank now. Black here has a nice pawn center, but the rest of his position a bit smelly. So, okay, Anna, still the clock. Huge advantage in terms, of the clock right now for Ding.
Yeah, this could be the turning point that Dingley Ren needs. I know it's not like winning in a classical game, but it starts with one game, as Danny mentioned, and even an Armageddon win is a win. It does give you that extra half point in Norway, and Dingley Ren badly needs it. I think this is his best chance. I do think that this position is a position where he's comfortable. I do think that he has started speeding up as we called him out. No, I don't think that we had any impact on his play. He knows what he's doing. I think he could win this with the white pieces.
He knows what he's doing. I'm about to give you the shocker of the day. You ready? Now to look. The one person who apparently knew what she was doing all along, Vaishali, has come back and won in classical. She's the first person to do so in Norway Chess, either the Norway Chess men or Norway Chess women's division. She went all in with a crazy attack. Can't wait to unpack that later. But we got to focus on Armageddon. Congrats to Vaishali, younger sister of Prague. And okay, there you go. Congrats to her getting the first win in classical chess in either division.
Wow, that is huge news. We'll need to check that game because when we last saw it, it was better for Koneru.
Yeah. So crazy things to unpack there.
Yeah, that shift of generations in India is happening.
Yeah, and her brother is now playing here with the black pieces. Vaishali's brother, Praggnanandhaa, trying to hold this position against Dingley Ren. He is down to 3.5 minutes, and the position is not comfortable. What can he do? How can he develop the remaining pieces, David?
It's really not easy, as you say, Anna. You want to develop the light squared bishop, but if you move the knight out the way, it's a bit like Danny was saying with the white pieces. If you move the d7 knight, white will play b5. White will capture this pawn in the center. Black's central pawn edifice there is crumbling really fast. I like the fact he opened up the rook on a8, I was going to say, and then he moves the rook to a really passive square.
Why rook b8?
Look at this,
so
rook
ugly.
a1. I think he's worried about the bishop on the long diagonal. He wanted to play b6 to undermine the c5 pawn chain, but there were tactics. So or b5. But either way, there was the bishop, and now the computer says, hey, you may have moved the rook, but you didn't move the knight. If I can get the knight on f3 out of the way, my bishop gobbles up c6. And by the way, that c5 pawn, that is a protected, passed, powerful, more words with P. That thing is in the zone, and that is going to be the winning advantage for white in this structure as long as Dingley Ren can maintain his edge on the clock.
Will he find knight to g5? That's a move that hangs the piece on g5, but it's because the c6 knight is also hanging. So it is a tactical pattern that is very simple for grandmasters, but is he sensing that this is the moment to go for something concrete?
He's paused. We know that sign. With the top players in the world, if you give them a narrow path, they usually find it. He's so classy, Ding. I definitely think it's on his radar, but there might be other tempting moves for him. Maybe he'll play a move like queen to b3, improve that piece, lining up knight g5 ideas. Maybe there's knight to h4. So the question is, how much choice does he have? Knight g5 is so sneaky, rerouting the knight to better squares. And wow, instead,
We've
he
got double
sacrifices.
Armageddon. Oh, wait, he takes b5?
He took on
He
b5.
sacrifices
That is
a
amazing.
piece?
I don't even care. It works. I love the tenacity. I love that he's
Wow.
all in on this, and he recognizes that black's pieces are also hanging by a thread. So he takes b5. There's queen a4. This is one of those ones where the engine's like, okay, knight g5 was best. I don't care. I think this is like a move that puts Pragg up against the wall with only 2.5 minutes. And look, objectively, white is still in the driver's seat. This is a move that shows maybe Liren. They say form is temporary, class permanent. Is Liren finding it? Let's go. What a move. Knight takes b5.
Great move. And we don't see it on our boards. I did peek, actually, there. Rook takes knight is a mistake. If
Is
Pragg
it?
takes back the knight, he loses. White would simply bring the queen out to a4, and black's pieces, they're like dominoes. They collapse one by one along the diagonal. So Ding with a really nice shot. Pragg correctly rejects the gift of the piece. What a game we have on our hands there. 4 minutes against 2 minutes. Ding, though, needs to continue stepping forward. The blue arrow has appeared on my screen, at least. White needs to drop a knight into d6. In the meantime, the other game, still in its infancy. A type of reti from Firouzja against Caruana. And here we go. Ding going in. He's still better with white.
He finds knight d6. He's still better. That d6 pawn is a monster. Oh, knight d3 is a fork.
He allows a fork to give up a rook for 2 minor pieces.
Oh, that could still go in any direction, though. Black's central pawns are really, really strong, despite maybe having to play with those 2 pieces against the rook. Slight disadvantage, but Pragg, which rook does he take? Takes this one. And you've got to say, Anna, this one, if it wasn't for the clock, you would say it could go any direction.
Yeah, the clock will play a huge role here. This is only move 26, and the increment starts at move 41, so it's 1.5 minutes left for Praggnanandhaa for the rest of the game, pretty much. He needs to try to somehow keep going. The advantage of Liren maybe has decreased since, but the position is extremely complex, and he's the one with a lot more time on the clock.
Totally agree. And again, yes, maybe objectively the advantage is not as strong, but still such a dangerous position for black. No real time. I think, do you have to defend d6, or is there something dynamic?
The e5 pin he could use with knight takes.
Yeah, knight takes d4.
Because the d6 pawn you cannot defend very well. Can you? A bishop b4 to protect it?
That's what I was wondering, is whether you should play bishop b4 first.
Yeah.
But knight takes d4 here. The e pawn is pinned, everyone. Look at the rook on e1 hitting the rook on e8.
Yeah, I say take it. And the queens might actually be forced off the board. Black will take it back on d6. We could get an endgame where white has 2 bishops against a rook and pawn. All pawns just on one flank. He has just taken that pawn on d4 Ding. Time advantage still intact. But can he grind out a win from this endgame? Only white can win, but he needs to win.
Yeah.
Okay, Pragg even keeps the queens on the board. Interesting decision. I would have wanted them off. Get closer to the draw, maybe with the queens off the board. Ding's still in control.
Maybe he thinks he's winning material somehow, but after knight f3, exactly how is he converting on this? Don't worry, we'll get back to also the Firouzja Caruana game, everybody. We're going to dial in right here into the final moments. It's all Armageddon, all fun right now in round 2.
Ooh, knight to b6, big threat of knight to c4, at least eliminating one of the white bishops. And that would be bad news for Ding, so that needs to be covered. How can white keep up the threats? The e-pawn is pinned, so maybe you can take advantage of that weakness. There are tactics all over the place. Black's pieces are a bit loose right now. Okay, he jumps forward, gaining time against black's rook.
It's a nice move, and Liren is a couple moves away from full coordination. You've got the 2 bishops for the rooks, but you have to find it. Knight d2, okay, he plays it as I say it. Now you have knight e4 coming. You've finally gotten that bishop that has been on the long diagonal the whole game active. So it's starting to look scarier for Pragg. He's got to come up with something tricky here for Ding to solve.
Ooh, knight to d5. If the bar rises, knight d6, I think, wins material instantly. It looks like Ding, he's jumped in, he's found it, he's winning material. He's winning a piece.
he is doing it, and he still has the time advantage as well. It's going very well now for the reigning world champion. Maybe this is the push he needed for his career. Armageddon, yes, but one game at a time, as Danny mentioned.
One game at a time, right? If you're Dingley-Ren, it's been a while, maybe since you felt good after a crazy, intense battle against an opponent, and it's not over yet. I wouldn't count out Pragg, although he only has a few seconds. He finds a fork. Is it enough? Nope. Bishop e4 comes, and I think with that, it's getting a lot easier. Dingley-Ren up a clear piece, and Pragg down to his final seconds. Remember, he will start getting 1 second per move in just a minute here. Sorry, not a minute, a second, actually. And he now has 1 second, but unfortunately, Praggnanandhaa will. But it doesn't look like Pragg will be following in his sister's footsteps today, who did manage to get a victory in her match versus Humpy Canero. We'll dive back to talking about that in just a second. But okay, Dingley-Ren still has not converted, and
he's getting closer, but there were some nerves. Ding actually moved a piece, put it back on its square. He's rushing just as much as Praggnanandhaa, despite having nearly 2 minutes. Pragg down at 1 second. He's doing everything right. Ding's getting closer, but can he finish it off? That's the hardest thing in chess, Anna.
It is the hardest thing, and it's also the hardest thing that Pragg almost flagged, because in over-the-board chess, it's a lot harder to make a move within only 1 second.
And he's making the moves just in time every turn, Pragg. His position is collapsing, and then we see the handshake. It is Dingley-Ren who gets his first win here in Norway Chess 2024.
A much-needed win for Dingley-Ren. Heartbreak for Praggnanandhaa, who fought really well yesterday and today as well. Yesterday he was rewarded for the fighting spirit by beating Alireza Firouzja in an Armageddon. Today he lost to Dingley-Ren, but still kudos to the 18-year-old Indian prodigy. I think we'll be talking to his sister soon about her game that she won against Humpy Canero. At the same time, we have the other Armageddon game already on the way, Alireza Firouzja against Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah. It's moving along, and by the way, Fabiano Caruana is looking much better than he did in their classical game. He's in a pretty aggressive position here, an advantage, and White's pieces look like they're fighting each other for squares, by the way. It's just a very cramped position for Alireza Firouzja.
Yeah, totally disastrous opening here for Firouzja. He started out with a reti, with a quick b3, as he's been doing ever since the candidates tournament, but as Danny mentioned, all of White's pieces pretty much stuck on their first few ranks. Black's pieces just in control. You have extra space in the center of the board. You can play on either flank as Black. You can later push with f5. You can later simply play on the queen side. Plenty of weaknesses to probe at. And yeah, it's just one of those Armageddon strategies. We mentioned there's two of them. You either play solidly, bide your time, wait for your moment, hope to use the clock as an aid, or you just take big risks in the opening, provoke your opponent. It hasn't really paid off though. Time advantage disappeared as well.
It has disappeared, and I just wanted to update that we will have yet another Armageddon after, because Lei Tingjie didn't manage to keep her advantage against Pia Kramling. That ended in a draw, and that will be yet another Armageddon game. So all of the classical games have finished, and there's more Armageddon action to come shortly after this game.
A huge hold for Pia Kramling, by the way. We didn't get a chance to see how the classical affair finished, but it was a position that was really, really great for Lei Tingjie. So a huge hold there for Pia Kramling, and we'll have a chance to maybe catch up and go around the horn at some point and let you all know what you missed. But I've said all day, if you want to choose your own adventure, you go to chess.com/events. We knew this might happen, missing some action. But all right, we've got the final few minutes here between Fabiano Caruana and Alireza Firouzja. You pointed out Black is already up on the clock. Black starts down 3 minutes in every Armageddon. So Black is up on the clock and dominating as well on the board. Looking like it could be 2 Armageddon losses in a row for Alireza Firouzja.
It's looking like that, and I wonder if we can get some expert help to understand this Armageddon, or is it going to be later? Because I would really like to have a guest to welcome them on board, but I can't say it yet. Never mind. We will have shortly a guest joining us to tell us about her win in the classical format, the only win in Norway Chess in a classical portion.
We'll let you guess about who it might be, but right now we're gonna keep talking about this game here, because I don't know how much longer it's going to last, actually. To be honest, bishop d6, a subtle move with a very clear threat. You're going to put the queen on e7, and a3 is falling. You also are preparing to play f5 at some point. Black's space advantage is very real. White, what is White doing here?
I can't see him
Remember,
move
White
down.
has to win this game, by the way. White has to win this position where the white pieces have not extended past the 4th rank at all. They're very cramped. A tough one.
It's horrible. You can barely move here. If you castle, there's going to be tactics. Knight takes f2 will make full use of a hanging bishop on h3. If you can't even castle your king, you can barely move your knights. Never really want to trade off on g4. I'm stuck for ideas. I think Firouzja's stuck. Look at this. He's burned nearly 2 minutes on the clock on this one move. You can't afford that in Armageddon, Anna.
You cannot. He started the game with 3 extra minutes and now he's down 2 minutes, as well as the position being really, really tough for him. I think Armageddon so far wouldn't be his favorite time format or even game mode after yesterday's loss against Prague, and today it's looking bad for him again on the board and on the clock.
On the board and on the clock, he's played pretty well in both classical battles. I think he was, well, I don't want to say he was better, but it felt like he played better, almost outplayed Prague yesterday as Black. I think Prague had said as much himself in that interview.
Yes.
And today he was pushing against Fabiano for the most part. Ultimately, a couple slips and he has to bail out with a draw. So kind of bad luck right now for Alireza Firouzja if he does again lose his second Armageddon despite playing well in the classical games.
It is true that he had chances in both classical games, or at least he was the one who was pushing, and he cannot show it on the scoreboard because of the Armageddon not going his way. But will it be her way when it comes to Pia Crumling? She survived a really difficult position in the classical game against Lei Tingzhie, and that is going into an Armageddon happening right now. So I guess after the Armageddons, we will go back to the classical and welcome a special guest after the Armageddon games are over.
I think we're going to welcome our special guest the moment this Alireza Firouzja game is over. So, all right, we've got a Sveshnikov, though, between Lei Tingzhie and Pia Crumling, and it's a repeat, not exactly, of the one we just had. More of a mainline affair over there. And why can't Black just take the b3 pawn in Fabiano's game?
Yeah, b3 pawn is hanging, but the knight on g4 is also hanging, so there's some tactics in the air. I mean, probably is very strong. It probably works anyway, Danny, but Fabi will want to keep control. Black doesn't need to necessarily calculate anything. I loved your earlier suggestions. Just move the black queen, line her up on a bunch of different diagonals, depending which one you fancy, and White is still utterly stuck. I don't see any real tricks, and 1.5 minutes against nearly 3.5 minutes. Really desperate times for Firouzja. It's not the type of position you can play by hand, play on instinct either, Anna.
No, it isn't, and this is over the board chess, so there are no pre-moves. There's no way of gaining time in this format. Also, there is no increment until move 41, so lots of troublesome factors here for Alireza Firouzja, who needs to win this game. Like, even if he survives the position and somehow manages to make a draw, that is still the same result as losing because of Black having the draw odds.
Ugh.
Oh no.
Look at what he's having to do.
Oh no. Oh no, if you need to put the knight back on g1, that is not good news.
He's setting up his pieces for the next game simply here, Alireza Firouzja. He can barely move a single piece. There's tactics in the air. Even knight b4 looks really tempting right now. But Fabi can continue to build up. Why rush? He controls everything, and he plays the calmest, the coolest move on the board. King back to g8, just stepping out of any potential knight checks. Really professional move there from Caruana. And yeah, Firouzja is just tied, bound, hand and foot here. It's over.
It's a sad position, honestly. It just doesn't look fun at all. 15 more moves to make, by the way, before you start getting 1 second increment, which is not that much. It's enough to maybe not lose on time.
Can he even make 15 moves with pieces that are so tied down? You can
we
barely find a move.
know Firouzja can make about 50,000 moves in a minute online, but making moves physically over the board without increment is a completely different task. But we are moments away, I think, from, well, a result in this game. It would probably take a big blunder by Fabiano Caruana to turn it around. It looks like he might get his first victory in Norway Chess after going down to Hikaru Nakamura yesterday on day 1. By the way, he finally grabs that pawn.
Yeah.
It's getting ugly.
It's getting ugly. Finally, the advantage is no longer just strategic. It's something tangible, pawn advantage. Not just any pawn. Black's queenside pawns are simply going to march. Here we go. He starts the march to victory. He's actually going to go 2 pawns up in a moment as well, Fabi. Finally, white's pieces are off the back rank, but it's too late. Material advantage is decisive. 42 seconds. He's got 10 moves to make, so 4 seconds on average per move.
Look at that move. Rook c3.
Whoa, classy. But
yeah, who cares what the computer
the
says,
engine doesn't
though?
like it. We still love it.
That's just because there was maybe a better move, but that's a move that kills your human opponent, breaks their back, because black's advantage is actually now probably simpler to play, and with 2 minor pieces for the rook.
That being said, you're not even up material anymore. Suddenly, the whole queen side will be taken off the board. Ooh,
I guess that's
Fabi.
fair.
Maybe we called it classy too early. Maybe it was actually not the best way to keep the advantage. He still is better, but I agree with you, David, that suddenly at least Alireza's pieces can attack something. They have some activity.
Oh, and Fabi retreating. That looks really awkward.
What is going on here?
He's gotten nervous. It looks like he lost a bit of control there.
I think he just, in his mind, he was chalking it up as a victory, as we were. We thought it was over.
Yeah.
I mean, you just needed to keep control. You didn't need to do anything flashy. Rook c3 we were praising, but yeah, Firouzja right back in this game. And look at this, knight jumping forward, momentum changing, rook, queen on the 7th rank.
Firouzja.
Firouzja here.
Firouzja. I wanted to drop a different F word. Firouzja freaking turning it around right now. He is putting pressure on the 7th rank. You can't move the knight. The F7 pawn's a problem. So perhaps I got a little too excited about rook to c3, although maybe there was a follow-up that was better. Either way, we're in a complete slugfest now, and bishop to b4 is a blunder. Oh my gosh, queen a4.
Goodness me.
Just straight up blunders a piece.
And Firouzja looks up to see that he completed move 40. He will be
completed move
getting
40.
increments.
This is a complete turnaround. Oh my gosh. It started with rook c3. Fabi thought he was moments away.
Goodness me, what a turnaround of events. Fabi had it on the board, he had it on the clock, and now neither of them are any longer a factor for him. He is in a lost position.
Wow. What a turnaround. Don't be surprised if we see another one, though. It's a time scramble for a reason. Pure chaos is Armageddon, but absolutely crazy seeing Alireza stick with this and turn it around.
I think in short, Alireza is just a better bullet player than Fabi. Fabi let the clock run too low. Momentum had already turned, however. He tried to be a bit too clever earlier, and suddenly his bishops, they're lined up.
No.
Oh, rook b7 is a problem. It skewers the bishops. He loses another piece. He's going to resign. And oh my gosh, Alireza Firouzja snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. Fabiano Caruana loses his 2nd Armageddon of the event. He storms out of the playing hall. You can tell Fabi not feeling so fresh right now. Firouzja, though, feeling a lot better. Breathes a deep sigh of relief. Not getting flagged today by Praggnanandhaa in the Armageddon battle. But all right, as we set over to the other Armageddon, the only other Armageddon battle going on still on the day, we're going to take a step back here and welcome everybody into the studio with a super special guest who's been patiently waiting. Thank you so much. But you can see, I didn't want to rob you of the interview you deserved, and I had a feeling we were about to get some insane drama there. What do you?
Yeah, I was enjoying. Sorry,
Okay.
I was really enjoying the commentary and the games. Yeah, it was.
Well, we've been enjoying watching your games. You got it done in classical. You're the first and only person to win in classical chess so far in 2024 Norway Chess. How's that feel?
Yeah, I didn't realize that. Okay, today game, I don't know what was happening. Like I was in severe time trouble, and then my opponent got into real time trouble, and I don't know what was going on, honestly. And, after 40th move, I think she blended this rook a7, rook d7, and yeah.
Well, how does it feel? And I'm going to turn it over to my co-hosts who are just as excited, just as big of fans of you as I am. But what I want to ask, how do you maintain your composure when you said you didn't feel like you knew what you were doing? You went for an attack that got a little crazy, right? Maybe it was backfiring a little bit, but you kept your composure against a very experienced player, probably someone you grew up idolizing in Humpy Canero. So how did you keep yourself composed there, and what was going through your head?
Yeah, I just kept playing moves. I know I was in the wrong direction with this h4, h5 thing, but it was messy. It was, I think, not clear for her as well. That's why she spent a lot of time there. Once she took this knight e3 and bishop b3, I was already feeling like, okay, maybe now it's slightly better. But again, she had this e4 ideas, she played rook a6 and okay, I got queen e4. It was not at all clear. Like she got queen h4, rook c6. Everything was going on. I just made sure I'm not blundering anything right away. I think I had under things control and yeah, somehow managed to get this win.
Well, you did keep things under control. You are the first person to put up a 3-point victory in the scoring here in Norway Chess. So congratulations. I'm going to let Anna or David ask the next question, whoever would like to. Anna, you go for it.
I was just wondering if we can bring up the board, because there were so many lines that Vaishali mentioned.
Yeah.
I was hoping we could bring up the analysis board if that's an option.
Yeah, we'll try to in a second. But right now, I think one thing I would love to do, if you're willing, I don't know if you're willing to watch and analyze this next Armageddon game with us.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah?
It's fun, I think.
Okay, it's kind of fun, right?
Yeah.
All right, I'd like to do that, because I also know that fans at home would like to hear more from you. But we also don't want to miss what's going down between Lei Ting-jae and Pia Kramling, although, as we bring it up, something has gone wrong here for Black. But Vaishali, your quick thoughts on the position.
Yeah, white is a clear exchange up. I think she's just getting this one.
Yep. No real tricks left in it. Also taking a look at the clocks. Who do you prefer, or sorry, what side do you prefer right now in Armageddon, white or black, with this format?
I don't really yet know so far. Like, I've never played Armageddon. Like, yesterday is my first Armageddon which I've played, and I think I need some more games to clearly understand this one.
Okay, but instinctively, you don't feel like any real edge, maybe just based on who you're playing?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I would ask you like some deep, really strong grandmaster ideas here, but I think that, as you said, it's a very clear exchange, right? So maybe we'll let this one finish here in just a second. At some point, we could actually stay here and pull up your game, and we'll let you analyze it with us in a second.
Sure.
Does that sound okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just wanted to ask, I mean, you mentioned this h4, h5, g4, really aggressive play. Was that a general strategy? Was that your mindset before today, to kind of go after your opponent from the off?
Not really. I think somewhere in between, I changed my mind and I just went for it. I wanted to have things under control, but I just forgot what plan I had, and I think I went for this h4, h5. Clearly, it was not the best way. I understood soon after, but it was late. So okay, I just continued with it.
Okay. No, we enjoyed it. We love to see players attacking.
It worked
taking
out,
risks.
we can't wait to go through it with you. We're gonna, as we said, pay off this last game here. We don't want to miss it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what else Pia Kramling can do, although it is funny, whenever you have a queen and knight left, there's always some potential tricks over there on the king side, and you can see Pia is keeping the pieces on the board for that reason. F5, right? All you need is a blunder if you're black in Armageddon, right? Just someone lets you play knight f4 check, and you've got a perpetual with the queen.
Yeah, even perpetual, yeah.
Yeah, feels
okay,
like
well, there you go.
Nerves kicking in, f4.
Okay, maybe.
f4, I guess she wants to just come back with her rook, but this looks risky already.
Yeah, f4 is a bit scary. How do you see that, Vaishali? Would that be any scary to you, or you?
Yeah, I would prefer not to allow this f4 option, just to push b4 or something. But okay, I think after f4, white had rook c4, which probably she saw first.
And we see this aggressive defense by Lei Ting-jae. Yeah, she both threatens queen to g8 and move the queen to safety there. You'd think there should be something concrete with queen g8, but the knight on d4 guards c6 and e6. So there's no 6-rank check by the queen or the rook. That's
maybe she can go h5 here and queen g8.
So queen g8 first?
Or maybe direct h5.
h5? And if queen h5, your idea is to check and then queen e8 check?
No, take on d4.
Just take on d4.
Yeah.
But is queen f3 not a threat right now?
Queen f3.
Especially with a pawn on h5, the king can never step to the h5.
Yeah.
Okay.
So still some work to be done. Queen g8.
That's what I'm saying. The computer suggests queen g8, but what's the next move? Queen g8, king g6. You can't just take the draw, remember. White doesn't want the draw. Only black does.
h5 there. Black takes with the king and and continues marching up the board. This is messy. This is not clear.
It's very messy. Pia has found a very good way to give practical chances to herself in this exchange down endgame, where, as we mentioned, she's got draw odds. So Lei Ting-jae, with 1 minute and 12 seconds on the clock, needs to figure out a very complex answer here to a very complex question.
And I was struggling to find the winning move here, but I did check, and it's not just queen g8. She needs to find the only move next and that's rook c3. I don't think she's going to find it.
queen
Switching
f3.
away from the attack.
Okay, so we should appreciate this. This is one of those positions where we as commentators, Vaishali, now you're in our shoes. This is fun. You get to have the luxury of the eval bar, but will the player see rook c3, right? What a hard move is that to find?
Just to
I mean, once you say it's very easy to easy, but I think it's not easy with less time on the clock.
And she doesn't see it yet. Go ahead, Anna.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Lei Tingjie doesn't see it. She starts giving checks, but she cannot repeat the... and now she finds it.
Oh, classy move. Controlling, and yeah, black doesn't have time to move the knight because of rook c6 check ideas. Oh, she's run it close. This is... Yeah, she's really lost control here. But rook c3 re-establishing the winning position.
We talk about as commentators how hard it is to find those long-range retreating moves in time pressure. Is that an actual thing?
I think when you're less on clock, every critical move is like difficult. Yeah, not easy.
Well, Lei Tingjie does find it, and now Pia Kramling is back in the tough spot, still down the exchange. Not a bad move, right? Just keep the status quo.
And what does Lei try to do here? Yeah, this h5
very
idea.
Nice,
very nice idea.
And here comes queen g6 check, followed by the rook going back to the 8th rank. And with that is game. I actually think that h5 might just be enough to get it done.
Yep.
Yes, and Pia can only prevent it pretty much by going back to g4 with the queen, but then a queen trade leading to that endgame, I think, will be perhaps what Lei wants to go for.
And she doesn't. She resigns, shakes hands. Maybe could have gone queen g4, but as you said, Anna, the queen trade, maybe other wins as well, would have been enough. Oh my gosh, the drama is so real here at 2024 Norway Chess. Lei Tingjie does win her second Armageddon battle of the event, defeating Anna Muzychuk yesterday. Pia Kramling, unfortunately, had a couple of good positions in a couple of classical games, but she's scoring, and she's keeping up with the field. Leading the field is the youngest player in the field, and that is Vaishali, now with us again. Now we get to have a proper interview. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for weighing in the commentary. So now what do we want to do? Do we want to bring up the board and analyze the game? I think that would be a ton of fun, because full disclosure, the Armageddon started, and when we left your position, let's have David get it up while I'm getting Vaishali up to speed. So we left your game, and we had kind of the same thoughts that maybe this h4, h5 idea wasn't the best, right? And that it was getting away from you. And then all of a sudden, while we're dealing with Armageddon and Magnus and Hikaru, we're told that you've come back and won. So I think we got to go back. Okay, you like this one? Again, this is right where we left it, and we're going to let you take us through from here and analyze what happened.
Yeah, I see. It's already slightly worse. I mean, at this point, I thought maybe I'm out of danger compared to what I had earlier. I think she went rook f6. Right?
Yep. Trying to come in. You defended.
Yeah, I played rook g2. Somewhere here, I think she started spending a lot of time.
And stop us at the key moment. You feel Anna was loving your Bond Cloud, king e2, king d2. Holding everything together.
Here, I think black was setting to play knight e3 and rook c2, so rook e2 was important to play.
Nice tactic. So rook e2 defends that.
So were you already feeling a little better here at this point, knowing that maybe you had gotten yourself in this kind of wild position with extended h and a pawns? But were you already feeling better, or you were still?
No, my assessment kept changing every move. I felt I was better, and then she played rook c6, rook d8, and again my king on d2 was not feeling so safe. She had some tricks with the spin, yeah. I mean, I was forced to play queen f5 because d3 was hanging. One move earlier.
Okay, in this position. So queen.
Here I had to play queen f5. d3 is hanging. Suddenly the spin. Maybe still queen c6.
Very complicated, this position.
Wow.
Yeah, but you were right. That would have been bad.
Yeah, queen f5, and I also liked her maneuver with knight h7, knight g5 later on. Yeah, just cementing on g5, and here again I felt I was not doing well. This e4 kind of gave me some hope. Okay, I thought a5 is fine move, but I see computer says bad. But okay, I thought I'm getting queen b5 and some pressure on b7. Yeah, I think she had very few seconds left on the clock. I was also at some point playing for time.
And rook f6.
Yeah, rook f6, queen b5.
Where do you feel she lost control finally?
Yeah, somewhere here I got this b4 pawn. Okay, I played rook g2 first to defend g4 pawn, and then I took on b4. I already thought maybe I'm doing better.
Yeah, no, there you get it. You won the pawn back, and I'm sure.
I think at some point here she had 1 second on the clock, and she just made it on time. We got increment with 10 seconds.
So you're feeling good at this point. You've won the pawn.
Yeah, I was feeling good.
I love how you created a nice safe haven for the white king on b2. Super safe. Really nice in a time scramble and rook a1.
Yeah, b6 was bad. I got this rook a1. I mean, my rook got very active. But it's Rd2 suggests a move for black. Maybe knight e6 is...
Yeah. So she should maybe be trying to play knight e6 to try to get a
get
draw
rid
at
of
this
it,
point.
yeah.
Right? Yeah. Okay, makes sense. If maybe it's hard, right, when you were better all game, and then she has to recognize, okay, like now she needs to be looking to bail out for the draw, right? That's a tough thing to do.
Yeah, and b6 just opened up a new avenue for you, and nice finish here, trapping the black queen in the middle of the board.
Very pretty.
That doesn't happen every day, right?
Yeah, on center of the board, I guess.
Trapping the queen in the middle of the board. So, okay. Well, thank you for taking us through that. As we said, we were kind of lost in the shuffle there, but amazing aggression, and then ultimately turned super accurate defense to give yourself that chance.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Well, I'll say that it's been awesome to watch your rise this year, your career. Pleasure to meet you in person and get this conversation. Is it tough when you go home after a day like this where you won and your brother lost? Like, what's the dynamic there after that?
Yeah, it has always been this case for the last, 15 years or so. I mean, sometimes I win, he loses. Like yesterday I had lost, and even I think at this point we are used to this back and forth results. It'll be fine. Tomorrow will be another day.
Yeah.
So.
How does mom handle that?
It's actually difficult for our parents than us. I think it's better to ask them how they deal with it. But I think they're also kind of used to these situations.
Yeah. Well, congratulations. And like you said, tomorrow's another day, of course, for your brother. Another day for you to continue pushing as clear leader right now in the 2024 Norway Chess Women event. Congratulations. Best of luck to mom tonight, helping brother recover from the loss. We're big fans, and can't wait to catch up with you again later on in the event.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Good luck, Weshan.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations
Thank you.
again.
Yeah.
All right, I think you got some fans waiting for you, too. The crowds are real here in Norway, so we're going to let Vaishali get to her fans. We're actually going to throw to a quick break. You're not going to want to go anywhere. We have interviews at the break, so throw us your sub if you got them. Prime time. We got more to catch up on the results of what happened. It's the final moments from day 2 at the 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women event. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Vi skal bare ta på veien der. Du sa, Magnus, at du følte deg full av energi før Armageddon. Var dette et bevis på det?
Ja, jeg følte jeg spilte ganske bra. Jeg fikk kanskje ikke maks ut av det. Jeg følte det var en ganske lovende stilling fra åpningen, men jeg gjorde på en måte det jeg skal. Ved at jeg satte an på litt press hele veien på brettet, og i tillegg holdt meg litt foran på klokka. Så jeg kjempefornøyd. Jeg føler at jeg gjorde en god prestasjon.
Føler du at hvit og svart er ganske jevnt i Armageddon her, eller var dette en sterk seier med hvit, at det er litt lettere å spille svart?
Jeg tror kanskje folk synes det er litt lettere å spille svart, men jeg liker godt begge farger.
Du liker egentlig herre å kunne ta med deg en seier I partiene, si?
Ja, altså I dag får jeg jo helt maks ut av dagen, så jeg er kjempefornøyd.
Kjapt spørsmål bare rundt de klassiske partiene, fordi at det veldig få avgjorte klassiske partier så langt. Tror du det kommer til å være gjeldende gjennom hele den turneringen?
Det vanskelig å si. Det egentlig bare mine partier som har vært veldig kjedelige til nå. Jeg følte jo Ding hadde en ganske solid fordel I dag, og det virket som Alireza I hvert fall presset veldig. Så jeg tror nok det kommer til å bli mange remier, men det I hvert fall I dag så var det ikke sånn at partiene måtte bli remi utifra sånn det gikk. Jeg var jo også under litt press.
Så hvis man henter halvpoeng, så kommer det til kanskje være det som tungen på vektskålen til slutt?
Vi får se, men det veldig fint å ta med seg, og en veldig mye bedre følelse å ha I hvert fall. Selv om jeg selvfølgelig skulle ønske at Armageddon-partiene talte litt mer.
Lykke til I morgen, vi gleder oss.
Jo, takk.
Congratulations on what is a beautiful Armageddon.
Thank you.
That is fast, that is decisive, and that is the Ding Liren that we're used to seeing. Do you have that good feeling today when you're playing?
My feeling is so-so, but the game was quite interesting, and I'm lucky to find the tactical chance, knight b5, and after that the game goes crazy.
Today, after you play a very good Armageddon as we're talking about, but you also deliver a good classical game today. How much confidence does that build in you?
Yes, after the game my mother told me I played a decent game. Although not so perfect, but okay, I'm not worse. Maybe that gave me much more confidence.
It was great to watch. Thank you so much, Ding.
Thank you.
Alireza, wow.
Yeah, it seems I have to play bad to win in Armageddon. If I play good, I'll not win, yeah?
But you did create complications. You left a lot of pieces on the board and you managed to find a way. I mean, is that what Armageddon is about, creating chances when it looks lost?
Yeah, I mean, this line I played, I just keep pieces, yeah? So when he played Rook C3, I got free position, so I could move fast. So yeah, it's a lot about making good decisions. So yeah, of course, it was just lost. Yeah.
When you win an Armageddon game and you feel you played bad, do you leave with a good or a bad feeling?
No, I mean, if I win, it's a good feeling. Yesterday I played such a good game, but I lost some time, so it has ups and downs, yeah?
Congratulations, Alireza.
Thank you.
Day 2 of 2024 Norway Chess is officially in the books. If possible, maybe it beat the drama of day 1. I don't even know. It's wild. It's going to be awesome. We still got a couple more weeks. Danny Wrench here alongside Anna Rudolph and David Howell. This has been so much fun. We just had a great interview with Vaishali, the Destroyer. I forgot to tell her nickname in front of her. I got to tell her, Vaishali, the Destroyer. We'll get another interview because I have a feeling that Vaishali is maybe going to continue to lead this event. Anna, she is playing well right now.
I know, and we already mentioned that at the Candidates Tournament, maybe she didn't start too well, but then she went on to win her last 5 games. If we add to it the next 2 classical games from here, she scored 6.5 out of 7 against very strong opponents in classical chess. So I think she is clearly in a really good shape, and she was the only one between today and yesterday to win in classical chess.
And she beat a legend of her country, someone she's looked up to for years, someone who's been the dominant force in Indian women's chess for a long, long time. So congratulations, Vaishali. I hope we see her in the confessional, though.
Yeah.
That's my big goal.
That is, I forgot to ask that. There's so much that we need to ask in the next interview. Does she like the nickname Vaishali the Destroyer? Will she enter the confessional booth? But okay, right now she is clearly leading. You see it, as Anna said, it's the only 3-0 donut on the board because she's the only person so far in the event to win in classical chess. Running down real quick, Magnus Carlsen did get the job done against Hikaru Nakamura in Armageddon. Alireza Firouzja followed suit against Fabiano Caruana, and Liren against Praggnanandhaa Ramesh Babu. Just for the record, those were 3 wins for White in Armageddon. White was dominant today. Vaishali got the job done in classical with White, and both Lei Ting-jae and Zhu Wenjun won in Armageddon and again with the White pieces. So here are the standings for the men's division. Magnus Carlsen in the clear lead with that victory over Hikaru Nakamura. Despite losing in Armageddon, Hikaru is still right there with a bunch of other people at 2.5. Fabiano Caruana having a tough go of it. He's lost 2 games in Armageddon, so at least there's no 0 next to his name, right? But he is in last place currently after 2 rounds. Let's head over to the women's. And also, we're going to talk about Fabiano for a second here. What have we talked about the top of the women's standings with Vaishali, moving to the bottom of the men's standing there with Fabiano. You saw how frustrated and dejected he was when he left. What has Fabi got to do to get his mind right now?
I think that's what he's asking himself, because today in the Armageddon, it looked like he had it all under control. He had a decisive advantage on the board and time advantage on the clock. I still don't quite understand how it went all wrong. We were praising rook to c3 as a really classy move, but maybe it was too classy. Maybe he didn't need it to be that flashy in that moment, just continue with normal, natural moves. How did you see that moment, David? Where did it slip?
Yeah, it's difficult. Fabiano, he's kind of always had to carry this reputation on his back of not being great at speed chess, and he's really destroyed that reputation in recent years. But this was one where it was clear the nerves, maybe relaxing too early, whatever it was. He just needs to forget. Step 1, forget. And I mean, he's still within striking distance. He's not that far behind. That's the format. Sure. He's been punished in Armageddon, but he's still done okay in the classical.
Couldn't agree more. Sometimes you got to forget and move on, start fresh, as Fabi would say himself. You know, you got to be feeling fresh to play your best chess. But all right, playing her best chess and leading the women's division right now is Vaishali Ramesh Babu. She is a full point ahead of the 2 Chinese grandmasters, one of them the women's world champion in Zhu Wenjun. And who knows what the future has for Vaishali going up against the Titans here, as Anna already pointed out. She's 6.5 out of 7 currently in her last 7 classical games, if you include the candidates. Pia Cromling, shout out to her, by the way. We didn't give enough credit there because the game slipped away, and we thought she might also lose in classical, but she managed to push it to Armageddon before going down, but still gets some score, gets some points, so she does score in this round. And Humpy Canero, losing a surprising game, a game where she played pretty well as black for the most part, but ultimately went down to her younger countryman in Vaishali. So yeah.
Yeah, plenty to take away from today. Zhu Wenjun, Lei Ting-jae do look quite impressive, I've got to say, but Vaishali, the woman of the moment, and Humpy will be back, I'm sure, at some point. Still a long tournament ahead. One takeaway, though, white in Armageddon. We were writing it off yesterday, but having the white pieces today, wow.
Yeah.
Huge advantage.
Yesterday it was 4-2.
For black.
Black won 4 times in 4 games and 2 for white. Today it's the complete opposite. Every single game decided with the white pieces. Danny, is that changing your mind about
I was going to say, you can call me out. I'm the one who was
Yeah.
running. I knew what you looked directly at me when you said it. Okay, the camera saw you, what you did. No, I thought that black was in a good spot with obviously the results that were happening yesterday, but it shows you that each day is different, the pairings are different, the specific matchups matter. Fabiano could have been the one to maybe score as black today, but he did blunder. Firouzja stole a victory there, although he does get full credit for that. So, all right, well, what will be in store tomorrow? More Armageddon. On day 1, we had 6 Armageddon battles. Today, only 5 because of Vaishali's victory. The pairings, as you see them, start at the top with Praggnanandhaa taking on Magnus Carlsen. We've talked about that FIDE World Cup from a year ago, getting down to the finals, so that's going to be a fun one to look at. Fabiano Caruana gets the white pieces against Liren. Hikaru Nakamura gets the white pieces for the first time in the event. He's had 2 blacks, and he has a good score in Classical against Alireza Firouzja. Running down the list, Anna Muzichuk will take on the tournament leader, who also has a good score against her. Vaishali, a good score against Anna. Pia Cromling against Zhu Wenjun. Zhu Wenjun, the women's world champion, with a good score there. Humpy Canero with a good record. All decisive games in their career. Not a single draw between Humpy Canero and Lei Ting-jae. So that should be a fun one as well. So, all right. Well, that was pretty awesome. We should talk about the schedule before we go. The pairings are going to be awesome for tomorrow. Let's remind everybody of the full schedule for the rest of the week. Tomorrow, we have round 3. Just to make sure you know where we're doing it every day, 11 a.m. Eastern time, if that's where you're at. Local time for us is 5 p.m. And round 4 to follow. Thursday is our first rest day. The way this works is 4 days on and then 1 rest day as we move forward toward whoever will be our champion in 2024, Norway Chess. All right, I'm pretty excited for tomorrow as well. This has been amazing. The crazy day. Today just felt like a crazy day. There was just a lot going on, both on the board and off the board. But all right, we're looking forward to round 3. We hope that you all are at home. For everyone here, crushing it, as I said yesterday, I guess for the players who delivered and entertained you, and for everyone working hard behind the scenes, thank you for being here. For my team, David Howell, Anna Rudolph, and Jovanka Huska, I'm Danny Wrench. We'll see you tomorrow for Norway Chess, round 3.